Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If Kakashi Healed from His Depression and Took Ninjahood Seriously. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Hokage. The 12 shinobi had made good time and had arrived at the Sound Village with no problems. Unlike other villages, Hokage did not have a robust population. In fact, pretty much everyone was either a shinobi or a slave. It was even more depopulated due to the recent invasion of Konoha and the free-for-all to determine who would make the best host for Orochimaru. Jiraiya was behind the AnBu mask and gave out orders. Team 7 was to move forward and advance into the village itself. Coming in from another angle, the Jonin team would also hit the village. They were dubbed Team Sparrow. The AnBu team would follow a bit back from the two lead teams in between them. Their only purpose was to find out where Orochimaru was and take him down. Jiraiya could feel Anko's nervous tension. I may have made a mistake including her. The modification to the seal containing her cursed seal will prevent Orochimaru from sensing her approach, but she is too eager. There was no time to make a change in plans, so he would just have to hope it wasn't going to be a costly mistake. Jiraiya watched Team 7 as they moved out with practiced efficiency. They kept their chakra levels low. Soon they would be spotted, but until then they moved with quite a bit of stealth. Naruto had left some clones behind with Jiraiya's squad. If need be, Jiraiya could give orders to the clone who could then dissipate. Shibi had also planted a Kakashi on everyone, which would allow him to know the direction of all members of each squad. The final communication piece was short-wave radios and earpieces that each of the strike team members had. A voice crackled on the line. It was Kakashi. Hostiles have spotted us, 3 Chunin level threats, we'll take them down. Jiraiya forced himself not to come rushing in. At this point there was no danger, but still it went against the grain to simply wait while others put their lives on the line. My time will come soon enough, Jiraiya thought to himself. Break! With the team being spotted and the alarm being raised, there was no point in Kakashi's squad to continue going forward with stealth. Naruto created 50 clones and had them hinge into various leaf Chunin. They then charged forward with a variety of weapons in hand, kunai, katanas, and other assorted weaponry. The 3 Chunin were massacred. Kakashi drove forward at top speed and jammed a kunai through the heart of one before dashing off and finishing the second one with a kunai through the neck. Sasuke finished the third in a sharp but very brief taijutsu duel that ended with Sasuke snap kicking the enemy shinobi in the ribs, breaking them and driving a shard of bone into her lung. Sasuke then easily finished the kunoichi off with a kunai through her heart. Sakura conserved her chakra. It would be much harder soon. Kakashi reported through his headset, threats neutralized. There is very little resistance to the clones. No sign of Orochimaru or Kabuto. Unlike other villages, Hokage was partially underground. This is where Orochimaru housed his experiments and completed his research. Team 7 breached the entrance. Naruto sent several clones in first to see what threats awaited. They triggered the first set of traps, which sent explosions and shrapnel down the tunnel. The real Team 7 was far enough away that it was of no concern. Naruto again used the Kage Bunshin to scout ahead. There were many twists and rooms in the sterile corridors. The place at times seemed abandoned. One Naruto clone heard heavy footsteps around the corner and skidded to a halt. Around the corner a massive Doki, Rage Ogre, swung its club aiming for the Naruto clone. The clone, utilizing its superior speed, dodged the club, drew its katana and sliced its belly open. Not yet defeated, the creature snarled with pain and slammed its weapon down at his nimble opponent. The Naruto clone far outmatched the Doki in speed. It was child's play to avoid the attacks. The clone carved the Doki up in the next 10 seconds and then finished it with a partial decapitation in the neck. The clone heard clapping in the distance. Pretty impressive for trash. Now try handling 2 at once. Taiyuya was a member of the Sound 4 and was quite irritated at the thought that someone would dare attack Orochimaru's base. One Doki burst through the wall, surprising the clone and nearly connected with its mass. The last creature charged down the hall from in front of Taiyuya with bone claws on its arms. The Naruto clone had its work cut out for him. Taiyuya was impressed by the boy's speed and quickly activated her curse seal to lend more strength. She could see despite facing a 2-on-1 the katana-wielding Konoha shinobi was too fast to get hit by their attacks. She began to use her Jinjutsu, but as soon as she began, a second shinobi with a Konoha headband with 2 kunai in his fists leapt on the bandaged doki and buried the kunai into the neck. The creature gave out a howl of pain and crashed backwards. This left the first threat time to race past the doki it was engaged in and attack Taiyuya directly. Taiyuya cursed. Even with her cursed seal mode, she was not great at taijutsu and her opponent was fast. She activated her curse seal again, allowing her to evolve to the second stage. Horns grew from her head and her strength was greatly enhanced. She tried to gain distance from her opponent to use her flute, but he gave her no opportunity. Most shinobi would have wanted to boast about their accomplishment after killing her or summon, but this one stayed silent and just kept attacking. Frustration mounting, Taiyuya put her flute away so she could use Kawarimi with a nearby chair. The chair was splintered from the downward strike. Taiyuya swallowed her pride and raced down the hall, trying to put distance between her and the Kenjutsu speed freak. Her more powerful legs in the level 2 curse form giving her incredible speed. A third Konoha shinobi met her down the hall with a futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. If she hadn't been in her curse form, she would have been blown away. However, even with her greatly enhanced strength, the attack affected her. It stopped her forward momentum, and to her horror, her other opponent was already on her. The katana pierced her as she was turning. The kill stroke went through her heart. The Naruto clone then cleanly decapitated her. Taiyuya, the self-proclaimed most powerful of the Sound Four, never even realized she had been defeated by clones instead of 3 different Konoha shinobi. Break! Shibi and his team had breached the base as well. He was level-headed and calm as his squad encountered their opponents. Each of their enemies had transformations they could undergo. One turned into a spider-like creature and another simply grew larger and more muscular. The last threat was a boastful individual by the name of Sakon, was actually 2 people in one body. Sum was quite formidable in the battle, taking on the large one single-handedly. Even with the heavy-set Oto shinobi activating his curse seal, he could not defeat the experienced Inuzuka clan leader. She fought with a ferocity that was part due to her relationship with her companion and part due to her rage as a mother of a wounded child. While Orochimaru hadn't directly assaulted Kiba, his near death was indirectly related. If Konoha had never been invaded, Iwa would not have probed for weakness. Sum and her companion literally ripped into Jirobo, and the sounds of tearing flesh and his screams echoed through the chamber. Sakon attempted to inhabit Shibi's body but had failed to realize it was as bug clone. That attempted fail, and his chakra was soon being drained by the Kakachu. Shizen spat poison Senbon at him, striking him and filling him with a poison that even Orochimaru had not encountered. Weakened by the poison and the chakra-draining bugs, he soon succumbed. The spider-like opponent faced Genma and they battled with projectiles. The arrows he attempted to fire always had to be hastily fired because Genma also rained Senbon down on him with tremendous striking power. In fact, the force was strong enough that the Jonin was he even able to partially deflect an arrow which incensed Kidamaru. The Oto Nin saw Jirobo ripped apart and Sakon being drained of chakra. He spat webbing to slow down pursuit and turned tail to run. Sum went to give chase after finishing her massacre, but Shibi called out to halt. "Let my clone go first, there may be traps or other enemies." Sum growled but obeyed the squad leader. She didn't like having to follow orders, it went against her alpha perspective. However, Jiraiya had made it clear Shibi was in charge of the squad, and if she didn't like it then she could stay in Konoha. Shibi spoke over the frequency, 2 low Jonin level threats neutralized, 1 fleeing. No sign of Orochimaru. Break! Orochimaru was surprised that his hidden village was being attacked. He had assumed Konoha would still be licking their wounds from the invasion. Kabuto had informed him of the attack, and then shortly afterward he felt Taiyuya die. The curse mark allowed him some knowledge of the physical state of the bearers of his mark as long as they were within a few miles of him. It seems they are serious about this attack. "What do you have for me, Kabuto?" Kabuto informed him, Team 7 being led by Kakashi has hit our base on the eastern side. Orochimaru looked up and licked his lips with his too long tongue. "Is Sasuke with them?" Kabuto nodded. It appears so though it could be a clone. I believe all of Team 7 is together. Kukuku, they have brought me a present, how nice of them. Lord Orochimaru, there are more attackers. Another squad of Jonin-level attackers has hit our northern entrance. I've dispatched the remaining Sound 4 to deal with them. Orochimaru nodded and Kabuto continued, a squad of ANBU appears to be observing and have yet to enter the base. Orochimaru tasted the air with his tongue. I'll keep the ANBU squad busy with a few summons. Wake up Kimimaro and have him reinforce the northern side. Kabuto saw Orochimaru perform the summoning jutsu and sent a few moderately sized serpents out of the base toward the ANBU squad. Orochimaru grinned. Kakashi is a fool if he thinks he's improved enough to take me on. Come with me, Kabuto, you handle the brats while I deal with their sensei. Keep Sasuke alive and kill the rest. Kabuto pushed his glasses up and smiled. He was not going to be caught unawares again. He was going to get revenge on those cocky rookies and show them why he was Orochimaru's right hand. Break! Kakashi saw Orochimaru with his Sharingan behind the stone wall of a larger, more open section of the base. It wasn't large enough to fit a truly massive summon like Gamabunta, but it would fit summons who were a good size larger than a human. The area was not a man-made structure but a natural part of the underground region that connected two parts of Orochimaru's base. Naruto had his clones fan out in front. Orochimaru laughed. In one hand he casually held a blade, on his left side was Kabuto. Kakashi saw another Orochimaru blend in with the wall itself around 30 feet behind the Orochimaru mud clone. Kakashi flared his chakra, raising his killing intent. This signaled Jiraiya that Orochimaru had been spotted. If all went to plan, Jiraiya would then begin summoning Ma and Pa and entire Sage mode. Normally Kakashi favored quick battles that began and ended with brutal efficiency, however in this case he would play the part of a stereotypical shinobi who talked and boasted before fighting. Kukuku, was that supposed to impress me, Kakashi? Kakashi responded, just a taste of what's to come, Orochimaru. I am the strongest shinobi in Konoha. And yet every time I'm mentioned as the strongest, the caveat is always that I am the strongest shinobi outside of the Sannin. After today everyone will know I am above the Sannin and truly the greatest shinobi since my sensei. You think you are on my level, Kakashi? You deluded fool, I think I'll keep you alive to see two of your students brutally killed and then I'll take Sasuke for myself. Jiraiya must be getting senile if he thought you and your students could challenge me. You're old, Orochimaru, I'm in my prime. The reason I'll win is the same reason you beat the Sandaime, age. The Orochimaru mud clone twirled the blade in his hand. Are you forgetting that I have a fresh body, Kakashi? It's time you learn to respect your betters. Everything seemed to happen at once. The clone opened its mouth and dozens of snakes slithered out at a rapid pace, going for whoever was closest. The Naruto clones began slashing at them immediately. Kabuto hurled dozens of scalpels coated with poison at the genin of Team 7. The Orochimaru mud clone danced forward with his blade aiming for Kakashi. Kakashi stepped backward, avoiding the blow. Orochimaru stalked after him as Kakashi danced away from the blade. Meanwhile a pair of Naruto clones had shouted out Futon, Repusho, Wind Release, Gale Palm, and had battered away Kabuto's projectiles. Kabuto called out, "So you like clones, Naruto? Two can play at that game." Kabuto made his own Kagebunshin and used it to burrow beneath the ground. The Naruto clones finished dicing the snakes. The clone Kabuto erupted from the ground and immediately attempted to strike at Sakura. This time it was the real Sakura, however she was expecting the attack and was able to dodge away from the Kabuto clone. Sasuke lashed out with a kick that the clone didn't even attempt to block. Sasuke then watched in shock as the clones exploded. He was sent careening backwards, singed on his arms and face. The real Kabuto laughed. Turnabout is fair play, isn't it? The Naruto clones dashed forward, throwing kunai ahead of them as they descended on Kabuto. Kabuto substituted with one of the few remaining live snakes and rammed a chakra scalpel into the back of a Naruto clone, dissipating it. Sakura immediately struck with her Jinjutsu, shouting, Raitun, Mahi, Lighting Release, Paralysis. Kabuto flinched for a fraction of a second before dispelling the Jinjutsu. Kabuto moved with full speed and strength, darting for Sakura. Sakura was not his real target, it was a feint, and he had then dashed at Sasuke, who was recovering from the blast. Two Naruto clones interposed themselves, each with a katana aimed for him. He split between them, tossed a poisonous smoke bomb behind him. The smoke bomb wasn't an inhaled gas, it was acidic vapor that dissolved the clones on contact. Sasuke watched the attack coming with his Sharingan and readied his Chidori. Kabuto laughed as he completed the Kawarimi again without using any hand signs. The Chidori struck a piece of debris instead of its intended target. I wonder how many times you can use that attack before you get exhausted, Uchiha. Sasuke ground his teeth in frustration. Unlike the last battle, it was Kabuto who was playing them like a harp. Meanwhile, Kakashi was warily keeping an eye on the real Orochimaru and how his students were doing. He had yet to seriously engage and continued to simply back away from the clone. It was easier to play defense than to attack, and the clone didn't seem in any hurry. My Kakashi, this is quite sad. All your brave talk and all you are doing is running away trying to analyze my movements with your precious Sharingan. Kakashi pretended to have the words affect him, and he lashed forward with a kunai. The mud clone swung his blade and Kakashi ducked underneath and went to slam his kunai into the clone's chest. The Orochimaru clone grabbed Kakashi's arm and shoved him away. With some distance between them, the clone lifted his left hand and used Sanaijushu, striking shadow snakes. Snakes erupted from his arm and attempted to latch onto Kakashi. The elite Jonin saw them coming with his Sharingan and easily cut them to pieces before they could pierce his flesh. The mud clone chuckled, "Are you ready to get serious, Kakashi? At least try to making this amusing for me." Kakashi flipped the kunai in his hand and threw it at the mud clone, who easily deflected it. Kakashi began circling the Orochimaru mud clone, tossing kunai at it. Each kunai was deflected with barely a twitch of the wrist. Kakashi, what are you planning? Why are you trying to stall? Do you think you need the help of the other squad infiltrating my base? I thought you were going to prove yourself superior to the Sannin. The three genin had gone on the offense against Kabuto. The Naruto clones pressed in closer against Kabuto, who showcased his medical nin reflexes and dodged the attacks. Sakura attempted another genjutsu that failed. Since then she started working on her fuinjutsu seals on the earth. Kabuto was mildly curious as to what she was doing, but the clones kept pressing him and pushed him away from her. With so many clones in close proximity, Kabuto threw a kunai wrapped with multiple explosive seals in the middle of them. They immediately sprang away, but the blast dissipated several of them. Sasuke wasn't finished with his opponent, however. He signaled Naruto for the attack they had planned. The clones backed away and began throwing kunai at Kabuto while Sasuke slowly prowled forward. Kabuto smirked and brought his chakra scalpels to bear against the young Sharingan user. Sasuke charged forward and then abruptly halted. Three Naruto clones had walked up the wall and now stood on the ceiling and called out in unison, "Futon, de Tapa, wind release, great breakthrough." The force blasted Kabuto from above toward the ground. Kabuto instantly used Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu, to disappear into the rock. At that same moment, Sakura placed the fuinjutsu seal on the ground, hardening the rock. Just prior to that moment, the real Naruto had summoned Gamma in full toad armor. The 9-foot-tall toad knew what expected of it and leapt into position. Kabuto had excellent chakra control and a large chakra reserve, so he was able to pierce back through the rock fairly easily. However, the jutsu was supposed to be stealthy. The fuinjutsu made it loud and obvious where Kabuto would come out. Sasuke was already flipping through hand seals and finished right ton, Shurchu Shirbari, lighting release, 4-pillar bind, right where Kabuto burst through the floor. The lighting trapped him. It wouldn't hold someone of his skill long, but it was long enough for Kakashi to activate Kamui on Kabuto. The snake Sannin felt the pressure build up behind Kakashi's eye and moved. The real Orochimaru used the body flicker technique to race toward Kabuto. Orochimaru was not sentimental about his servant, but he did not want to lose such a strong subordinate. At the same time, the mud clone lashed out at the distracted Kakashi with its blade. Gamma leapt in front of Kakashi and blocked the blade with his armored forearm. The real Orochimaru grabbed Kabuto by the arm right as Kakashi's Kamui began to warp the air around Kabuto. Orochimaru managed to arrive in time to save Kabuto's life, but not in enough time to save his entire right leg from being ripped off of him. Orochimaru threw Kabuto backwards as Naruto clones charged forward, blades slashing down. Orochimaru proceeded to annihilate the attacking clones with his superior strength and speed. Kabuto was in tremendous pain, but he was able to begin staunching the wound with his medical jutsu. The spy was shaken to the core. He doubted he had ever been as close to death as he had been there. A tenth of a second later and he would have lost his leg and lower abdomen, which would have killed him for sure. Kakashi was breathing heavily after using his Mangekyo Sharingan. The real Orochimaru had just finished annihilating a dozen Naruto clones. Orochimaru charged Kakashi, now fully realizing just how dangerous of an opponent he really was. The Mud clone also charged forward, but Gamma and more Naruto clones were keeping it away from the fight. The Mud clone had limited amounts of chakra and would soon dissipate if it actually tried to use a strong ninjutsu. The real Orochimaru lashed out with the real Kusanagi held in his mouth while his hands blurred. Orochimaru stabbed out with the blade just as he finished his Doton, Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. Unlike the normal version that targeted a small area, this enhanced jutsu filled the entire cavern with spears. Clones popped left and right, and Gamma only avoided death by his armor preventing the spears from piercing. Sakura barely managed to avoid injury as she dodged the floor, turning into spikes. Her eyes widened at the immense power Orochimaru had used to completely shatter her Fuinjutsu and increase the normal size of the Doton Jutsu. The real Naruto took an earth spear to the thigh and clutched it in pain. Sasuke, with the aid of his Sharingan, avoided harm without too much difficulty, as did Kakashi. Kakashi also had to worry about the deadly blade racing to rip him in two. Leaping over the blade, Kakashi began his own string of hand seals and completed Doton, Doria Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, to turn some of the spike into a wave of earthy mud that threatened to engulf Orochimaru. The Sannin just sneered and used his superior chakra control to shove off of the muddy river and attack Kakashi again. Naruto broke off the rock spear in his leg and pulled it out. He hastily wrapped the bloody wound in bandages. He forced himself to stand and summon another batch of clones, half of which charged at the very wounded Kabuto. The Orochimaru Mud clone backed away from Gamma and moved to protect Kabuto. A half-dozen Naruto clones sucked in air and used Futon, Shinkajyoku, wind-release vacuum bullets, all aimed at Kabuto. The Mud clone used the last of its chakra to create an earth wall in front of the wounded servant and then collapsed in a pile of mud, no longer able to maintain its form. Orochimaru summoned more snakes out of his hands at Kakashi, who was hard-pressed to deal with the sword and the snakes. Kakashi used the Sharingan Eye to its fullest, managing to find safety from snake bite and blade strikes by the thinnest of margins. Kakashi made his own Mud clone to give him a moment's respite so he could charge up his Raikiri. Orochimaru warily eyed the dense lighting chakra before dispatching the Kakashi Mud clone. For a moment Orochimaru felt a Jinjutsu take hold, but he forced his chakra to dispel it without even taking a moment to gather it. In that briefest of moments Kakashi struck out. Orochimaru dodged away from the lightning cutter and lashed out with his legendary sword. The snake Sannin saw Sasuke charge in with his Chidori at the same time as he made his attack. Kakashi dodged the sword and then did a leg sweep at the precise moment the Chidori was about to slice into Orochimaru. However, the missing Nin caught Sasuke's wrist with the Chidori inches from his chest and simple snapped it. Sasuke gave a cry of pain. Orochimaru threw the wounded boy away as he jumped to avoid Kakashi's sweep. A hail of kunai from the Naruto clones screamed toward Kakashi's opponent. More snakes swarmed out of Orochimaru's sleeves, intercepting the kunai and landing on the floor, racing towards the clones hoping to bite them. Meanwhile, Kabuto had healed his stumped leg. He was no longer in danger of bleeding to death. Low on stamina, Kabuto created a shadow clone to take his place and then hobbled to one leg and pushed chakra into his one foot to shove himself away from the battle. The earth wall wasn't going to last long. Orochimaru sensed his subordinate fleeing to safety. He then also felt the deaths of two more of his Sound 4. This has proven a costly attack. I'm going to make Kakashi suffer for this, he angrily thought. Kakashi gave Orochimaru an eye smile. Now it's time for the real fight, traitor. Those words heralded Jiraiya in full senjutsu mode bursting onto the scene. The two-toed sages sat on his shoulders and his bulbous features were solemn. Orochimaru was shocked to see his former teammate here. It was rare for a hokage to leave the village outside of a shinobi world war. The snake Sannin laughed, "Kukuku, so you've come to kill me, Jiraiya? You have never been my equal and today I get to kill my second hokage just months after I killed the first. And, writing fight scenes can be difficult, I don't want to under or overrate anyone." Kabuto went down fairly easy because he got focused on by 4 separate individuals. The Naruto clones used the wind jutsu to force him underground. Sakura made the earth harder to break, allowing Sasuke to set up his trap jutsu right where he would appear, and then Kakashi used his kamui for the kill. The next chapter will be more fighting, primarily done by the Sannin, but you all know how much Kakashi likes teamwork. Chapter 22, Death and Darkness. Shibi cautiously led his team forward deeper into the base. His bug clone led the way, keeping a wary watch for any traps or ambushes. Sum sniffed and said, "Someone is coming. It's an odd scent, but it smells like sickness and decay." Shibi signaled his team to prepare an ambush. If the enemy was coming out after them, it played in their favor. The 4 Jonin were reasonably confident that they could handle anything here. They had sensed the killing intent unleashed and knew that Kakashi's team was facing Orochimaru and that Jiraiya was swiftly moving out to help out. Ginma laid down some explosive tags and covered them with Megan, Kokonia Raisin no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Technique. Shizen readied another pair of poison Senbon, and Shibi tense ready to bring his insects down on the threat that approached them. Sum just growled and bared her teeth. After the trap went off and the others threw their projectiles, she was going to rip whatever was left of their opponent to pieces. Break! Anko ignored Tenzo's order to slow down. Jiraiya had raced toward Orochimaru's position after activating Sage Mode. Within that mode, Anko could not possibly hope to keep up, and she desperately wanted to be there when Orochimaru was killed. So far, her contribution to the battle had been to take down a simple giant snake that had assaulted their group. The other snake had been dealt with by Tenzo's Mokuton, wood release. The snake had been wrapped in solid trunks of wood and had been crushed to death. Anko was determined to do more than kill a simple snake summon. Yugao and Tenzo watched Anko push more and more chakra into her feet to race across the ground. Yugao and Tenzo did not follow at that pace. Tenzo turned to his companion, "We will want to preserve our chakra. We will do no good arriving exhausted." Yugao nodded and kept an even pace as they watched Anko's form slowly grow smaller. Break! Jiraiya was filled with natural energy. That energy greatly enhanced his strength, toughness, speed, and jutsu. His natural energy-infused chakra ripped apart the stone ground as he raced at full throttle toward Orochimaru. The snake Sannin was caught off guard at the sheer speed. Jiraiya lashed out with a thunderous kick when he was in range. Orochimaru blocked with his arm and felt the bone crack. He was shoved off his feet and slammed into the wall. He instantly performed a Kawarimi and avoided the swarm of needles that Jiraiya had shot from his head with his Hari Jigaku, Needle Hell. Orochimaru glanced at the stone wall he had rammed into. All of the needles that had been created from Jiraiya's hair had pierced the wall completely through. Jiraiya immediately found his opponent and dashed forward. Orochimaru used his blade to strike at his former teammate, who easily caught the blade in his palms and wrenched it down and followed it up with a senjutsu-fueled kick. The kick came in far faster and stronger than Orochimaru expected, and he felt ribs break. Orochimaru let go of his sword and rolled with the kick and spat out a hastily formed Katan, Karyudan, Fire Dragon bullet. However, this was countered by Fukasaku using Suetun, Mizudepo, Water Release, Water Gun. The water slammed into the fire, and since it had elemental superiority, the attack was defeated. Through the steam, Jiraiya came charging in. Orochimaru ducked the blow and dodged to the side and attempted to lash out with his own knife hand strike. Jiraiya caught the blow with one hand and held it in place as he used his other to punch Orochimaru in the sternum, cracking it. Not yet done, Jiraiya pulled his fist back again and punched toward his face. Orochimaru used his free hand to deflect the blow and opened his mouth, which let a viper out to strike at Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya released Orochimaru and caught the viper in his hand and crushed it before it could strike. Orochimaru leapt backward. How is this possible? I have always been his superior in taijutsu. Orochimaru realized it must have been the senjutsu that was tipping the balance. Orochimaru knew he wasn't going to be able to face him in taijutsu and win. His thoughts were interrupted as Kakashi struck out while he was still in midair. Kakashi lashed out with his kunai headed for the snake Sannin's heart. Orochimaru, mid-air broken sternum and all caught Kakashi's hand as he was stabbing and then stiffened his fingers and struck at Kakashi's throat. The stiffened fingers met little resistance as it wasn't the real Kakashi. Instead it was a right Tonkage Bunshin, lighting release, shadow clone. The clone burst into electricity badly electrocuting Orochimaru. Kunai raced up from the Naruto clones towards Orochimaru, several sticking into him. Orochimaru landed in a heap, bursting from his skin. A new Orochimaru leapt up, completely unharmed. Normally Orochimaru liked to regurgitate his new body as a way of cowing his opponents, but against his current set of enemies that was too dangerous. The downside of his technique is that it drained a great deal of chakra. Despite his arrogance, Orochimaru realized that he was in actual danger here. He considered his options. Taijutsu had already been ruled out. Ninjutsu was another field. Orochimaru had always been stronger than Jiraiya in, however there were two Toad sages with him and one of them had already demonstrated a high degree of speed and power with his ninjutsu. Not to mention Kakashi was still there and he had an extensive library of ninjutsu that he could call on to use and counter. Genjutsu was out against a Sharingan foe, and with two Toad sages in close contact with Jiraiya he would not succumb to that either. Summons weren't going to make a difference. Manda couldn't be summoned in this environment. While Manda could break through rock and earth easily enough, it was impossible to summon something larger than the space it could fit in. And even if he did summon Manda, his opponents had the Jinchuriki, who had demonstrated his ability in summoning the great battle toads of Mount Maiboku. Orochimaru had not had time to prepare corpses for Kuchiyose, Edo Tensei, summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. It took the genius only a second to quickly filter through options that weren't going to work. The last option was risky, but Orochimaru refused to turn tail and run. Not when he had a transformation technique which would allow him to kill all of the foes arrayed against him. It's absurd that I have to resort to this, but so be it. Break! Kimimaro walked into the trap Team Sparrow had laid for him. The Genjutsu-covered explosive tags exploded beneath his feet, however due to his Kekkei Genkai bone plates immediately shielded him and the only harm he suffered was a brief stumble. Sanbon screamed at him, some were shot with tremendous force while others were laced with poison. Bones erupted underneath Kimimaro's skin, deflecting the dangerous needles. Bugs that had been crawling on the ceiling descended down on top of Kimimaro. That was a danger, so the one-time leader of Orochimaru's bodyguards dashed forward ready to take down the intruders before his chakra was devoured. He activated the first level of his cursed seal at the same time. Tsum was waiting to pounce and did so with her normal ferocity. This proved to be the worst move she could possibly make. Kimimaro saw Tsum coming and didn't even try to block, he just let her come in close and then let his bones burst out from him. If she hadn't been only 8 inches away she could have dodged, after all she was a skilled jonin. But with her being less than a foot away from protruding bone spikes, there was simply no time to do anything. One bone pierced her arm, another 2 went through her belly and chest. Those wouldn't have been fatal if Shizen could have reached her in time. The bone spike that went through her throat, however, would have ended her life even if Shizen had been right at her side. The Jonin squad looked on in shock at the sudden destruction of their taijutsu specialist. Tsum's companion Kuramaru let out a howl of despair as it charged in and met a similar fate. Ginma cursed and backed down the hallway. Shibi ran across the top of the ceiling and jumped down behind Kimimaro. Kimimaro lashed out with bones extending from his body, but Shibi dodged backwards and away from the dangerous enemy. Ginma didn't want to use any katan against the opponent for fear of burning the insects that Shibi had eating their opponent's chakra. He pulled out a smoke bomb and tossed it down the hall, hopefully trying to disorient his opponent. Kimimaro eventually caught up to Shibi and impaled him with his bones, however instead of another dead Konoha shinobi the body dissipated into another swarm. The insects continued to work on him and he didn't have anything that could shake them. Luckily for him, the cursed seal gave him a large amount of chakra to work with. Kimimaro raced back down the hall and after the aburame. Ginma had lashed 2 kunai to the wall and had ninja wire strung between them. With the smoke in the air, Kimimaro did not see the wire and tripped over it. He rolled gracefully and kept moving down the hall, ignoring the explosive tags going off around him that were easily deflected by his bone plates that sprang up in his defense. Shizen used Okujiri, Poison Mist, on the advancing Kimimaro. Shizen had worked with Shibi to determine a poisonous mixture that would not hurt his Kakeichu. Kimimaro had no such protection. He held his breath as best he could but had taken the slightest whiff and now was coughing badly. He sank to his knees. Already ill, this exacerbated his condition. With pure willpower he stood up and shouted, "I will not fail, Lord Orochimaru." Catching sight of the 3 attackers, he used his most devastating ability. Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern, caused Orochimaru's base to rumble. Beneath the 3 Jonin's feet, hundreds of sharp bones of various sizes exploded up from the ground. Shizen had been trained as a medical nin, so she had the best reflexes, and she leapt away, bouncing from previously risen bones to avoid the new bones rising up from the ground. Shibi was not so lucky and had a bone spike driven through his arm. Another scraped his side painfully but not dangerously so. Ginma had tried to dodge but ended up being impaled in the belly. Ginma grabbed the massive jutting bone with his hands so he would not slide down and tear open his body further. He coughed blood and felt his body tremble with weakness. Shizen, being the last uninjured attacker, was the natural target for the last Kagaya. He rose up out of a bone shard with a drill-like bone structure for a right arm and swiped it at Tsunade's apprentice. Shizen was no slouch at taijutsu and managed to dodge the attack and respond with more senbon aimed for the eyes. The senbon were not dangerous, but as Bone instinctually sought to protect Kimimaro, it would temporarily blind him. Shizen used that time to create distance between her and her opponent. Kimimaro felt agony course through his body as he was about to continue the attack. Shizen watched with wide eyes how the seemingly invincible opponent suddenly dropped dead in front of her. Wary in case of a trap, she created a shadow clone to check for signs of life. Shibi, who was nearby, informed her that his allies could no longer detect life either. With confirmation of no immediate danger, Shizen raced to Ginma. He was hurt badly and would need her medical jutsu. Break! Naruto had watched Jiraiya in awe. His speed and strength were on a level that he had never seen before. Orochimaru, the man that had killed the 3rd Hokage, had been driven back in seconds. Naruto snapped out his slack-jawed awe to send some more clones to finally get past the wall of earth and get at Kabuto to finish him off. Kabuto threw kunai at the advancing clones, but with one leg and limited chakra he was quickly dispatched with a katana through the chest, which revealed that it was simply a shadow clone. One clone dispelled to let the real Naruto know that Kabuto had escaped deeper into Odogakure. Naruto saw Sasuke's broken wrist and knew he wouldn't be too much help. Sakura was still doing alright, so he told her quickly, "Sakura, I can't move my leg well and the clones I make will be under the same restriction, however we need to finish off Kabuto. Take Gamma and my clones and finish him off. I'll direct assistance from the ANBU squad when they arrive." Sakura signaled her agreement and went further down the hall as Naruto saw the right-ton clone electrocute Orochimaru. Naruto and clones threw dozens of kunai at the falling S-rank nin. He was surprised that they actually struck. Naruto figured it was too good to be true and wasn't surprised when Orochimaru burst out of his old skin. Well, he wasn't surprised that Orochimaru hadn't died, but he was surprised by the gross way he survived. Some sort of liquid was still on him, clinging to his form. Gross, Naruto thought. Naruto had his clones back away. He didn't want to interfere with Jiraiya-sensei or Kakashi-sensei as they dealt with a dangerous opponent. He would only strike when an opening was obvious. Naruto heard Orochimaru laugh. "Kukuku, I can't believe you are making me use this Jiraiya baka." Orochimaru put his hands together and exploded in size. His features rapidly became snake-like as his mass swelled. The area was large enough from end to end to accommodate the increased mass, however the ceiling was not. That proved no barrier, however, as Orochimaru's snake form began to grow multiple heads and multiple tails. The head smashed through stone ceiling with contemptuous ease. A distant crash and shaking acted as a counterpoint to Orochimaru's giant transformation that was collapsing the roof above everyone's heads. Falling rock and debris were easy enough for Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Sasuke to dodge, however Naruto had a wounded leg. Naruto went with a risky impromptu strategy and made a Rasengan in his hand. He hefted it above his head, pointing at the ceiling and the falling debris. He then crouched and made his body as small as possible. Any falling debris, even massive chunks of rock, would first hit the destructive power of the Rasengan and be blasted apart. It worked for the first stone, but then the swirling energy lost cohesion and power. A stone clipped his shoulder with bone-jarring force, and Naruto stifled a cry of pain. Kakashi saw this happening with his Sharingan and completed a Kawarimi with debris near Naruto and grabbed the Jinchuriki and continued to evade the falling rocks. When the last of the falling rocks had stopped, Naruto was let go and looked up at the truly enormous 8-headed and 8-tailed snake. Open sky reigned above them now. Naruto had fought Manda before, the world's largest serpent. But this monstrosity was even larger than Manda. Naruto immediately began planning for some way to defeat it. He knew Jiraiya and Kakashi were doing the same. Naruto grabbed for his chakra kunais and began tying explosive tags to them. While it hadn't defeated Manda, it had distracted it and caused the snake a great deal of pain. Maybe it would do the same against Orochimaru. Jiraiya wasted no time and completed a massive collaborative technique with the two Toad Sages. Pa used wind, Jiraiya spat oil, and Ma provided the fire. The roaring, burning, oily explosion slammed into 8-headed serpent. The 8 heads roared with pain and one lashed down to strike at Jiraiya. The Toad Sage dodged aside at the last moment. The massive mouth bit into the earth 10 feet down. More heads lashed out and Jiraiya was hard-pressed to dodge them all, even in Sage mode. Despite the incredible mass of each of the heads and necks, they moved with astonishing swiftness. Even more worrisome for Naruto was the tremendous burning damage that the Hokage had inflicted was actually being regenerated by the monstrous Hydra. Kami, what's it going to take to kill this thing? Naruto did his part by throwing 2 of his special chakra kunai at the creature. They both slammed into the bulk of the beast and then exploded inside. However, Orochimaru's form didn't even seem to feel it. The sword of Kusanagi flew towards one of the mouths, who had opened up to reveal Orochimaru standing inside it. Orochimaru caught the blade and laughed. Behold my ultimate jutsu, Yamata no Jutsu, 8 branches technique. Naruto looked to Kakashi for orders but was unable to locate his sensei. Naruto knew Kakashi wouldn't have run. He was probably hiding in order to strike suddenly at Orochimaru. It did unnerve the young Jinchuriki. This was not a situation that had been planned for. Well, when in doubt, make clones, Naruto thought to himself, and hastily made 40 clones who were not as strong as normal due to having the same limited movement in their punctured leg as he did. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was also trying to figure out how he could help. It wasn't often that the genin of Team 7 felt helpless, but this was one of those times. Naruto hoped Jiraiya and Kakashi had a plan to deal with the now 8-headed snake. Anko heard the sound of falling debris. She was just outside of the danger zone. The section of the underground portion of the village shook for a few moments, but it finally stopped. A Naruto clone held up his hand and said, "Anko-san. Sakura-chan is chasing down Kabuto and could use your help. Please follow me." Anko shook her head. "Sorry Gaki, but I'm after Orochimaru." The clone grimaced. "Are you serious? My teammate is trying to hunt down Orochimaru's right-hand man, and you want to get in Kakashi-sensei and the Hokage's way?" Anko scowled at the clone. She needed to help against Orochimaru, not because the mission demanded it but for her own personal satisfaction. "Sorry kid, but nothing is standing in my way. Tenzo and Yugao will be here soon. Tell them." The clone was appalled at Anko's actions but couldn't do much as Anko raced past toward the sounds of the base's destruction. "Selfish bitch," the clone muttered. "Break." Sakura had several Naruto clones around her as well as the Toad summoned Gamma. Gamma was bruised badly from the earth spears that had smashed into his armor but still had chakra to keep going. They moved swiftly and were hot on Kabuto's heels. They were far enough into the base that they were outside of the massive destruction caused by Orochimaru's gigantic Hydra form. Sakura shivered. She didn't know what was going on in the battle with the 3S class shinobi, but she hoped Naruto and Sasuke-kun would be alright. For now she had to focus on catching up to Kabuto. The medical nin felt someone following him and cursed. He was really in no position to fight. But there was no way he was going to outrun his opponents with only one leg. He swallowed a soldier pill to replenish his chakra and stamina and prepared to ambush his pursuers. The clones were in front and the first one saw the ninja wire at head height. Drawing a katana, it cut the wire and set off the hidden explosive tags. The first 2 clones went pop, leaving 6 clones left. Sakura came after with 2 clones at her side and Kabuto tossed a barrage of kunai at them. The first clone used futon, repusho, wind release, gale palm, to blow away the projectiles. Kabuto used shunshin with only one leg to get in close to slice at Sakura with a chakra blade. Sakura dodged to the left and let the clone strike at Kabuto. Kabuto, even with one leg, was quite good at taijutsu. 1 clone popped, bringing the total down to 5. Gamma grasped Kabuto's one good leg with his tongue and bashed him against the wall. The Kabuto clone turned into smoke, revealing it to only have been a Kage Bunshin. The real Kabuto narrowed his eyes at the Toad summon. He was a dangerous opponent. Despite being a much smaller proportion to the great battle toads, he had strength and speed equal to a jonin. Sakura sensed Kabuto in the shadows and immediately pointed him out to her allies. Kabuto saw a trio of Naruto clones racing forward. He balanced on one leg and waited for them to come at him. Katana cuts raced toward him. He ducked under one. Pivoting on one foot was hard, but Kabuto made it look graceful as he dodged another. The last one he didn't bother dodging. Instead he spat a senbon from his mouth at point-blank range. The clone's katana went up in smoke just like the rest of it inches before the strike connected. Kabuto used the chakra scalpel to finish off the next 2 clones, leaving only 2 remaining. Sakura quickly used her strongest genjutsu, Megan, Jubaku Satsu, Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding Death, on Kabuto. Her one-legged opponent staggered as he felt the genjutsu take hold. Pushing his hands together he said, "Kai," and broke the genjutsu. Gamma launched himself at Kabuto with an armored forearm intent on smashing his foe. Kabuto flipped up onto the ceiling to avoid the attack and sent a kunai toward the toad, who deflected it. Sakura launched her own kunai at Kabuto, who casually knocked them aside and then dodged the toad's tongue. 1 clone stayed near Sakura and the other advanced cautiously. Kabuto pushed off from the ceiling and agilely dodged the katana, Gamma, and the thrown kunai. Pushing chakra into his foot, he flashed forward and slashed Gamma across the chest with the chakra scalpel. Blood pooled in the toad's right lung. He exploded in a puff of smoke back to his home. Sakura hoped he would be healed before he drowned in his own blood. Both Naruto and Jiraiya liked Gamma. The Naruto clone jumped backward and said, "Sakura, get out of here, he's still too strong." Kabuto pushed on his glasses and smiled, "Yes, run away, little girl. This isn't a place for civilians." Sakura backed up a step. Kabuto was confident in his victory. The only decision now was to play it safe and make good on his escape or kill this girl. Kabuto's eyes suddenly widened in horror as the real Sakura stabbed him in the back. He had only an instant to activate his cell regeneration jutsu, but it did little good with the kunai still buried in his heart. Kabuto instantly realized what had happened. The genin had layered her genjutsu. There was a second genjutsu overlapping the first illusion. Knowing what had happened was little comfort to Kabuto, who also realized his time in the world was up. Sakura left the kunai buried in Kabuto's heart. It had been a close call. If she had not had perfect chakra control, he could have sensed her chakra as she approached. She had used every ounce of stealth training her sensei had imparted to her. Knowing her opponent could regenerate, Sakura finished the job by taking a second kunai and brutally cutting into Kabuto's neck. Blood sprayed as she sawed through the artery, and then bone. Soon she had finished the brutal work of decapitation. Leaving nothing to chance, she took out one of her scrolls and unsealed it, allowing the oil to splash over Kabuto's corpse. Then she stepped back and used Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. The corpse was incinerated quite thoroughly. Sakura was breathing heavily. Multiple genjutsu and her katan technique had left her very drained. She was worried about her teammates but knew she would be useless if she didn't take at least a brief breather. The Hokage saw that attacks to the bulk of the creature did not seem to be effective. He raced onto one of the tails of the creature. It tried to snap him loose, but Jiraiya was too adept at chakra control to allow that to happen. One of the heads swiveled toward him and spat out acid. Jiraiya had to dodge off the snake to avoid it. One of the great tails slammed into the Hokage, throwing him down to the ground. If it had not been for Senjutsu, he probably would have broken several bones. Instead, he sprang up in an instant and created a humongous Rasengan that hit one of the descending heads in the face. The snake head gave a shriek of pain as its flesh was shredded. It reared back and away from the massive sphere. Seeing this happen, Orochimaru extended his sword from up high. The blade was now over 80 feet long as it tried to skewer Jiraiya. He dodged to the left and then charged up the side of the beast again. Anko Mitarashi arrived on the scene and looked upon Orochimaru's ultimate form with wide eyes. She saw Naruto and Sasuke wounded, dozens of Naruto clones milling around, occasionally throwing an ignored kunai, and the Hokage racing up the eight-headed body at speeds she couldn't hope to match. Anko had not come all this way to just stand around and gawk. Biting her thumb, she said Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, to bring in a relatively mindless giant snake. She couldn't risk bringing in any of the intelligent summons since they may not actually side with her against Orochimaru. The giant snake hissed and slithered toward the eight-headed monstrosity and was nearly instantly devoured by one of the 8 heads. Anko was shocked at the speed of the striking heads. Something that huge shouldn't be able to move that fast. Anko watched Jiraiya reach the top of the beast's neck. He was going for the Orochimaru inside one of the head's mouth. Kukuku, don't you realize this is me and I am it? The head closed its mouth and Orochimaru reappeared inside another mouth. Jiraiya spun the other way, narrowly avoiding being bitten by 2 of the heads. It's useless, this form is invincible. The wounds that the Hydra had suffered had already almost healed, no sign of scorch marks, and even the massive Rasengan's fury had failed to deal permanent damage. Jiraiya sensed Kakashi the moment before Orochimaru did. That moment was all that Kakashi needed. His Raikiri was brought forth in an instant and was rammed straight through one of the 8 heads. It pierced the snake head's brain with liquefying force and electrifying fury. Kakashi leapt down and away from the 8-headed snake and then used Kawarimi to avoid globs of acid from raining down on him. Jiraiya saw the wounded head hang limp. It wasn't regenerating from the wound. Orochimaru snarled in rage. It was Jiraiya's turn to laugh. I guess it's not so invincible after all. The entire massive bulk roiled and moved, forcing Jiraiya to jump off and cling to the nearby wall. The Hydra began spewing acid everywhere. Naruto and his clones used their wind jutsu to try to push the acid away. Sasuke dodged the acid and called out, "Sensei, I'm useless here, I'm going to go find Sakura." Kakashi made the hand sign for agreement and called out to Naruto, "Bring out the battle toads." Naruto hated calling on the Kyuubi chakra, but he had used a lot of his own chakra today between wind jutsu, clones, and getting wounded. He reminded himself that this monster, this freak, had killed his Gigi. Red chakra started to gather around him and he quickly made the hand seals necessary for the summoning. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. One of Orochimaru's heads was already on its way to Naruto but was quickly intercepted by Gamaken Susumida. The weapon did not deal significant damage to the head, but it did bat at his side. Gamaken guarded Naruto as he stepped away from the Great Toad and summoned Gamabunta. Naruto repeated the effort and summoned the last of the 3 great battle toads, Gamahiro. Anko was annoyed that the little genin had done far more in the battle than she had. She had seen Kakashi kill one of the heads and decided to copy that approach herself. She sped across the broken ground and planted chakra on the soles of her shoes and began climbing up the monster. Anko saw 3 of the heads battling the 3 great toads. Almost immediately Gamahiro was knocked out of the fight as one of the massive Hydra heads fainted with a bite and instead vomited acid that the dual-wielding toad only partially avoided. The acid burned horrible gaps into his arm. The sudden trauma required him to disperse back to Mount Maiboku. Anko saw Jiraiya near the top of one head only for another head to try to bite him off. With perfect control of his body, Jiraiya jumped atop the second head and drove a Rasengan into its skull. The head was racked in pain and its sudden snap shoved Jiraiya away. Anko saw that even the Rasengan had not fully pierced the apparent bone skull of the Hydra as the skin and scales started to regenerate before her eyes. Orochimaru appeared in front of Anko on her trip up the neck. He had risen up from the skin and seemed to be still attached to it. "I don't have time to play with you, Anko-chan," Orochimaru threatened and spewed out scores of snakes from his mouth. Anko responded with her own snake barrage from her sleeves. The two piles of snakes collided in mid-air, obscuring view for a moment. Orochimaru rose up again from underneath his former apprentice and attempted to drive a kunai into her back. Anko turned at the last moment and took the kunai across the ribs instead. She pushed herself away from her former sensei and fell off of the great beast. Anko's life would have ended there as one of the heads chomped down in the middle of her flight path. However, Kakashi slammed into her, changing her trajectory. They both landed painfully and Kakashi rolled up and quickly popped a soldier pill. While a soldier pill had diminishing returns the more powerful you were, it still provided some chakra and stamina renewal on Kage-level fighters. Anko thanked Kakashi as she clutched her side. The blade had actually bit into her rib bone, such was the force of the attack. Kakashi stood upright in front of the wounded Anko. Two kunai in his fists, he took up a defensive position. One of Orochimaru's massive heads snapped down, ready to kill both Anko and the foolish Kakashi who was trying to defend her. Anko screamed at Kakashi to move, but Kakashi stood resolute in front of the descending maw. Anko saw a distortion around the path of the head, and then abruptly the Hydra head began to twist and turn and collapse in on itself. Nothing remained of the head except a bloody stump that now hung limp. The Orochimaru hissed in hatred of the Sharingan. Kakashi had used Kamui again. Anko saw Kakashi nearly collapse from chakra exhaustion. Anko grabbed the Jonin and did a shunshin away from the Hydra. Naruto had seen what was going on and was worried about his sensei. In every fight they had ever been in, Kakashi was a solid rock that could be relied on. After using Raikiri and his weird eye power multiple times, it looked like he may be out of the fight. Gamabunta and Gamaken were heroically battling the Hydra heads but could make little headway and were unable to strike a killing blow. They had seen the fate of their comrade and were quick to avoid the acidic spittle. The Naruto clones had extreme difficulty getting anywhere with climbing the Hydra. The one bum leg made it very difficult to stay on the roiling beast's body. A few of the clones became frustrated and took out their anger by using futon, shinkajouku, wind-release vacuum bullets, at the normal-sized Orochimaru whenever he popped up somewhere on the massive form. However, the attacks were ineffective and just served to exhaust the chakra in the clone, forcing it to pop. Naruto racked his brain for how else he could help the fight. While Naruto was thinking, Jiraiya was continuing his assault on the beast. His Rasengan hadn't worked because he had been thrown off before it penetrated deep enough. This time he used his greatly enhanced senjutsu provided strength to ram a kunai deep into one of the snake's heads. That did the trick and the third head had fallen. Orochimaru nearly skewered Jiraiya, whose arm was a good 2 feet inside the snake's cranium. A pivot of inches saved him from Orochimaru's extendable sword. Naruto saw this and thought, 2 feet to hit the brain, all I need to do is hit it with one of my remaining chakra kunai wrapped in explosive tags and I can take one down. New plan formed. Naruto studied the attacks that were being made on his 2 summons. He lined up his shot and then launched chakra kunai with perfect aim. The kunai slammed into its targeted and then Naruto detonated the tags. Naruto made a very unlike shinobi fist pump in the air in excitement. The exhausted Kakashi sometimes wished his Sharingan wasn't quite so observant. He had seen the successful attack and had been filled with pride for his student. And then he saw the fist bump of excitement in the middle of a Kage-level battle and had to sigh. Orochimaru was now deeply concerned. Half of his ultimate form was defeated and Jiraiya was still going strong. The 2 battle toes were tiring, but he couldn't ignore them either. To make it even worse, more reinforcements arrived. 2 ANBU members who had chased after Anko finally arrived on the scene. Orochimaru immediately knew the identity of one of the ANBU as he used Mokuton, would release, to try to imprison his massive form. It was a laughable failure. His form could not be restrained, but it did slow him a fraction, and that was dangerous against the Godame. The other ANBU circled outside of the immediate fight looking for an opening. Orochimaru changed tactics and began to fire elemental jutsu at the Toads and Naruto. Jiraiya was simply too hard to hit with them, but if he could get rid of the distractions he could then focus on the biggest threat on the field. Bullets of flame, blasts of wind, disrupting earth jutsus flayed at Naruto, his summons, and the ANBU. Naruto, barely survived by hiding behind Gamekin, was also forced to dissipate. The focus, however, allowed Jiraiya to finish off another branch of Orochimaru's body. The Hokage shouted out, "Only 3 left, Orochimaru, and it's over." Orochimaru screamed in inarticulate rage. His calculating mind going over the battlefield searching for some hidden advantage he could exploit and finding nothing. Jiraiya used Oton, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld, and Conjunction Tenzo to further trap Orochimaru in place. Orochimaru frantically fought against Jiraiya with the sword of Kusanagi, shielding the great Hydra heads as best he could. He was forced to extend the blade to deflect Naruto's final chakra-infused kunai from piercing another skull. The infuriating Jinchuriki simply would not die. Gamabunta roared and finally managed to get his blade into the mouth of his foe. Using his massive strength he jammed it up through the snake and into its brain. Kakashi saw the battle nearing its end and knew this would be when Orochimaru could be at his most dangerous. A wounded animal was never as vicious as when it was backed into a corner. It was time to end this before Orochimaru pulled out another hidden jutsu. Kakashi rapidly opened the Gate of Opening and the Gate of Healing, the only 2 gates he could open. The effect increased Kakashi's strength, but more importantly the second gate briefly replenished his chakra. Kakashi created a shadow clone as subtly as possible and had it pretend to be exhausted while the real Kakashi used all of his skill at stealth to slowly get closer to his enemy. Anko's eyes were shining with joy. This was it, her hated betrayer was going to die. She saw the Hokage charge and over again against the last 2 heads. One was busy dealing with Gamabunta while the second was under constant assault from Jiraiya. It was easy for Kakashi to strike the one attacking Gamabunta with another Raikiri, leaving just one left. Kakashi leapt from the dying Hydra head to the last and raced toward Orochimaru. He dodged a sweep of Orochimaru's blade and stabbed out with his kunai. The snake Sannin blocked, but he had allowed Jiraiya to finish off the last head. Orochimaru's scream made everyone's ears ring as the massive Hydra collapsed to the floor of the ruined base. The real Orochimaru was utterly drained of chakra and could do nothing more than try to crawl away. It was a pitiful and pathetic sight. Anko was giddy with joy and moved forward to be the one to deal the finishing blow. The Kakashi clone stopped her. "Don't take foolish chances, I'll do it." The Kakashi clone moved forward and without any fanfare stabbed Orochimaru in the back of the head. Orochimaru lay still. Kakashi's Sharingan eye swept the area for any signs of his chakra. His eyes spotted a small white snake vainly trying to slither away. Kakashi was on it in a heartbeat and burned it with a low-level fire jutsu. The Hokage used his senjutsu senses to see if any last lingering presence remained. Sensing none, he took a deep breath. It's over. Orochimaru is dead. Chapter 23, Interlude. The details of the attack on Odogakure were kept quiet, but it was announced that the new hidden village had been destroyed. The purpose was to give the village something to celebrate and to send a message to the other great hidden villages that Kumogakure was still strong. The Inuzuka clan, of course, was not in a celebratory mood. Their clan head had been killed in the mission to take down Orochimaru. While they took pride in the fact she died on such an important mission, it was still devastating. Her 2 children were taking it the hardest. The fact that the village was essentially having a festival while they were in mourning infuriated Kiba. Jiraiya had seen the anger in the young genin's eyes and decided to give him some time off of missions to collect himself. That evening, as the rest of the village was celebrating, Jiraiya met with Shikaku and Kakashi. Jiraiya asked Shikaku, "Anything important happened while I was gone?" Shikaku shook his head, "Nothing really. There is still no sign of Iwa or Kumo aggression. It looks like we've managed to avoid war." Everyone in the room thought this was a good thing. The Hokage drummed his fingers on the table and said, Alright, in that case we can enjoy some peace and quiet for a bit. Our mission was a success, and I think it's past time we promoted your squad Chunin Kakashi. Kakashi disagreed. I don't see the point. Keep them as genin until we need to send a message to the other villages via the Chunin exams. Jiraiya frowned. Rumors have spread already of what they did during the invasion. It would be hard to sell that they were anything but ringers. Kakashi dismissed that concern, and Gaara had killed Jonin-level assassins while still being a genin. Rumors are rumors, raw speculation will always exist, but it won't prevent my team from competing. Jiraiya considered the idea and finally shrugged. I don't think I want to send the type of message you probably want to Kakashi, however you are their Jonin commander, so I'll hold off on any promotions for now. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'd also request for my team's participation to be downplayed in Otogakure. Again Jiraiya allowed Kakashi autonomy over his team and agreed. Shikaku eyed the elite Jonin and said, You are aware that Naruto is in Iwa's bingo books? Kakashi favored the Nara with an eye smile and simply said, Oh, we are aware, and the bingo book underrates him, so it's not a big deal. Kakashi then turned back to the Godame. Speaking about the mission, I wanted to go over the favorable notations for those who did well and the punishments for those who failed to conduct themselves properly. Kakashi had technically been the mission leaders since Jiraiya was incognito at the time. Alright, go on. I'll start with the positive. After reviewing all of the after-action reports, I'd like to highlight Shizune and Shibi. Kakashi started with Shizune. She was most responsible for bringing down Kimimaro, who had an incredibly lethal Kekkai Jinkai. Her Dokujiri, Poison Mist, was probably what triggered a pre-existing illness and ultimately led to his death. After the battle, her immediate and skilled use of medical jutsu saved Genma's life. Kakashi moved on to Shibi. Shibi Aburame was excellent in his role as squad leader, and I agreed with all of his tactical decisions. Tsume's death was a tragedy, and I suspect Shibi partially blames himself for it. A positive commendation from you will go a long way to ease any misplaced guilt he may have. Shikaku agreed with Kakashi's assessment. From the reports I've reviewed, I agree, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya glanced at his two advisors. I know you probably have concerns about Anko, but frankly I'd be happier giving everyone commendations for succeeding on such a difficult mission. Kakashi shook his head. That would degenerate the performance of those who truly served above our expectations. Simply because the mission succeeded doesn't mean everyone nailed their parts. Jiraiya sighed. Fine, you've obviously given it more thought than I have. I'll make sure both Shibi and Shizune have a positive report in their files for this mission. And for the reprimands? Only Anko Mitarashi. During the battle she ignored the commands of her squad leader and then ignored sound tactical advice from Naruto in favor of petty vengeance. If Sakura, a genin out of the academy for less than a year, had been a shade less skillful, she would have likely died to Kabuto. Kakashi paused, letting his words sink in, and then continued, considering the nature of the mission where the Hokage's life was in danger in some villages, she could be executed for treason. Jiraiya was about to speak up, but Kakashi held up a placating hand. I'm not suggesting that. But I am suggesting she be dropped down to Chunin. I'm also suggesting that she not be allowed to do any missions above D rank for the next 6 months. Jiraiya blinked. That's a bit harsh, Kakashi. Tenzo's orders were to slow down. It made very little difference in the end. And as tactically sound as Naruto's suggestion was, he's still a genin and she a tokubes to jonin. She wasn't required to obey his suggestions. Shikaku added, plus this seems to be a one-time event. Anko-san had a personal vendetta against Orochimaru, and to my knowledge that is the only individual that would make her act this way. Kakashi looked at the two and shrugged. I'm not the Hokage, so it's not my decision, but I stand by my recommendation. Jiraiya glanced at Anko's file for a few moments. She will retain her rank, however she will be required to do D-rank missions for the next month and not be allowed to lead team missions for the next year. The punishment was light in Kakashi's eyes. He would also have words with Anko himself later. They moved on to the next topic of discussion, namely the defense of the village so additional attacks would not occur in the future. Much of the conversation had to do with increasing patrols, adding new detection seals, as well as ensuring a smooth transition with Jiraiya's intelligence network. Kakashi had a different idea on how to best protect the village. All this is well and good, however the biggest issue is the lack of progress and training of our shinobi. Shikaku asked for clarification. We have a robust academy program as well as only allowing hand-picked jonin to mentor fresh genin. What is missing? I have concerns about the academy as well as genin training, however that isn't what I was referring to. Our chunin and jonin often get lazy or sidetracked. I'll give you some examples. Asuma Sarutobi, when was the last time he picked up a new jutsu? When was the last time he devoted a full day to training himself? The man is gifted but has reached a plateau and is unwilling to work to improve his skills. Jiraiya replied, Sarutobi is one of the least strongest jonin, I'd rank him within the top 10. Kakashi agreed smoothly, yes, and imagine how much stronger he could be if he actually pushed himself. Or consider the Chunin Irika Umino. While his academy performance was poor, he grew into a skilled genin and an accomplished chunin. Now he spends all day at the academy, spending extra time grading tests and developing lesson plans. How much training does he do to improve himself? He should be striving for jonin, not devoting all of his energy to teaching children, most of whom will never even become a genin. Shikaku saw where Kakashi was going and muttered, troublesome. The Hokage asked, so what do you propose? Mandatory training is what I propose. Make it a condition of their continued existence as a Konoha shinobi. This would apply to all shinobi, those who teach in the academy, our torture and interrogation unit, ANBU, Jonin Sensei, Chunin patrols, medical nin, and even those shinobi who work in an administrative capacity. Jiraiya looked a bit uneasy at the idea. That seems invasive. If they can continue performing their duties adequately, why should they be forced to go through rigorous training? Kakashi was calm but allowed heat to enter his voice, because their primary purpose is the protection of this village. If we are attacked, it is expected that every shinobi take up arms. Improve the quality of our shinobi will be the biggest deterrent to attack. Shikaku sighed. Shinobi who have given their all in battle and missions sometimes wish to settle down and take care of other things. I would be rather upset if the little free time I get to play shogi with my son was interrupted by mandatory training. Kakashi considered his response and then replied, so you are fine when the next attack that comes leaves your family dead because you weren't strong enough to protect them? Shikaku narrowed his eyes. That was uncalled for, Kakashi-san. I respect your abilities, but you have no right to imply that skipping out on additional training will lead to my family's deaths. It might, obviously no one can say for sure. Being stronger will increase the probability that your family will live through another attack. Let's not kid ourselves here, war will come. Not a single generation has passed without conflict since the founding of the hidden villages. All of us should prepare in meaningful ways for the next war. Shikaku moved to say more, but Jiraiya spoke up instead. I see both sides, but I refuse to dictate what shinobi do in their off time. However, I do see the benefit of enhanced training. I will encourage our shinobi forces to put an emphasis on training. He wasn't pleased with the decision at all. Kakashi had trained his body hard, and so had Guy. If they hadn't, who knows the damage that Tsuna's Jinchuriki could have done. He did not see the same drive that Guy and he had in the general shinobi population. While his initial proposal had been rebuffed, Kakashi would just approach the problem from a different angle. Nothing productive would come from pressing the issue now, so Kakashi would bide his time. The Hokage asked, any other pressing business? I do have research to do, you know. One final thing, Kakashi said. I want to tell Naruto about his parents. Jiraiya took in a sharp breath and replied, well then, I guess my research will have to wait. We have a lot to discuss. Break. After the victory celebration over Orochimaru was over, Kakashi met up with his team. As was typical, they dispatched Naruto clones as slave labor to complete needed D-rank missions for the village. Then it was time for physical training. After a nice 2 hours of intense workout, Kakashi gathered his team together to discuss the next phase of their training. We will begin to do B and A-rank missions, however it will be crucial for you to continue to train when you are in the village. All three of the genin replied in unison, Hi Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled under his mask. His team truly was wonderful. It was hard to imagine that his team could come so far after their initial encounter. You already have your areas of specialty and that won't change much for now. I also want you to influence the rest of the rookies. All three of you are now respected after the invasion by Suna and Odo, and while your contribution in Odogakure will not be noted now, it in no way lessens the respect your peers have for you. Kakashi caught the eye of each of his students before continuing. Use that respect to help them. Encourage them to train just as hard as you do. The three genin nodded. The world was a dangerous place, and the last thing they wanted to see happen was their friends get hurt. Beyond just your peers, influence others. Naruto, I want you to spar with Iruka. Beat him and encourage him to step up his own training. Naruto liked his personal mission. It would be nice to visit with Iruka, and if he could push him to the next level, it felt like repayment for how Iruka had helped him. Sasuke, you have fangirls. Instead of running from them, let them know you will only be willing to propagate the Uchiha line with a strong kunoichi. Sasuke grimaced. He was going to hate this. Sakura didn't look too happy either. Mama, I'm not asking you to bed them, I'm asking you to help secure our village. HNN, was Sasuke's only response. Kakashi knew the boy would do it, but it was asking too much for him to be happy about it. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at his friend's plight and earn the ire of both Sakura and Sasuke. That just made it even more hilarious to him. Kakashi put up his hands. All right, enough, time for some more training. We'll be breaking early so you can go do your special assignments. The genin eagerly began working on their training. Kakashi made a couple of shadow clones to help watch Sakura and Sasuke and then indicated that Naruto should follow him. After they were far enough away, Kakashi used his Sharingan to scan for any listeners. He then placed a privacy seal around them. Naruto knew something was up and his cheerful face turned serious. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Do you want to know who your parents are? Naruto blinked in surprise. What? Of course I do. The elite Jonin began. To start, I need to explain why you weren't told earlier. Break. Naruto wasn't quite sure what to think. Learning that you were the son of the shinobi you had always idolized was a lot to take in. Added to the mix of emotions that brought was the fact that his own father had placed the damn fox inside of him. Naruto understood why he had done it. From a logical perspective it made sense. But even if it made sense, it also hurt. If he ever had kids, he would not pass this curse on to them. It also upset him that he wasn't told sooner. When he was growing up, he would have given anything to know something about his parents. It would have made the lonely days and nights more tolerable if he had some connection to his family. I know you had your reasons, Gigi. I just wish you would have trusted me with a little bit of knowledge. Naruto was lost in thought as he approached the academy. Naruto didn't blame Kakashi. He was told to keep it a secret and Kakashi obeyed orders. In fact, Naruto had a lot of respect for his sensei for being the one to step up and demand that he be told. Naruto was grateful for having Kakashi as his sensei. He was sure no other Jonin could have done as much as he had for him. Kakashi had also told him it was up to him who he shared that knowledge with. While he had been cautioned to be careful since it would draw out Minato's enemies, he was given the choice what to do with it. Naruto had decided he would tell his teammates. For Naruto, that almost went without saying. He trusted them with his life already, and he didn't like keeping secrets from them. Naruto approached the academy and located Iruka as he was packing up to leave. Iruka-sensei, how are you? Iruka looked up and smiled at his one-time pupil. Naruto had grown tremendously since he had left the academy. It had been less than a year and already he had learned his elemental affinity and summoning jutsu. I'm doing good, Naruto. Glad to see you still have time for your old sensei. Want to grab some ramen? Naruto grinned. Sure, but I also wanted to do a little sparring with you. Iruka laughed. Oh, you aren't looking for payback for all the messes I made you clean up? Naruto shook his head. I wouldn't do that. No, I really want to see how we match up. I'm not a Chunin yet, but a lot of people say I'm already as strong as one. Iruka thought about it for a minute and said, sure, however, don't summon any toads. I really don't want to be flattened by Gamabunta-sama. The two went to the nearest training ground and Naruto got into a ready stance. Iruka started it off by throwing blunt kunai at Naruto, who blasted them aside with futon, repusho, wind release, gale palm. Iruka was a bit surprised by Naruto's speed and skill with the jutsu. While he had heard stories about his battle with the Suna and Oto Nin, it was a bit different to see those battle-honed reflexes in action. Iruka created Academy Bunshin and charged. Naruto could tell which was the real one by the indents in the ground and caught Iruka's leg when he attempted to kick out. Naruto lifted up swiftly, causing Iruka to flip upside down in mid-air. Iruka, sensing the danger, immediately used Kawarimi with a nearby log. Training grounds typically had them scattered about, and this one was no different. Naruto's fist collided with the log and sent it careening away. Iruka was impressed with his student. "Alright, I've made the first two moves, now it's your turn." Naruto had his weight seals on, but even so, when he charged, Iruka could barely keep up. He dodged the first blow and attempted to block the kick, only for his arm to be bruised rather painfully as he was knocked to the ground. Iruka rolled and threw another blunt kunai at Naruto, who easily snatched it out of the air and tossed it back at his former sensei without stopping his forward momentum. Iruka barely had time to deflect his own kunai before Naruto was on him. Naruto had his own chakra kunai out and resting lightly on Iruka's neck. Iruka froze. Naruto sheathed his kunai. "Well, that was fun. Ready for some ramen?" Iruka was disturbed by how easy Naruto had won the bout. He didn't consider himself a weak Chunin. While not top tier and ready for promotion for Jonin, he thought he could handle himself even against a talented rookie. Or at least put up more of a fight. Iruka had half expected Naruto to gloat, but to his credit the blonde did not. Instead, they walked to Ramen Ichiraku mostly in silence. Shortly before they got there, Naruto said, "Iruka-sensei, you were a great teacher, but I have to ask why you don't train more." Iruka looked at the shorter shinobi and replied, "I guess it's because I don't need to be a jonin in order to teach. It's my goal to continue teaching in the academy. I really do enjoy it. This isn't a temporary job for me, this is what I want to do. I think you should keep doing it, but I also think you should get stronger. Kakashi-sensei says it's only a matter of time before Konoha gets attacked again." Iruka was startled. "What? But we are at peace. Did Kakashi share classified information with you? Because if so, you shouldn't be sharing it with me without clearance." Naruto waved off the concern. "Nothing classified and nothing immediate. It's just a matter of history, really. There have been 3 shinobi wars in the last 60 or so years. What's that, one war every 20 years? Iruka shivered. War was a horrible thing, and even the time between wars was full of danger and conflict. No one was calling the Suna/Sound invasion to be part of a shinobi world war, but if things had gone differently, Konoha could have been destroyed. I guess you and Kakashi have been thinking about that a lot. I'm touched that you're worried about me, Naruto, and you're right, I probably could train some more." Naruto grinned at his former sensei. "Yeah, that's awesome. We are going to be jonin together before you know it, believe it." Iruka smiled. It was nice to know that Kakashi hadn't completely eliminated all of Naruto's verbal quirks. The two proceeded to enjoy their ramen and talk about their training plans. Break. When Tsunade finally met up with Jiraiya, she had worked herself into a righteous fury. His ANBU guards fingered their weapons nervously before Jiraiya dismissed them. "Don't worry, she's my old teammate, she isn't going to try to kill me." "Jiraiya, I am going to kill you," shouted the enraged slug princess. Jiraiya laughed nervously. "Trust me guys, I'll be fine." The ANBU took one last look at their Hokage and decided that if he was going to order them away from Tsunade's fists, they were going to take that opportunity to skedaddle. Tsunade stopped in front of Jiraiya and raised her fist and threatened him. "You have 2 seconds to tell me why you took Shizen on an S-rank mission against Orochimaru. She could have been killed." Jiraiya lifted his hands in a placating gesture. "Shizen is a highly skilled medic and saved one of her teammates. She was able to handle herself just fine. What the hell is the matter with you? If you had told me you wanted to take Shizen, I would have gone in her place in a heartbeat." "I know, that's why I didn't tell you. You still have your fear of blood. I couldn't risk taking you." Tsunade glared. "I've been working at the hospital for quite some time now. I got over it. You got overseeing blood in a hospital. Who knows what would have happened if you saw it in a combat situation? It wasn't something I could risk. Tsunade raised her fist and Jiraiya spoke sternly in the voice of the Godame Hokage, enough. Tsunade, you are a shinobi of Konoha and you will not disrespect the position of Hokage by attempting to harm my person. Is that understood? Tsunade lowered her first. Shock and surprise was written all over her face. Next time I need a medical shinobi, I will only look to you if you've proven on the field that you will no longer freeze at the sight of blood. Feel free to take any mission that is available. Tsunade looked at her former teammate. You've changed, Jiraiya. And it's for the better. I'm glad you are taking the position of Hokage seriously. Tsunade looked embarrassed for a few moments and then said, Alright, send me on a mission, but give me a team so that if I do freeze up I won't endanger the mission. Jiraiya agreed and then Tsunade left to go see what missions were available. Jiraiya took a deep breath and let it out. He thought to himself, wow, I can't believe that worked. I guess I owe Kakashi a preview of the next book now. Break. Naruto was finishing up his Genjutsu detection training with Sakura when Hinata approached. Naruto saw Hinata's downcast features and immediately asked, Hinata, what's wrong? Hinata looked at Naruto and explained, Kiba is so angry these days. He got into a fight with Shino when he accused Shino's dad for getting his mother killed. I tried to reason with him but he then lashed out at me. I don't know what to do, it seems like my team is falling apart. Naruto and Sakura felt bad for her and Naruto responded, that has to be rough. I know Kiba is going through a lot but he shouldn't be taking out on his team. Maybe Kurenai should dissolve the team for a couple of months and let Kiba work out his issues. Hinata shook her head, I don't know. That would feel like we are abandoning him. Sakura sympathized as well, Hinata, there isn't necessarily a right answer. But if he is injuring his teammates something has to change. Hinata nodded, I'll ask Kurenai-sensei about it. Naruto stretched his sore muscles and said, hey, why don't we all go get some ramen? Hinata, you could use some time away from your team and just enjoy yourself. Hinata forced herself not to blush. She wouldn't forget Kakashi-sensei's training. Alright, that sounds like a good idea. Sakura had a sly thought cross her mind. She almost decided to bail on the two of them and turn it into just a two of them thing. But she immediately felt guilty about it. Hinata probably wasn't in the best state of mind right now and it would be very unfair to her teammate to put him in a situation where it would be difficult to let someone down easy. Instead, the three of them went and got ramen and talked about other things than Kiba and the troubles of Team 8. Naruto had voraciously devoured the books that could be found in the village and talked about a few of them that Hinata might like as another way of distracting her. Hinata was surprised to learn that Naruto was such a prolific reader until it was explained to her that he did it all with Kage Bunshin. After a nice meal and good company, Hinata's spirits had lifted considerably. She thanked them both and returned to the Hyuga compound. Naruto and Sakura were glad they had been able to spend some time with Hinata, but now they were a bit behind on their training schedule and the next day would be an early start. They raced back to the training grounds to continue their training regime, refusing to allow their interlude to interfere with their efforts to get stronger. And, not a whole lot of action, just some groundwork being laid for future events. I haven't decided how much time I'll spend between now and when the Akatsuki becomes active. Chapter 24, Preparation. Konoha was preparing for another Chunin exam. It wasn't in the village, of course, since they had hosted the last one. This time it was in Suna. Jiraiya had made overtures to the new Kazekage, Baki. The new Kazekage was more than happy to have Konoha on good terms. Over the objections of his advisors, he would allow Konoha to participate. Many of his advisors felt strongly that Konoha would retaliate and attack their home just as Suna had attacked theirs. Temari had been invited to the discussion with the council. It was clear to all that she was being groomed for the post despite some objections to the more traditional element in Sunagakure. Temari had recalled with pride how forceful her one-time sensei was. I am the Godame Kazekage and you will stop your bickering. Jiraiya of the Sannin believes in peace. If Danzo had been selected, I would never have allowed them to participate, but we can trust Jiraiya. Temari had also chimed in and said, if Konoha had wanted vengeance they would have pursued us. instead they let us go. An old advisor spoke, but they took so few prisoners during the battle, surely if they were forgiving they wouldn't have been so ruthless to the shinobi trapped within their walls. Baki slammed his fist on the table. In the middle of battle after their home had been attacked they were rightfully furious. We have no right to blame them. Since the invasion Konoha had been nothing but amicable. I received a letter from their hokage personally stating that Orochimaru was treacherous and had fooled many in Konoha itself before fleeing the village. All to better put our guard down, another advisor echoed the first sentiment. The Kazekage countered, no one will put their guard down. But if we spit in the face of their overtures we can forget about our alliance. If that happens any of the other great villages could crush us if they wanted to. Our manpower is severely depleted, we need this alliance or Iwa or Kumo could annihilate us. The advisors went to argue more but Baki was done. Enough. I have spoken, prepare precautions as you like but no one will take any hostile actions against our guests. Temari had smiled at the memory. She was proud of her sensei, he had taken several steps to ensure Suna's future. It had taken her some time to get over her brother's death but she was now finally moving past it. She and Kankuro had patched things up as well. As long as neither mentioned Gaara they were fine with each other's presence. After all they were still on the same genin team. This time it should be easy to make Chunin even if our replacement is a bit weak. Temari had mixed feelings about her sensei wanting her to be the next Kazekage. Ultimately what decided it for her was that as Rokuden Kazekage she could ensure no one else in her village would have to suffer the fate of Gaara. She would not allow another Jinchuriki to be made. If that weakened the village, so be it. She would find another way to make Sunagakure strong again. Break! It was time to make Chunin nominations in Konoha. Gai's team was nominated again and Asuma and Kurenai also nominated their teams. They were joined by several other Leaf teams but not Kakashi's Team 7. Sakura didn't care, it was pretty much an open secret that Team 7 could mop the floor with any Chunin team. While other teams prepared for the Chunin exam, Sakura was hard at work looking for practical ways to use Fuinjutsu in combat. She had taken the idea of holding weaponry within storage scrolls from Tintin. However, that was just the start. Because Fuinjutsu could manipulate the sealed area, it opened up tremendous possibilities. Most used that manipulation to place something in stasis. Early shinobi had used Fuinjutsu to keep things cold as a means of storage prior to the advent of the current stasis storage that was used. That had given Sakura the idea. The environment within the storage seal could be manipulated with the proper seal sequence. With that in mind, she had designed a seal matrix for air pressure. It had been difficult to get the right balance, but finally he had something that she could use in combat. She would use it to store weaponry with the air pressure pushing in the outward direction over time. After an hour the maximum force would be stored, and when she released the seal it would push out the projectiles out at extreme velocity. The kunai, senbon or shuriken would be blasted out at speeds far faster than most shinobi could throw. In fact, the speed would rival Naruto's futon, repusho, wind release, gale palm, pushed weaponry. However, that wasn't the only trick she could use her pressure seal for. Because she could control the temperature with a slightly different formula, she could just store air and pressure and effectively make a steam-like blast of air that was powerful enough to melt metal. The range was incredibly short, but it would pack a very nasty surprise. Sakura had shown her new designs to Kakashi, who had been impressed with the ingenuity. Well done, Sakura, these two designs are excellent. In combat it can be difficult to use scrolls, but with Naruto providing a screen of clones I see promise with this. You can even use other substances like poisonous gas or high-level explosive seals. Sakura glowed with pride at the compliment. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, but this is just the beginning. Kakashi gave his subordinate an eye smile and let her continue her experimentation with a final warning to be careful with anything explosive. Sakura had heeded all of Kakashi and Jiraiya's warnings and was extremely cautious when creating something new. I also found a great way to test dangerous seals too. I can just borrow Naruto clones to test them from a distance. Kakashi immediately saw the advantage, and then his sharp intellect considered other implications. Sakura, that gives me an idea. you can give pre-made explosive storage scrolls to Naruto clones and have them deliver the damage. Sakura's expression brightened. Oh, that could really work. I could develop multidirectional storage seals and essentially use them like a smoke bomb delivered by a Shunshin clone. Only I can seal things like acid, explosives, shrapnel. The possibilities are endless. Kakashi saw the glint in Sakura's eyes and knew he may have just created a monster. Break! Sasuke was pleased with the improvements he had made to his Chidori. He was able to use it at range effectively. He called the attack Chidori Senbon. Small slivers of lightning-charged death would rain on his foes. Unlike a normal Senbon, these had incredible piercing power. The other Chidori technique he had picked up was the ability to elongate the tightly masked lighting chakra and turn it into a short-range spear that was connected to him. The benefit of the connection is that it allowed him to swing horizontally to cut with the technique. Unlike a normal spear, the Chidori spear could pierce from any direction. An enemy could dodge the first thrust and then be sliced in two as Sasuke moved his arm. The piercing power was weakened a bit compared to a normal Chidori, but it was still powerful enough to mow down flesh and bone. Sasuke had just tested it on a tree and had felled it with one slash. Sasuke grinned. It felt good to modify his own jutsu as opposed to just copying someone else's. Joint practice with his team would start soon, and he was looking forward to showing off his modified Chidori to everyone. I wonder what I should work on next. I'll need to keep working on my taijutsu for sure. That will be never ending, but what else can I do to become stronger? Sasuke considered learning another element. While it was nearly unheard of for someone to use a third elemental chakra nature, since the exponential learning curve made it almost impossible, he felt could probably do it. The Sharingan would allow him to mimic the flow of chakra perfectly. It was just a matter of forcing the chakra to conform to his will. He had seen Kakashi use more than 2 elemental chakra types, so he knew it was possible. Doton, Suiton, or Futon were his options. Naruto had Futon more than covered with his ability to make shadow clones with enough chakra for at least one jutsu. That left water or earth. Earth had some fantastic movement and defensive abilities. However, water could work nicely with his right ton mastery. Sasuke would hold off for now and see what his teammates had come up with since their last mission abroad. Sasuke enjoyed the cadence that Kakashi had created. They would go out on a B or A ranked mission and return and have a week of intense training, then it was time to go back out again. It allowed them an opportunity to incorporate added jutsu and abilities in live combat. And now if we could only go on a mission that would actually challenge us, Sasuke thought to himself. Team 7 hadn't even suffered a scratch on their last mission, and it had started to bore Sasuke. Nothing short of a dozen Jonin-level threats or an S-ranked shinobi could even make his team break a sweat. Itachi, it won't be long now before you pay for what you did to me. For Naruto's training, he had begun to bother Jiraiya to learn how to use Senjutsu. Jiraiya looked at the hopeful blonde and replied, "Can't do it." "But why?" "I haven't even perfected the technique. What makes you think I can teach someone else?" "That wasn't the perfected technique?" "Kami! Just imagine how powerful you could be if you perfected it." Jiraiya chuckled. "Well, my power wouldn't really increase, it would just be more flexible. In any case, there is something else I want you to learn." Naruto sighed. "I hate using the Kyuubi's chakra. It makes me feel dirty and I have to work at controlling my anger when I use it. I know it's hard, but your father designed the seal to allow the chakra to flow into you. He did this for a reason. And my father also wanted me to be viewed as a hero of the village for being the prison of the Kyuubi. Just because he was the Hokage and an awesome shinobi doesn't mean he knew everything. The Hokage saw the problem as well as the potential solution. All right, brat, I'll make you a deal. When you access the Kyuubi's chakra, it becomes red and visible to the naked eye. As you take on more chakra, it actually forms a tail. The more chakra you filter in, the more tails spring up and the greater your power. If you can fully control 3 chakra tails, I'll try to convince Fukasaku to teach you Senjutsu." Naruto squirmed as he thought about it. He hated pulling in the blasted fox's essence when he used it to pump up his chakra for Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. To actually hold onto the chakra and fight with it would be sickening. "I'll think about it, Pervy Sage." "I told you to stop calling me that." Hey, when you stop being a pervert, I'll stop calling you that. Jiraiya considered giving Naruto a directive as the Godame Hokage, however he knew his sensei had allowed Naruto to call him Old Man and Gigi. He decided to let the boy keep the nickname for him. While he grumbled about the nickname, he did like the fact he was on a nickname basis with his godson. Alright, now I want you to remember when you train with the Kyuubi chakra to have Kakashi or myself around. Naruto nodded. I haven't said yes yet, but if I do I'll keep that in mind. I don't have any desire to hurt anyone and prove the villagers right about me. Jiraiya frowned. He had learned just how awful the village had treated Naruto. Are the villagers still giving you a hard time? Naruto laughed. Nah, they never know when they are actually talking to me. I use a henge and only shinobi would know the difference. After the invasion, none of the shinobi bother me either, so I'm fine. Naruto wasn't sure if it was out of respect for helping save the village or if it was fear of a giant battle toad destroying them. Jiraiya disliked that his godson had to hide his appearance just to avoid confrontations with his own village. In time they will respect him. I have to believe that. Naruto gave him a wave and Jiraiya returned to the business of running Konoha. Break. The night before the Chunin delegation to Sunagakure was to leave, Kurenai invited Team 7 to eat with her team. Kakashi had been instrumental in improving the abilities of each of her genin. In particular, Hinata was blossoming. Kakashi had graciously agreed to help see the team off. It was good to see his part-time students again, and he suspected that Kiba needed a swift kick in the pants. Kakashi had debated on who should deliver it but ultimately decided on Sasuke, who had a similar event occur to him only on a much larger scale. Kakashi briefed Sasuke on the theme of what he wanted him to say. Sasuke shrugged. It annoyed him to talk about his clan being massacred, but he had long since mastered Kakashi's lessons on control. Regardless of the inner turmoil, only a pathetic shinobi would allow that to be displayed on the outside unless he desired it to. And there were plenty of times it was appropriate to have an outward display of emotion. To lower one's guard among trusted teammates, to inspire a particular emotion in those around you, to invoke fear in an enemy, or to bluff an opponent into thinking you're out of control. This was just another scenario where it would be appropriate to let the anger of what Itachi had done to him out. They met at an upscale restaurant. Naruto was not in a henge on this occasion. Kakashi has ensured the restaurant staff knew that if the service was lacking due to the demon brat, he would show them why he was an S-class nin in every village's bingo books. Kakashi idly thought the killing intent he had used to bring home his message was a bit excessive when the owner had wet himself, but it certainly had amused him. As the two teams greeted each other, it was obvious that Kiba and Shino still had issues to work out. Naruto was his usual boisterous self and wished all three of them luck on the exams. Not that you'll need it. Next time I see you three, you'll all be wearing Chunin vests. Hinata smiled. It was getting easier to master her body and not blush or stutter. Her heart rate still increased when he was around, but only the most skilled observer could detect that. Shino politely thanked him while Kiba just grunted. The meal began and the group engaged in small talk, with Kiba being the only one not to participate. Even the Aburame had a few words, but Kiba only sullenly picked at his food. Kakashi signaled Sasuke and the last Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Naruto is wrong. You'll need luck to become Chunin. Kiba is deadweight and will drag you down. Kiba's head snapped up. Akamaru growled, sensing his partner's anger. Sasuke was looking right at Kiba. Hninya, Kurenai-san ought to be ashamed of herself for even entering you. Who the hell asked you, Uchiha? Kiba retorted angrily. The strength of a hidden village rests in the power of its shinobi. You're dragging what would be an effective team down into the gutter. Screw you! You have no idea how. Kiba trailed off as he realized exactly who he was talking to. Sasuke had lost his mother too. And his father. And his cousins. And his clan. All done by his own brother, who was still at large. It was clear to everyone at the table why Kiba has stopped. Sasuke spiked his killing intent and stood up. Did you forget who you were talking to, Mutt? You think you had it bad? At least you still have the rest of your family. Do you think your mother would want you to sulk like this? Act like a shinobi and be there for your team. Kiba clenched his fists in rage and embarrassment. Hot tears welled in his eyes. He stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over the table, and raced out of the restaurant. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, who gave a barely perceivable nod. Mission successful. Hinata stood up and chased after Kiba. Beneath Kakashi's mask he smiled. All of it was going according to plan. It had only taken a nudge from Kakashi earlier in the day, letting Hinata know that she should be there for her teammate if he ever needed someone to talk to about Tsume's death. Hinata, having lost her own mother, would be someone who could relate. With any luck, Hinata would have a nice heart-to-heart with the troubled boy, and he could begin reintegrating himself with Team 8. Kurenai was observant and had seen much of the byplay between Sasuke and Kakashi. Kakashi, when you want to manipulate my team, I would appreciate the courtesy of briefing me first. Mama, I couldn't trust that you would agree with the plan. Kurenai's hand twitched, wanting to grab her kunai. This is my team, not yours. Naruto, Sakura, Shino, and Sasuke stayed quiet as the two jonin argued. Yes, it's your team, but I'm helping make it better. Kurenai's pride was damaged. Kakashi had done wonders with his team. The way he had trained Sakura had blown her mind. She had never seen a more dedicated kunoichi. When they had made their deal and Kakashi had helped round out the team's skills, she had been floored by the improvement in her team. The way they worked together, the way they thought, and their combat mentality was all greatly enhanced. If it hadn't been for those additional training sessions, all four of them would have been dead by the Iwa attack team. She was grateful, but it stung all the same. She was supposed to be their trusted teacher. The person who could train them best. She knew them best, didn't she? It had shaken her self-confidence when Kakashi had made so many positive changes in such a short period of time. And now once again he was coming in and improving her team. The way he was doing it was also galling, as it bespoke of crass manipulation of emotions. You still should have asked me. And the fact that you put up your gin into it, our students may be shinobi, but they are still people. No one has the right to manipulate people like this. Kakashi laughed. Are you serious? It is clear you haven't thought about that statement. If your friend is sad and you try to cheer them up, is that also behavior you frown upon? No, but that's not the same. Of course it is, Kurenai. As long as the intentions are for the positive, the deliberate manipulation of emotions to create stronger team unity and performance is part of our duty as their sensei. Every speech the hokage makes is designed to manipulate feelings and emotions that will then lead to constructive action. The red-eyed jonin wasn't stupid. She could see the logic behind it, but it still had a profound distaste to her. And your team is okay with this manipulation? Sasuke answered, of course. As long as it makes us stronger, what is the harm? Kakashi-sensei teaches us to see underneath the underneath. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, and he's the best sensei ever, believe it. Sakura smiled. He's changed all of us for the better. It wasn't a happy accident, it was deliberate calculation. If he didn't have that level of knowledge and skill at pushing us the way he did, we would probably be a mess. Kurenai couldn't argue with what was before her. The three genin's strength spoke to the validity of Kakashi's methods. Forgive me, Kakashi-senpai. It is clear I have much to learn about being a jonin sensei. Kakashi gave her a nice smile. I was taught by the best, and your team would have been strong and effective even if I had not contributed. There is no shame. Kurenai smiled, and they continued their meal while Hinata finally caught up with Kiba. Break. Team 7 continued their training. For the duration of the Chunin exams, they were assigned to the village itself. With several of the best jonin in Sunagakure, it was critical for the team to remain. In Kakashi and the Hokage's eyes, Team 7 was the single strongest team in the village. Even the most elite ANBU team would not have been able to defeat Team 7. A large part was Kakashi himself. The ANBU ranks only held one S-rank shinobi, so it was a bit hard to compare. However, the genin were a force themselves. Naruto's ability to summon the great battle toads was worth an entire division by itself. Jiraiya was confident in their abilities for good reason. Kakashi didn't mind the missions being restricted to the village. That left more time for his favorite pastime: training. He was quite pleased with his pink-haired student. Her Fuinjutsu ideas combined with the Naruto clones were going to increase their team's striking power. Having her make the scores of scrolls needed was time-consuming, but the practice helped her master the Fuinjutsu art. Ink and specially made paper were starting to be pricey, but they had completed a number of B and A ranked missions, and so the team's coffers were able to absorb the cost. During one of their team discussions, they went over strengths and weaknesses of A and S ranked shinobi in bingo books. The team diligently planned strategies and tactics on how to defeat everyone from Sasori of the Red Sand to the current Raikage. Remember, almost all S-class ranked opponents have hidden abilities they rarely use. Bingo books are not all-knowing after all, so always be on your guard. Remember, arrogance leads to death. Hi Kakashi-sensei. Naruto has made a decision to begin harnessing the Kyuubi chakra as a weapon for the team. This does involve some danger, so I will always be with him when he does this. I also want you two here. Sakura is learning Fuinjutsu, and it will be useful to see how the seal interacts, plus if the worst should happen she can help me strengthen the seal. Sasuke, you're some added muscle, but again don't be too alarmed. Jiraiya-sama has briefed me on what needs to happen if it looks like the Kyuubi is taking control. Naruto swallowed thickly. The very last thing he wanted to do was hurt his teammates. Naruto thought about what needed to happen. He would begin to access the Kyuubi chakra slowly. As he pulled in more and more, the fox's will would travel along with it. He needed to get used to forcing himself to be in control despite the demonic will that would be trying to let out its hate. Kakashi set up the sensor barrier around the area. The Fuinjutsu wasn't terribly complicated, but it did take a bit to do. The purpose was to prevent any panic when the village suddenly sensed the Nine-Tails chakra. That done, Naruto began to draw upon the red chakra and allowed only a trickle in. His birthmarks on his cheeks become more prominent, and he took in a deep breath. Kakashi said, "You can do this, Naruto, keep control of it. You are the shinobi, it is the mindless beast." A pulse of rage swept through Naruto, as if the Kyuubi had heard his sensei's remark and had taken offense. The young Jinchuriki struggled to maintain control. He bit the inside of his lip as he struggled to control the whirling maelstrom of hate that was filling him. A field of red enveloped him and he let out a growl. "That's good, just hold it, don't increase it any further." Naruto fixated on his sensei's voice. The sea of hatred wanted him to lash out and hurt someone, anyone. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them again. They were tinted with red. His pulse pounded in his ears, but he refused to give in to it. Instead, he held the toxic chakra within him, and Kakashi congratulated him. "Great job, Naruto. Now I want you to spar and keep control of your abilities." Kakashi went into a battle stance and threw a kunai at Naruto. Sasuke watched with his Sharingan as Naruto's hand blurred as he batted aside the kunai. Naruto charged his taijutsu feral instead of controlled. The speed and power increase was significant. As Kakashi dodged blows and lashed out with kicks and palm strikes, he estimated the power increase was equivalent to opening the third gate, the Gate of Life. Impressive considering he has yet to fully manifest a single tail. Naruto's speed and strength were greatly enhanced, but Kakashi was still able to dominate the match. Naruto slammed his fist into the ground, creating a miniature crater in frustration. Kakashi's harsh voice barked out, "Control, Naruto. You are not a beast, you are not a demon. Stay focused." Naruto froze in place and warred internally with the feelings of hate and fury. Finally, he released the Kyuubi chakra and collapsed to one knee. "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, I could feel my control slipping." Under the Sharingan, Kakashi could see Naruto's muscles trembling. They had been strained by the demonic chakra. He could also tell that Naruto, despite his immense endurance, was exhausted by using the Kyuubi chakra for so long. "You did fine, Naruto. I wonder if other Jinchuriki have a problem with their tailed beast chakra physically damaging their body. Something for me to research. For now, we'll continue working on it every other day." The team continued their group training, further refining their team tactics. At the end of a very long day, Kakashi spoke with his team once more. "Kumo and Iwa are our biggest threats. Currently, Iwa has made some aggressive moves towards Sunagakure after testing the waters with Konoha and finding no weakness." Sakura asked, Why is Iwa looking to start another war? Kakashi looked at Naruto and offered for him to explain. It's because of how the last war ended. Iwa thought they were doing very well until my dad slaughtered them. They came to the peace table defeated and shamed. They are eager to prove themselves on the national stage so they can regain their prestige. Kakashi spoke up again. Our Hokage wants peace and is therefore renewing our alliance with Suna. I personally have my doubts about this being the best course of action, however the Godame has spoken and I will enforce his edicts. Kakashi gestured with a hand. This means that Iwa will think twice before going after Sunagakure. Their aggression and desire for war will just grow. Hnin, who are they going to go after? Mist isn't geographically feasible and they have already tested us. I doubt they would turn on their former allies in Lightning Country. A few possibilities, but one that seems likely to me is that they will become desperate for a victory and launch an attack at a smaller village. Given the proximity and relatively friendly relationship with us, I suspect it will be Takigakure. Naruto asked, "What does the Hokage think?" He thinks it's a possibility and has tried to strengthen bonds with the village. He has also finally agreed to allow us to send a message to Kumogakure via the Chunin exams. The three genin were a bit surprised. Konoha did not compete in the Iwa Chunin exams and Iwa never sent any shinobi to their exams either. In 3 months Kumo will be hosting their Chunin exams, and for the first time since the end of the Third Shinobi War Konoha is going to send a genin team. If you are willing, Naruto, we will be revealing you at the Chunin exams in Kumo. Revealing me? Yes, as the son of Minato Namikaze. Sakura and Sasuke had already been informed by Naruto of his parentage. Naruto had not believed in keeping secrets from his team. Still, they were surprised by this turn of events. Reveal Naruto as the fourth Hokage's son? That would make them an instant target. Sasuke thought, good, maybe then we'll get opponents who can challenge us. You will not reveal your identity until the final part of the exam. Like Konoha, the final portion has a 1-month waiting period. It is at the start of the Chunin finals that you will be revealed. Kakashi continued, the plan is twofold. First, you will impress upon Kumo just how powerful you are, creating a powerful deterrent. Second, it will be to draw out Kumogakure shinobi. They hate Minato sensei for what he did to their forces and the surrender that they had to swallow. They will come for you during the final part of the exam as well as immediately after we leave Kumo. Sasuke was already getting excited by the prospect. Sakura frowned thoughtfully. And that's where we will proceed to thin out the ranks of Iwa shinobi. Jiraiya would not allow for us to be the aggressor but will allow us to defend ourselves. Naruto considered the situation and asked, we are good, but Iwa has a lot of shinobi and some of their bloodlines can be dangerous. Kakashi was glad that his students weren't all as cocky as Sasuke. You make a good point, which is why we will have some help close by. The final roster isn't set. I first need to know, Naruto, are you willing to do this? Naruto didn't have to think very long. He would finally be able to honor his parents and claim his birthright. It would also be a solid step toward fulfilling his dream of becoming the next Hokage. Yes, I am willing to do this. Believe it. Chapter 25, Exams and Plans. Iruka dodged a punch from Naruto and responded with a quick jab towards Naruto's ribs with his kunai. Naruto grabbed the arm as it was striking for him and used his superior strength to throw Iruka into the air. Naruto flipped through the hand seals and finished Futon, de Tapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, as Iruka was still flying through the air. Naruto's academy teacher swiftly used the body substitution technique with a pack on the ground and then charged Naruto. Ah, Iruka-sensei, that had my food in it. Naruto made a shadow clone to deal with Iruka as he chased after his precious pack that contained a seal scroll with ramen in it. Iruka couldn't help but smile even as the shadow clone started attacking with vicious speed. Iruka was now backing up against the furious assault. Meanwhile, Naruto caught his pack clutching and making sure the scroll was safe. Iruka was barely able to keep up and was hit with a kick to the ribs which sent him flying a good 7 feet. In mid-air, he threw a pair of shuriken at the clone that drew a kunai and deflected them away. Iruka hit the ground and rolled up into a defensive stance. He sensed another Naruto clone behind him and dodged the roundhouse. The real Naruto watched on, analyzing Iruka's moves, looking to see where improvement could occur. Finally, Iruka managed to peg a clone and it dissipated. The second clone, however, came in and delivered a sharp blow to his short ribs that winded Iruka, who was now exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Naruto walked over and helped him up. Iruka was a bit embarrassed. He knew Naruto could make dozens of clones and he was defeated by just 2. Naruto said, "Iruka-sensei, you didn't do anything wrong in the fight, but you are just too slow. You have to work on speed. Have you tried wearing weights?" Iruka responded, "It isn't typically recommended. You have to put insane hours into conditioning with them, and there have been plenty of shinobi who have used them and then tore a ligament or even broken bones. Typically only taijutsu specialists do it." Naruto scratched his head. "Yeah, you have to be careful. Kakashi-sensei said I have a huge advantage by healing so quickly. But he also said that every good shinobi should work on speed and strength. He started Sakura on really light weights and she was careful with them, and now she could probably beat you in taijutsu. I really think that's going to help the most." Iruka decided he would take the advice. Kakashi was a prodigy who had been made a Chunin before most children even graduated from the academy. He knew what he was doing. They sat down to eat lunch and Naruto ate his ramen like he always did, with childlike joy and abandon. The sight always brought a smile to the teacher's face. "I'm also going to work on my elemental affinity. I learned that I had a Suiton affinity and never really pursued it. If you remember your academy lessons, water jutsu counters fire jutsu, but Katan users aren't that common outside of fire country. I didn't see much of a point." Naruto thought that idea was silly, but he could understand if Iruka was content with being a Chunin who taught in the academy. There wasn't a need to go beyond that. "Well, you got to fix that, Iruka-sensei. A lot of jonin use 2 different elements." I know. After you explained what Kakashi taught you about how often war occurs, I feel a bit embarrassed about not pushing myself harder." After finishing the meal, Naruto said, "Well, I have team practice. Sakura-chan wants to use my clones as test dummies again. I want to see some cool water jutsu next time we spar." Iruka nodded amiably and asked him to say hi to Sakura and Sasuke for him. Break. The Chunin exam's first couple of rounds had mostly gone as Temari had expected. Her team advanced to the final rounds, of course. The sensei with the 2 heavy eyebrows team had also passed. That team was pretty dangerous in Temari's eyes. The other team that had made it through was the one with the other Hyuga. She, the Aburame and the Inuzuka were also skilled. Temari had been surprised when Shikamaru's team hadn't made it. She supposed it had something to do with their lack of confidence at what happened in the previous Chunin exams. The Suna exam was similar to Konoha's version. The first 2 parts were different, however the last exam was exactly the same. One-on-one combat in 1 month's time would be what the genin would have to do to showcase their skills. The matches had been randomly selected and Temari was anxious for her fight. She would be facing the Inuzuka boy. Intelligence on him indicated he was very skilled in taijutsu and worked well with his furry partner. I'll want to keep my distance against him. But even if he doesn't let me, I have a plan for that too. Of course, now that she knew her opponent, she would have to wait an entire month before she got to fight him. After she won that round, she would have to fight the winner of the Aburame and the weapons specialist. Either one should be no problem. It's the final match that worries me a bit. She knew her brother was skilled, but he was up against the green-clad clone of Gaimedo. Gai was the taijutsu specialist who kept the fully awoken demon at bay until Kakashi came and finished it off. Temari at first had been angry at what they had done to her brother, but after reflection she realized that they were the ones who had been invaded. Instead, she was angry at her own dead father who had placed the Chibi inside her baby brother. Anyone who copied his sensei so closely would have skills that matched. If his speed and power were event a fifth of Gai, her brother would be in trouble. And then there were the 2 from the Hyuga clan. They could be tricky as well. The top bracket looked rather challenging her mind. Konoha has way too many damn taijutsu specialists, she thought to herself. Temari resigned herself to a month of brutal training by the best instructors of Suna. Baki-sensei was determined to make her the next Kazekage, but she would need to become significantly stronger before she could be accepted as the next leader of Sunigakure. I do this for you, Gaara. Break! Naruto blocked the upward slash with his own katana. The angle had surprised Naruto, but his quick reflexes allowed him to parry the blow. His opponent's blade slid away from his and then was swiftly arching toward his face. Naruto was forced into another parry and then another. His opponent did not have his speed, but he did have the edge in their spar. Heiei Gecko was one with his sword and was proving why he was considered a Kenjutsu prodigy within the village. Naruto had been working with him for the last week for 4 hours a day. Naruto of course could have trained longer, however when Heiei became too winded his lungs would not let him continue. Naruto had wondered how such a skilled and physically tough opponent could be so sickly, but felt it was impolite to ask. Instead he eagerly accepted the practice and tutoring in the blade. The Kage Bunshin allowed his clones to act almost as skilled as he was. The downside was that they were fragile. The sword though gave them reach and allowed deadly striking power. If he could wield his katana half as well as Heiei did, his clones would become a lot scarier. Heiei began coughing, which was the signal to take a break. After Heiei recovered from his coughing fit, he said, "Not bad, you are improving. The problem, cough, is that you rely on your speed instead of your technique. By using it as a reflexive crutch, you'll never master the correct counters." Naruto listened with rapt attention. The 18th parry you used, you brought your blade all the way across your body. If I had your speed, I would have cut you in two before it reached to block. Instead, you should have moved away from the blade as you brought yours down, meeting it with a downward stroke. The young Jinchuriki played back the battle in his mind and saw what Gecko was saying. I suppose I could try slowing my speed down when we spar. Heiei nodded his head. That would be a good idea. In fact, let's both slow down our speed and focus on the technique and correct parries. Then we'll slowly increase the speed to where it should be. Naruto agreed and the two went at it again. Break! Temari had been right about Lee. Lee had utterly destroyed Kankuro's puppets and then went on to defeat her brother. Lee was a speed demon. Temari couldn't actually keep up with his movements. Temari heard the boys' cheerful screams of victory and youth and shuddered. How can a shinobi be that powerful and that ridiculous? Temari glanced where the Hokage was sitting. Well, rumor has it Jiraiya has spent much of his adult life peeking on women's baths and writing shameful books. Perhaps how one composes themselves isn't related to how strong they are. The next battle was Niji against the genin on her team. Temari yawned as the Hyuga easily crushed his opponent. My turn. Temari leapt down into the prepared area and watched as Kiba and his ninkin entered. When the match started, Temari instantly let loose a blast of wind with her war fan. The battle was a lot tougher than Temari had thought it would be. It came as a surprise when the Inuzuka used Doton to counter her futon attacks. It had been an exhausting fight, and during the fight Temari was concerned that Sunigakure would be embarrassed by having all of their final round participants lose right away. In the end, she squeaked out a victory when Kiba was a moment too slow in defending against her iron fan. She struggled to catch her breath after the match. Her chakra reserves were at near exhaustion levels. She really hoped that the next set of matches were dragged out so she could recover somewhat. Her next opponent would be the winner of Tenten and the Bug User. Normally she would feel confident against her foe, but with her chakras so depleted she didn't know how many futon jutsus she could use before collapsing. Temari watched the match with interest. Tenten began the match by throwing modified smoke grenades that killed the bugs but didn't do anything significant to a human. The Aburame had lost his best weapon but had quickly charged into close quarters. Tenten backed away, firing kunai with explosive tags at her opponent. Shino dodged to the right and the left and even rolled under one barrage. He drew a short sword and lashed out at Tenten in close range. Tenten blocked with her own katana she had drawn, only for Shino to have surprised her completely. Shino had let go of the blade in the last moment before Tenten's parry. His hand was under the Tenten's katana and green chakra pooled around it, forming a chakra scalpel that cut into Tenten's forearm. Her muscles had been cut and her katana fell uselessly down to the sand. Tintin had the presence of mind to step away from the next swipe from the chakra scalpel. Temari could tell the girl was surprised that the bug user was so proficient in close combat. Most Aburame were weak in real close combat. Most of the clan were okay with this, as this made their opponents' tactics easy to predict, and they would often use bug clones to trap their opponents when they tried to get in close. Tintin wasn't giving up, however, as she pulled out shuriken and threw them wide, missing her opponent completely. Shino charged, and then Tintin manipulated the thrown shuriken with ninja wire using only one hand. Shino had to sidestep the return shuriken. This proved to be a mistake as the ninja wire wrapped itself around him. Shino jumped back sharply, hoping to pull the girl off balance, giving him time to get out of the trap. However, Tintin was stronger than she looked. She jerked back with her one arm and her bound opponent crashed into the ground. Tintin quickly sprang forward and placed a kunai on Shino's neck. "I yield. Congratulations, Tintin-san." Temari was impressed by both of them and was glad that her next opponent would be injured heading into the next fight. Temari watched as the other Hyuga faced off against Lee. Since there were 9 finalists, she had sat out after the first rounds. Gaara's sister watched as Lee was triumphant. She had to give credit to the girl though. She didn't give up and had evidently mastered the Kaiten and was able to repulse the Green Clan shinobi several times. Ultimately, superior speed was triumphant. If you were faster than your opponent to a significant degree, there was typically very little you could do to overcome that. Temari walked back out into the fighting area and defeated the wounded Tintin. With only one arm available, it had put Tintin in a too significant of a disadvantage. After the victory, Temari watched in interest as the Hyuga and the Speed Freak fought. Whoever won that match would face her in the finals. Temari's eyes bulged in shock as Lee took off weights he had been wearing. He has been wearing weights the entire time? Lee crashed into Niji, who also defended with the Kaiten but also moved swifter than his younger cousin. While Niji didn't have the raw speed that Lee did, he did have superb control in taijutsu and was able to force his teammate back. Temari heard Lee say, "You have been my rival since the day we became teammates. You have always beaten me, but today I will prove to you hard work can beat a genius." Niji snorted, "You can't fight fate. I am sorry, but you are destined to lose." Temari got the distinct impression that this was an oft-repeated argument between the two of them. Open Gate of Life. The Sand Genin watched as Lee's skin turned red and power seemed to radiate from him. Niji blinked with his white eyes in shock. Lee kicked up sand as he charged forward, his strike nearly shattering Niji's arm. Niji flew back and hastily righted himself right as Lee lashed out with a devastating kick. Niji chose to dodge this time and counter-attack with a strike aimed at causing damage to Lee's lungs, forcing the end of the fight. Lee, however, blocked and the taijutsu battle was on. Niji couldn't believe he'd forced on the defensive by the one-time dead last. Lee was winning, but he couldn't keep the gates up forever. Temari saw Lee back up and scream, "Gate of Limit open." Lee's speed and power were greatly improved and he rocketed toward his opponent. Temari could see the shock on Niji's face. Despite his absolute mastery of the gentle fist style, he could not stop Lee from thrashing him in just a few seconds. The winner was Lee, and that would be her opponent. Lee was bouncing up and down on his feet and said, "Let's go, I am ready for my next opponent." Temari simply shook her head. "There is a 5-minute waiting period between fights, so why don't you just rest up?" Lee was crestfallen. The next couple of minutes ticked by, and before Temari even entered into the sand, Lee collapsed. The proctor asked if he could continue, but Lee was already unconscious. Not the most daring victory, but to a shinobi victory is all that matters, Temari thought to herself. She was glad that she had won. It was good to give her village something to be proud of after recent events. She knew though that her training would have to be stepped up. If the green-clad genin had been fresh, she probably would have lost the fight. Break. The hokage had returned and was going to publicly announce who would be granted the promotion to Chunin. Team 7 had shown up and they were curious to see who had made the cut. The news of Temari being the overall winner of the elimination-style tournament had already reached them. However, the Chunin exams were more than just about winning. Winning matches gave you more chances to show off your skill, but it didn't guarantee selection. Jiraiya was on a raised platform with the 6 Chunin candidates that made it to the final rounds in front of him. Naruto hoped that their friends in Team 8 were given the nod. He also liked Lee, who was a harder worker, and Tenten because she had once helped him out. Neji seemed like a bit of a jerk, however Naruto didn't hold a grudge, so if he was selected he wouldn't mind. Konoha looked with pride upon these young shinobi. They are our future. 2/3 of the finalists were from our village. They have all proven themselves capable shinobi. The mixture of civilians and ninja applauded. Kiba, you have improved greatly since the academy. Your taijutsu and ninjutsu are Chunin level. The Inuzuka was grinning in anticipation, however he was disappointed by Jiraiya's next words. However, you have failed to show the necessary leadership capabilities to be promoted. Mission reports show an unwillingness to be a team player. Some can be forgiven due to recent stress, however Chunin promotions are not based on what is fair but what will best help the village. If you prove yourself capable in mission within the next 6 months, I will reconsider my decision. Naruto thought that was fair. Kiba had attacked his teammate and failed to work with his team effectively. His skill meant that he fought at a Chunin level, but if he could not work in a team he wouldn't get the promotion. Kiba lowered his head. He was disappointed but had no one to blame but himself. Hinata, you displayed significant mastery of your clan's gentle fist style. During the first 2 rounds of the Chunin exams you played a key part in allowing your team to advance. In recent months you have demonstrated significant leadership capability. Congratulations, you are promoted to Chunin. The crowd cheered and Hinata looked pleased. Naruto spotted Hayashi politely clapping as well. And for the reserved Hyuga clan leader, that was the equivalent of regular people whistling and giving a standing ovation. Shino, you also have demonstrated significant skill with your clan's techniques. You are calm under pressure and your skill with medical jutsu will make you welcome on any team. While you did not win your match, you proved that you could adapt well even without your greatest strength and nearly defeated your opponent. Congratulations, you are promoted to Chunin. Naruto smiled. 2 out of 3 wasn't bad. Jiraiya turned to Kurenai. Kurenai, you have mentored these 3 genin well. As a first-time Jonin sensei, I am impressed by what you have accomplished. I fully believe both Shino and Hinata are prepared to join other teams and even lead them if necessary. However, for the time being I will keep your team intact. Kurenai thanked the Hokage. She didn't want her team to break up so soon anyway. Jiraiya turned to the other kunoichi. Tenten, you are skilled with 100 different weapons. Despite your prowess as a weapons mistress, I am most impressed by your foresight and planning. You independently developed a compound that would neutralize your opponent's greatest weapon. Your planning allowed you to advance to the next round and has earned you the promotion to Chunin. Tenten had a huge unshinobi-like grin plastered on her face that no one was going to begrudge her. The Hokage next looked at the other Hyuga. Neji, you are a prodigy. Your skill is not questioned, however I do suggest you respect your comrades and their abilities more in the future. Neji frowned and Naruto wondered if he wasn't going to get a promotion. Despite this, you have proven yourself both mentally and physically equipped for the next level. Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin. Continuing on to the last individual, the Hokage smiled. Lee, you are a living embodiment of the will of fire. Despite obstacles thrown in your path, you have grown to be a spending shinobi. Be proud of that. Lee and his sensei both had tears in their eyes. Congratulations on being promoted to Chunin. Lee jumped with joy. Jiraiya allowed a moment for them to compose themselves. Guy, you have done an excellent job with your team. While you will always be their mentor, your time as their sensei is over. You will be assigned a new team and they will be given Chunin teams to serve in. Guy was saddened by the news. He had hoped to continue leading the team. Naruto saw the disappointment in Guy's eyes but then saw Guy recover and say, Yash. My little genin have demonstrated the fiery power of youth. Now I must share my youth with others. Kakashi was also watching and smiled underneath his mask. He was glad that his friend and rival wasn't too broken up about losing his genin team. Kakashi was responsible for the change because Guy was needed elsewhere. With the Hokage finishing the announcements, Kakashi and his team went and congratulated the freshly minted Chunin. Break. The final 2 months before the Chunin exam saw the final preparations completed. Naruto trained hard but was only able to control 2 taels worth of Kyuubi chakra. Naruto could have attempted to go for 3, however he didn't want to take chances. Iron will was required when dealing with that level of hate that flowed through his system at 2 taels worth. On the plus side, his skill with the katana had improved remarkably under Gekko's daily tutelage. Sakura stockpiled various Fuinjutsu sealed elements. She literally had hundreds of battle-ready scrolls that could be used. Air pressure scrolls full of weapons were the least dangerous of them. She also had higher-tiered explosive seals created under the supervision of the Hokage himself. Scrolls made with toxins that could knock enemies unconscious and other poisons that were even lethal. She had a few acidic-based surprises in store as well. The budding Fuinjutsu specialist also stored a large amount of water to help Sasuke with his recently acquired Suiton techniques. It also could help Sasuke and Kakashi with electrocuting their enemies with Raitun. While Sakura had a significant focus on Fuinjutsu, she also maintained several hours of conditioning on top of that and ensured that she lost none of her lethality with Jinjutsu. Sasuke continued to make Taijutsu a focus, pushing his body hard. He was spurred on because Naruto could now defeat him in a Taijutsu duel when he accessed the Kyuubi's chakra. The last Uchiha was no longer the best in Taijutsu and he longed to reclaim that crown amongst the genin on his team. He was aware that Naruto could Kakashi had a passing thought of showcasing their brilliance by playing a rehearsed game while in Kumo. The idea that 2 of his genin were master shogi players would infer a grasp of strategic and tactical talent that would surprise the land of lighting. Shogi was popular throughout the elemental nations, but most of the masters were in the land of lightning itself. A new wardrobe was designed for Naruto. During the first 2 parts of the exam he would dress like normal. A month later he would change. His bodysuit would instead be a burnt orange and he would have a white haori cut in the same style as his father's minus the kanji indicating he was the 4th Hokage. Instead it would be replaced with his name, Naruto Namikaze. Due to the secrecy involved, Kakashi had made the garment himself and that had led to a never-ending parade of jokes from Jiraiya about Kakashi's true calling, that of a seamstress. The backup team was also finalized. Tsunade had gone on a few missions and had seen blood and had no adverse reaction. Jiraiya then agreed that the next S-class mission he wanted Shizune to go on would instead be done by Tsunade. Being backup for Team 7 as they faced off against whatever assassins Iwa decided to send would definitely be classified as an S-rank mission. Tsunade was tapped to be the medical specialist for the team. And the fact that she was an S-class shinobi herself would provide the backup team with tremendous killing potential. To round out that killing potential, the team would also have Guy, the taijutsu specialist of Konoha, and Tsunade of the Sannin made the team incredibly lethal. Guy was rated an A-rank threat in most bingo books, but with access to the gates he should have been listed as an S-rank threat. The third member of the team would be Shibi Aburame. His bugs could be used to track Team 7's movements and zero in on their location if they had to retreat beyond the predetermined path. The final member of the team would be the Mokuton, would release ANBU operative known as Tenzo. Both Tenzo and Shibi were veterans of the assault on Orochimaru. However, given her status as one of the Sannin, it was Tsunade who would be leading the backup squad. Their squad would hide out in Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost, incognito at the borders of the Land of Lightning. As a secondary backup, there would be a large number of shinobi in Yonokuni, Land of Hot Water, relaxing in their famous hot springs. In actuality, it would be 10 full squads of shinobi ready to lend aid. The squads there would include Team 8. If need be, they could race across the border into Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost. This was more of a last resort, however, as the strength of Team 7 and the backup squad was far greater than the 40 shinobi that was their secondary relief force. All plans were in place, and now it was time to see off Team 7 as they began their journey to Kumogakure. Jiraiya said his goodbyes in the Hokage's office. I don't have to remind you for how dangerous this mission is. We aren't sure exactly how Iwa will respond. Jiraiya paced in front of his desk. If there was another way to prevent war, I would take it, but Iwagakure is forcing our hand. Your mission is simple: annihilate the Iwa shinobi who attack you. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, Pervy Sage, we will take care of it. Kakashi's eye twitched at Naruto calling the Hokage by that nickname. Jiraiya, however, simply laughed. I do have something for my irritating godson before he goes off to a potential war. Jiraiya pulled out a scroll and released the seal on it. In his hands was a katana. The blade was exquisite and Naruto grinned. Jiraiya ruffled the boy's hair and said, "Push some chakra into it, Naruto." Naruto did and was shocked. The entire blade was made up of the same chakra-conductive material that his specially made kunai were made from. The blade hummed with his powerful wind chakra. This katana can channel your chakra easily. With it you can slice through almost any defense and split in two nearly any sword that tries to parry. Naruto's eyes glazed over. This was the best gift anyone had ever given him. I've also added a seal to it to prevent it from breaking, however the seal only lasts for 3 days. I've taught Sakura the Fuinjutsu seal for it, and despite you not getting very far in your Fuinjutsu studies, I'm confident you'll learn how to do it. Jiraiya paused. Keep in mind it's not necessary to use a seal to harden it against most enemies, but you never know when you'll encounter some other legendary weapon or an attack that can shatter steel. Naruto thanked Jiraiya and the Hokage wished them luck one last time. As they left his office, Jiraiya sighed. Iwa hated the yondaime. He was playing a dangerous game, but if it was successful it would do a number of beneficial things. It would greatly impact Iwa's ability to wage war. It would be a show of force to the other elemental nations and their hidden villages. And most of all, it would pave the way for Naruto to become the next Hokage. Team 7 had made a name for themselves in the recent invasion, but if they destroyed a sizable Iwagakure force they would truly be on their way to becoming legends. But only if they survive. Chapter 26, Kumogakure. Team 7 kept a wary eye out on their journey to Kumo. They were not in any particular danger, however Kakashi had driven home the lesson of always being on guard. As they crossed through the land of hot water and the land of frost, the 3 genin were filled with anxious energy. Naruto in particularly was antsy. Mama, calm down, Naruto. The real fighting won't even begin until the final round, and that will be a month from now. Naruto huffed. I know that, Kakashi-sensei, that's why I'm going nuts. Sakura put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, we are ready, there is no need to be nervous. You'll make your father proud. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Sakura-chan, I just want it to happen already. And you think you have it bad? Do you know how long I've waited to hunt down Itachi? Naruto rubbed the back of his head with slight embarrassment. I guess 1 month isn't so bad. Sakura lightly punched Sasuke on the arm. Sasuke-kun, if you knew Itachi was waiting for you in Kumo, you know you would be bouncing off the walls with anticipation just like Naruto is. Sasuke arched an eyebrow and shrugged. Maybe so, but if I did it wouldn't be helping anyone, and Naruto isn't helping right now either, so don't encourage him. Kakashi eyed his 3 genin. They had grown much more comfortable with each other during the past year. It was a far cry from what they were like when he first got the team. Sasuke had been quiet and held nothing but contempt for his teammates. Sakura had been a hopeless fangirl and Naruto had just been hopeless as a shinobi. It was comforting to see Sakura sticking up for Naruto. Now they cared for each other and worked like a well-oiled machine on and off the battlefield. He addressed his team, when we get to Kumo during the exams, use some misdirection. Sakura, I want you to avoid using Fuinjutsu and keep your Jinjutsu limited to C-ranked abilities or lower. Naruto, don't use Kyuubi chakra. Sasuke, don't use your Suiton abilities and avoid using your modified Chidori techniques. For all of you, set your weight seals to about half. When Iwa comes, I want them to underestimate us. Naruto spoke up, but I thought we were also supposed to impress Kumo? You are and you will. But we don't want to give intelligence about all of your capabilities to any Iwa shinobi that will be there. Iwa always sends shinobi to the Kumo Chunin exams. Sasuke smirked. We are going against genin. It's not like we are going to need all of our abilities to beat them. Kakashi responded, that is true, but don't lower your guard. You are all technically ranked genin. Other villages may also have genin who are much stronger than their rank would suggest. Sasuke acquiesced and nodded toward his sensei. Their journey continued and soon they were in the land of lightning proper. They were stopped by a Chunin patrol of Kumo shinobi. The lead shinobi commanded they halt. I suppose you must be the Konoha team that was sent to the exams. Kakashi answered, "Hi, this is my team." The Chunin took the scroll from Kakashi and read it over. "You can pass, but if I were you I would turn around." Kakashi asked, "And why is that?" "Because Konoha scum isn't well liked here." Kakashi was amused and responded, "Oh, don't worry, we aren't Konoha scum. We wouldn't dream of letting our scum represent the village in your Chunin exams." The Chunin scowled, "It's a pity I have to stay at my post. It would be fun to watch your team get killed against real shinobi." Kakashi ignored the last remark and just motioned for his team to follow. When Team 7 had passed outside of earshot, one of the other Chunin approached the leader. "Are you insane? You just insulted Sharingan no Kakashi to his face." The Chunin team leader swallowed thickly. He hadn't realized he was talking to an S-rank shinobi. The shaken Chunin went back to his post, glad that he never gave his name out to the masked Leaf Nin. Break. Kaminari no Kuni, Land of Lightning, was a mountainous region with several valleys and rivers. Fog would cover some of those valleys, obscuring view for miles. "Hidden in the clouds really is a good descriptor," Naruto remarked. The team agreed but remained quiet. It was time to enter Kumo. They were quickly stopped as they entered into Kumogakure proper. Once again they showed their scroll and stated their intent of joining the Chunin exams. They were given directions to a place where they could stay. Kakashi and his team sensed that they were being followed. When they arrived at their location, they were greeted by a dark-skinned man whose white hair was covering one of his eyes. The other eye seemed to battle Kakashi in terms of who could look lazier. Naruto stopped and pointed. "Kakashi, I think we found your cousin." Kakashi's eye twitched at his student's antics. Sakura sighed, "Shut up, Naruto baka. They aren't related." Naruto shook his head violently, "But look at him. He's got that same look that Kakashi has when he wanders around town. He's got white hair. And I can tell just by looking at him he's Jonin level." Kakashi resisted the urge to stab his sensei's son with a chidori. "Naruto, I do not have any family in Kumo." Darui allowed a small smile to appear on his face as he looked at the Konoha team. "My name is Darui and I've been sent by the Raikage to explain a few things." Kakashi inclined his head. "Let's get off of the street, Darui-san." Darui motioned for them to enter the building. The building was actually a home that had not been lived in for some time. It was clean, however, and had 4 bedrooms, so it would do. Darui spoke, "The Raikage welcomes you to Kumogakure. Your new Hokage hopes for peace to continue with Kumo, and at this time that aligns with our interests. But we both know that fostering friendly relations by having your team compete in the Chunin exams isn't the true reason you are here." Kakashi spread his hands innocently. "What do you mean, Darui-san?" "Forging closer relations between villages is one of the purposes of the Chunin exams." Darui clearly didn't believe Kakashi in the slightest. "I'm not here to interrogate you about your true mission, but there are some ground rules for your stay in Kumo." Team 7 listened as the Jonin explained. They were not to travel more than half a mile from their lodgings. There were suitable restaurants as well as a shinobi supply store within the accepted radius. They would be watched by 2 shinobi teams at all times and should do nothing to try to avoid them. If one of you is no longer under observation, we will take the rest into custody and begin our interrogation. We may not have a Yamanaka, but that means it will be less than pleasant. Sorry, but that's the way it has to be." Kakashi shrugged. "We accept your terms. You'll have no problems with us, Darui-san." Darui turned to leave and then paused. "Tomorrow we'll guide you to the Chunin exams entrance and you'll be given a spot with the other Jonin who are observing the exams." After Darui left, Sakura commented, "Well, aren't they a friendly bunch?" Kakashi gave her an eye smile. "They probably think you are my cover to assassinate someone during the exams." Naruto started to speak, but Kakashi caught his eye and gave him the hand signal to be quiet. Observers could be listening. Naruto blinked and then opened his mouth again. "I'm hungry. Do you think they have a ramen stand here?" Unfortunately for Naruto, they did not. Naruto had several complaints about this and swore the next time he left the village he was packing a month's supply of ramen. The team noticed the observers that were watching them. More than likely at least one of them was a censor shinobi of some sort, so they continued to avoid any conversation about their true mission. While they were at the restaurant, they spotted another team of genin. This group was from Kumogakure, village hidden in frost. They were surprised to see a Konoha team there and approached. Kumogakure didn't have any rivalry with Konoha, but they chose to send their few teams to Kumo simply due to proximity. Normally they only had 1 or 2 teams to send, as their shinobi forces were several magnitudes smaller than the 5 great hidden villages. Kakashi and his team were respectful, even Naruto. The Jonin sensei of the Frost Nin was a kunoichi by the name of Yakata. She had short dark hair, a pretty face, and was interested in Kakashi. For some reason the mask intrigued others. Many people had gone to incredible lengths to try to see under it. Yakata was one of those intrigued, and based on her hints she was willing to help Kakashi relax on the night before the Chunin exams, because no doubt he was stressed about how his team would do. Kakashi politely rebuffed her and took her arm and leaned in closer to whisper. Yakata, I have a bounty on my head of over 50 million ryo. I am in a village that barely tolerates my presence. I am not about to lower my guard no matter how beautiful the distraction. Kakashi released her arm and she bowed politely. Of course, Kakashi-san, enjoy your meal. Sakura did a double take. Did she just? Kakashi nodded. Hi Sakura. I didn't detect any ill will, but a skilled kunoichi can make herself seem harmless. I doubt she was an assassin, but I am not about to take any chances. Sakura blushed faintly. It was rather awkward thinking about Kakashi and a kunoichi in that manner. Sakura bit her lip. I know in the academy we were taught that some kunoichi use their bodies to get close to targets. I'm not going to have to do that, am I? Kakashi laughed. Mama, no you aren't. In Konoha that is strictly voluntary. Naruto found the situation rather funny but knew laughing would cause Sakura to be rather irritated with him. Sakura replied, that's a relief. I do feel bad though. Based on what you said, it sounds like kunoichi in other villages don't get the choice. Depends on the village, depends on the kage, but yes, many other villages require their shinobi to use every weapon at their disposal. Naruto finally had to say something or he would burst. Who in Konoha volunteers for those missions? Sakura gave Naruto a dark look and Kakashi gave his genin an eye smile. That would be telling Naruto and highly unprofessional of me. Sasuke smirked. Why do you want to know, Dobe? I thought you wanted to be with Sakura. As Naruto hurriedly backpedaled, Kakashi watched on with amusement. After a while Kakashi cut in and said, alright, you two stop tormenting Naruto. Let's head back to our temporary home. All of you will want plenty of sleep before the exams. Break. Team 7 was guided to the first exam. There they were split up and Kakashi went with the other Jonin to observe. Kakashi was curious about the Kumo exams. Suna and Konoha had similar exams, but who could say what Kumo and Iwa had been doing in the last decade? Not that Kakashi was worried. Regardless of the type of exam, his genin shouldn't have any problem. The first exam turned out to be rather mundane. It was essentially a much tougher academy test. The Chunin hopefuls had to demonstrate taijutsu and ninjutsu. They had to demonstrate proficiency with shinobi tools such as hitting targets with kunai. At the end of the barrage of simple tests was one final exam. All 3 genin of the team had to take down a Chunin without doing serious injury. The test highlighted restraint as well as skill. It was far easier to kill someone than take someone down with only minor injury. Needless to say, Team 7 aced all of the exams. The final test was a bit of a joke. Sasuke, impatient and not having anything remotely challenging, had simply charged forward and easily defeated the Chunin in a taijutsu duel. The last Uchiha took care not to hurt the Cloud Nin too bad and simply knocked him out. Team 7 had passed the first exam with flying colors. They did receive a few points off for not using teamwork against the Chunin, but with each of them scoring the highest possible marks in taijutsu, shinobi tools, and ninjutsu, it didn't matter. The group of Jonin had been weeded out as their teams failed to pass with the required score. With less of a crowd, Kakashi was spotted by a pair of Iwa Jonin. Kakashi had memorized the bingo books just like Naruto had and knew the two of them weren't serious threats. He ignored them as they approached. What are you doing here? Kakashi pointedly ignored them, and so they came closer. One began radiating killer intent and Kakashi finally looked up. I'm here with my genin team just as you are with your genin team. The other jonin had started to watch the potential confrontation. A cloud nin hurried in between the Iwa and Kakashi. There will be no fighting between jonin sensei or the Raikage will become involved. Kakashi merely nodded, and when the Kumo shinobi turned to gain the agreement from the Iwa pair, Kakashi gave them a little wave as he departed. There was a bit of a wait after the firm exam, and then all the genin were gathered together. Kakashi and the other jonin were watching as the genin were given instructions. The Kumo proctor had to raise his voice so that all of the genin could be heard. Kakashi scanned the crowd. There were shinobi from Iwagakure, Moegakure, village hidden in the haze, Yugakure, village hidden in hot water, Shimagakure, village hidden in frost, Tanagakure, village hidden in valleys, and of course outnumbering them all was the shinobi from Kumogakure itself. The proctor announced that the goal was to scale the mountain as quickly as possible. Each team would be spread out equidistantly around the base. The climb using the most direct route could be finished in less than 2 days. The peak of the mountain was beyond sight, covered in clouds. However, this mountain has had thousands of traps set for you. Some are as simple as poison bear traps and some as complicated as barrier fuinjutsu. As you get higher, you will have to deal with snow, and avalanches are common. All the while you will be fighting against opposing genin teams. You can feel free to kill your opposition. Kakashi thought the test was interesting. In the end, it wasn't too different from the Forest of Death. The proctor continued, the first 8 teams to arrive will go on to the final round. If you fail to make it as an entire team, that is acceptable, however you will be at a severe disadvantage in the third and final test. Take your positions, you will begin in 1 hour. Kakashi silently wished his team luck and turned to follow after the other jonin. Break! The first exam was straightforward, with none of the mind games they had heard about from the other rookies back in the Konoha Chunin exams. But now the real conflict would be beginning. Their leaf headbands had caused them to stand out, and while they were waiting for the proctor to begin, several teams from Iwa had started making threats. Konoha, trash your dead on that mountain. Maybe we should have some fun with the pink-haired one first. Hell no, if she's from Konoha, she's probably diseased. Sakura glared at the Iwa nin who made the last comment. The Iwa genin was a few years older and sneered at the pink-haired girl. My brother died fighting your sensei in the Third Shinobi War. I know I'm no match for him yet, but I'll happily kill you and make him know my pain. Sasuke yawned. Words are words. Shut up and face us on the mountain. Before the argument could continue, the proctor began explaining the rules. After he was done, Team 7 was taken to their starting position. It was a bit of a walk as there were a lot of teams still in the exam. When they finally reached it, they had about 10 minutes to plan before the exam would begin. Naruto spoke up first. I say we teach those Iwa teams a lesson. No one talks to Sakura-chan that way. Sakura felt a little thrill of contentment spark within her. She didn't really care about the statements, but the fact Naruto was willing to defend her honor meant something. Sasuke, however, disagreed with the plan. No, we should avoid the Iwa teams. Naruto clenched his fist. What? Why? We want Iwa teams to pass on to the third round. Iwa won't have any jonin or delegates observing the finals if they don't have any of their shinobi in it. Instead, we should focus on thinning out Kumo genin and clear the path for Iwa. Sakura agreed. Sasuke is right, we can always deal with the Iwa shinobi later. Naruto gave in. Alright, I'll send my clones out to take down the other villages' teams. We'll just go straight up with one set of clones triggering any traps. When they go down, I'll just make more. When the signal flared overhead to begin, Naruto made 30 clones and had 10 put up a henge to look like Sakura and the next 10 like Sasuke. He sent groups straight up the mountain and to the right and the left. Early on, the going was fairly simple. There were some rather obvious traps that the clones would take the time to destroy, so the real Naruto and team wouldn't get caught in them, even though they really shouldn't, considering how obvious they were. Parts of the mountain were not easy to hike up unless one had successfully learned the water walking exercise. The mountain was damp and slick, so it wasn't quite as easy as walking on trees, but for someone who had mastered water walking, it was child's play. Naruto clones engaged the first group of genin from Kumo and knocked them all out with ease. The pure speed in which the Naruto clones moved made it impossible for the genin to put up any real defense. Another set of clones ran across Iwa genin and ended up retreating from them to the sound of taunts and cries of cowards. The real Team 7 had an easy way up the mountain as the clones dealt with other teams on either side of them. The traps did become a little more lethal. Sakura wished she was nearby when one particular trap was triggered. The Fuinjutsu trap was triggered by mere proximity, and all that it did was send a pulse of chakra down the mountain. To a civilian the trap would have done nothing. However, to shinobi who were clinging to the mountainous face with their chakra, it instantly dislodged them. One of the clones had dissipated when it quickly used some ninja wire and a kunai to control its fall. Despite landing on its feet, the force made it pop into smoke. Naruto explained the nature of the trap to his team. Sakura was deeply curious on what kind of sealing matrix they had used and would be asking the Hokage the next time she saw him. Naruto took the time to create another 30 clones and had them scatter in all directions. Team 7 was making great time when a pair of his clones popped, which surprised Naruto. The clones had fought a pair of Kumo teams who were working together. The clones had successfully knocked a few out but were then hit with a Suiton and Raiton combination attack that they were caught in the edges on. It would have only caused minor wounds on the real Naruto, but since they were just shadow clones they dissipated. The real Naruto received the memories and smiled. Looks like not all of the competition are completely hopeless. HNN will see. Team 7 at this point was ahead of everyone else and continued on even in the dark. The traps got a little worse as they incorporated Jinjutsu as well, but it was nothing Team 7 couldn't handle. The final trap was actually an avalanche that caused tons of snow to begin racing down the mountain. Team 7 had a couple of options and elected to go with the brute force approach. Naruto made a dozen clones and they began with Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A dozen gale force wind jutsu slammed into the descending snow. Snow was smashed away with tremendous force, however more snow came down over it, still heading for Team 7's position. The real Naruto sent another Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, that was combined with Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, from Sasuke that created a firestorm that melted a huge swathe of snow. All Team 7 had to suffer through was a wave of lukewarm water. "I bet that was the last one," Naruto said. "Let's go up and beat the record." Team 7 raced to the top and did in fact beat the record. It had not taken them 2 days, it hadn't even taken them a full 24 hours. The proctor congratulated them and let them know they had to wait until the next 7 teams arrived. The 3 genin reviewed the information Naruto had gathered from his clones. Sasuke asked, "Any teams that could be a threat?" Naruto shook his head and yawned, "Not really. The frost nin that we met seemed to do really well in the snow. I'm betting they have a good Suiton user, but other than that the competition was a bit light." Sakura asked, "Were you able to observe all the teams?" Naruto shook his head, "No, so I guess there might be some surprises. Kakashi sensei is right to be cautious, but as far as I can tell we'll be facing true genin." Team 7 settled in and waited for the next teams to arrive. Break! Team 7 watched as the other teams made it through. The second team through was a Kumo squad. They were surprised to see the Konoha team waiting for them. No words were exchanged and they both waited on the next teams. The next team was from Iwa. Spotting the Konoha team, they stalked toward them, angry that the Leaf Shinobi had gotten there first. "We looked for you out there, but I guess you were too scared to fight." Naruto simply shrugged, "There is always next round, let's save it for when we have an audience." The Iwa team were amazed but didn't start anything more. The next team to arrive was Yakata's team from Kumogakure, village hidden in frost. Team 7 shared a friendly greeting and then had to wait for several more hours before the next teams arrived. The last 4 teams arrived one after another in quick succession. First another Iwa team, then a Kumo team, then one from Kumogakure, village hidden in the haze, and a final team from Iwa. Naruto shared a look with Sasuke. The plan had worked. 3 teams from Kumogakure had made it into the finals. The proctor arrived and explained that they would have 1 month to prepare for the final exams. The final exam would be a series of one-on-one combats fought by the teams. The team that was the latest to arrive would select their first champion, and then the opposing team would then select their fighter. They will fight until one side wins, and then the next match will begin. The losing team must pick their champion first, and then the winning team can keep the same champion or replace it. Once a team has lost all of their team in this manner, they will lose, and their opposing team will move on to semi-final match. This will be a test of your individual skill, but also of your teamwork and planning. Not every shinobi is best suited for every situation. The brackets will be decided now by random drawing, so you are allowed to research your opposing team and determine who would be best to fight against. Team 7 was rather blasé about the whole thing, but paid attention to who they would be fighting. There were 2 Kumo teams, 3 Iwa teams, their own team, and then a team from Haze and Frost. Their first matchup turned out to be against the team from Kumogakure. 2 of the Iwa teams would face off against the 2 Kumo teams, and the last Iwa team would go against Yakata's team. Naruto wondered if it had been truly random. An angry Iwa genin demanded that they switch places with the team from Kumogakure. The proctor shut them up quickly, much to Naruto's amusement. The proctor instructed them that there was to be no fighting prior to the match and that all teams would be watched. With those final instructions in place, the genin were released. The Jonin sensei from each team was waiting there for them. Kakashi gave them a nice smile. "I hear you broke the record. Good work, you 3. Sakura asked, "So what are we going to do here for a month?" Kakashi gave her a nice smile. "Train, of course." Sasuke wondered exactly how they were going to train when they would always have eyes on them. The plan didn't call for their abilities to be discovered this quickly. Sasuke didn't say anything because he figured Kakashi had a plan. Kakashi actually didn't have any sneaky plan that would take them away from the prying eyes of the Kumo spies. Instead, he was just going to focus his team on taijutsu. The weight seals could be detected, but not how much was being used. While he knew his team would be disappointed in not being able to focus their energies on their other specialties, it never hurt to improve strength, speed, and stamina. Break. The Raikage reviewed the reports on Kakashi's team. In the room with him were Darui and Mabui. The Raikage finally spoke. "Have they done anything suspicious at all?" Darui shook his head. "No, Raikage-sama, all they have done is train in taijutsu." Mabui read through another report. "Naruto is listed as a B-ranked shinobi in Iwa's bingo book. He is quite skilled with Kagebunshin, and we can confirm that based on their performance in the second exam." The leader of Kumo scowled. "He must have incredible chakra reserves to be able to create so many. Is it possible he is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" Mabui looked thoughtful. "Maybe, but I can't see them using Suna and Sound's tactic against us. And it would be awfully risky to bring their Jinchuriki here in such a vulnerable venue." The Raikage looked thoughtful and rumbled. "He bears the last name Uzumaki, and we know Kushina Uzumaki was the previous host for the Kyuubi." Darui considered it and shrugged. "There isn't enough information to say one way or the other. It's possible, but the Uzumaki were also known for their stamina and chakra reserves." The Raikage slammed his fist on the table. "Then why are they here? Why send Sharingan no Kakashi with his genin team to our exam? They are vulnerable and exposed. Why would they put the last Uchiha and Kakashi at risk like this?" The white-haired Kunoichi offered. "Perhaps they are looking to bolster their standing? Even with the destruction of Odogakure, some may think Konoha is weak after the joint invasion. By bringing a strong genin team here that includes the last Uchiha, they could be trying to reaffirm their strength across the elemental nations. There is something more going on, I can feel it. Double the number of shinobi watching Team 7. Inform me immediately if they do anything suspicious." Darui bowed and left to attend to his orders. Break. The first day of the Chunin finals was the day Naruto Namikaze would be revealed to the world. The minimum number of matches in the team battles was 3, meaning best case scenario there would be 12 matches. Worst case scenario there could be 5 possible matches, which would mean 20 matches during the day. Due to the potential number of bouts, Kumo had their final exams spread through 2 separate days. Naruto was very nervous as he put on his new clothing. The black and burnt orange jumpsuit had similar locations for pockets as his normal outfit did. The Haori felt odd on him, but looking in the mirror he did think it looked nice. I hope I am making you proud by doing this, Dad. Sakura came down and looked at her teammate. Wow, Naruto, you look great. Naruto smiled. He liked it when Sakura complimented him. His nerves steadied a bit. Kakashi looked at his student and felt a sense of fierce pride well up in him. Minato-sensei, I've done the best I can as his Jonin instructor. I hope it was enough. Out loud he said, all right Naruto, put on a henge until we get to the exam location. Naruto nodded and performed the henge to look like he normally did. Team 7 headed out to the arena. Kumo actually had a pretty impressive arena designed. It was centered in a shallow valley that was surrounded by buildings. The buildings were enclosed so the feudal lords, rich merchants and other important officials could watch in comfort. The constructed walls of the arena had few injutsu seals lining them of a simple variety but were effective barriers to stop all but the most destructive jutsu. Sakura found the design relatively simplistic and chakra inefficient, but it would certainly do its job. There was outdoor seating as well that shinobi and less well-to-do citizens of Kumo were using to watch the match. All 24 genin were led into the arena where the Raikage gave a speech about the purpose of the Chunin exams. It wasn't exactly the same as the version Konoha used, but it was similar enough that it made Naruto think they originated from one source. At the end of the speech they announced the names and the villages where they had come from. The crowd was quite diverse. A large contingent from Iwa had arrived since they had 3 whole teams. It was something of a rarity for a visiting village to have the most teams in the finals of a Chunin exam. Kitsuchi had come in place of his father the Tsuchikage. Inoki did not like traveling due to his back issues. The powerful Doton user watched with pride as the genin of his village were announced. Dignitaries from Haze and Frost were also in attendance, and of course the nobles of the Land of Lighting were out in force. The crowd at the moment was in a generous mood and even applauded politely for the Konoha team. That was until Naruto Uzumaki was announced, and Naruto spoke up in a clear voice free of all nervousness and doubt. Actually, it is not Uzumaki. While my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, that is not my clan name. This sparked some interest and some quiet murmuring among the crowd. Many thought Naruto might be a Yamanaka due to his blonde hair. Naruto released the henge he was under, revealing his new outfit, complete with the haori with kanji of Naruto Namikaze written upon it. I wish to compete under my true name, Naruto Namikaze. Talk ceased in an instant. An eerie quiet fell upon the arena and the crowd. A pregnant silence gave birth to an explosive roar. Some loudly proclaimed their disbelief. Others made vows to kill the last Namikaze. He looks just like Konoha's Yellow Flash. He has to be that devil's child. I'll kill him. I'll kill his whole team. He's lying, we would have known if the Yondaime Hokage had children. Kill him. Does he know that jutsu? It makes sense, his sensei was Minato's student. Die yellow demon spawn. The last one amused Naruto to no end. They have no idea I hold the Kyuubi within me and I'm still being called a demon. The only change in his expression was a small smile that enraged the Iwa contingent. One foolish genin even threw a kunai straight at Naruto. Naruto's hand blurred as he snatched the kunai out of the air and hid it up his sleeve, making it seem to most of the genin and all of the civilians that he had just made it disappear. The Raikage roared, "Silence! There will be no fighting except done during the exams." The Raikage's echoing silenced the arena and cowed the Iwa genin into compliance. Kitsuchi quickly began writing in a scroll and handed it to one of his subordinates. "Send this to my father by Hawk now. The Yellow Flash has a son. Why did they reveal him here of all places? All of Kumogakure will demand his blood." With order restored, the proctor called out the first match. It would be an Kumogakure team versus one of the teams from Kumo. Naruto walked with his head held high, almost regal in appearance. He and Kakashi had talked about how he should portray himself in Kumogakure once his mask was dropped. He was not to indulge in his usual mannerisms, he wasn't to get into any verbal altercations. Instead, he was to appear calm, cool and collected. A stable rock that would infuriate the Iwa shinobi. Half of the eyes in the arena were upon Team 7 instead of the actual match itself. Naruto felt a bit bad about that because the matches were rather interesting. The Kumo team was proving the adage that a shinobi out of control was a shinobi who had already lost. The blood of the Iwa genins was up and they were making foolish mistakes in their anger that their opponents were taking full advantage of. Soon enough Kumo had won the fight in a clean sweep. Next up was Team 7. The three genin moved to the waiting area which was in view of most of the crowd. As the team that had scaled the mountain the fastest, the other team had to select the genin who would fight in the first round before they did. The Kumogakure shinobi who entered into the arena fighting area was a couple of years older than Team 7. He was tall and had a large number of kunai covering his vest and belt. Sakura was the selection made for Team 7 and she jumped into the arena with a relaxed smile on her face. Sasuke turned to Naruto. "This is going to be boring. Up for a game of shogi?" Naruto paused and pretended to consider for a moment before finally nodding. Meanwhile the crowd began to mutter angrily. The disrespect from the team was outrageous. Did they think so little of their opponents that they were just going to play a game while the match took place? One angry shinobi remarked, "Even if they don't think much of the other team, they should at least watch their teammate." The angry murmurs and occasional shouts didn't deter the two young genin. They began one of their rehearsed games seemingly without a care in the world. In the ring Sakura's opponent gave her an evil leer. "I drew the short straw. My team thought you would start with Namikaze. The boy has us nervous but instead it's my lucky day and I get to get you." Sakura politely bowed in the face of the insult. She entered into a relaxed academy stance and the proctor signaled the fight to begin. The large genin charged forward throwing kunai with relatively impressive speed for a genin. Sakura deflected them all with her bare hands smoothly. The genin had a kunai in both fists and windmilled his arms, rapidly stabbing downward with the kunai. Sakura sidestepped and lashed out with a powerful kick that snapped the genin's knee. He howled in pain but had the presence of mind to keep himself focused on his task. He threw the kunai at near point-blank range at Sakura, who slid around them like it was a dance. On one knee the teenager threw kunai after kunai with as much speed as he could. Sakura continued her graceful motion, avoiding each and every one of the thrown projectiles. The genin was out of kunai. In a rage he channeled his chakra into his good leg and pushed himself upward toward Sakura. As he got near he flashed through hand signs and began to use a jutsu, but before he was able to, Sakura had charged unexpectedly and delivered a vicious high kick to his stomach, causing him to cough blood and interrupted his attack. While her opponent was still falling to the ground, Sakura lashed out with a strike to the back of the neck, knocking the outmatched genin unconscious. The arena looked at Sakura with newfound respect. Many had thought a pink-haired kunoichi would be a joke. It turned out that she was frighteningly proficient in taijutsu. Some of the shinobi in the crowd wondered if the girl was one of the bodyguards of such an important figure as Yellow Flash's son. The shogi game continued on as the next round of the battle would take place. Because Sakura won, she returned to the staging area and the team from Kumogakure had to select the next fighter. In the Kumo exams, winning was awarded and strength built up on strength. The next genin took to the field. She was a kunoichi with short cropped hair and a black bodysuit. The crowd waited anxiously for who Konoha would pick for the match. Some of the crowd were anxious to see the Namikaze while others were curious about the last Uchiha. Instead, Sakura went back into the arena while Naruto and Sasuke continued their shogi match. Sakura gave a bow to her opponent and once again stepped into a ready stance. The enemy kunoichi immediately began a genjutsu when the round started. Sakura didn't even need to flush the foreign chakra out of her system, she simply parsed it away from her senses. The kunoichi thought her opponent was under it and quickly threw a pair of senbon coated with poison. The senbon struck home only for Sakura to be replaced with one of the kunai used in the prior match. The Haze-nin gasped in surprise and turned to look where Sakura had gone to. She received a vicious barrage of punches to the midsection that knocked the wind about her. Sakura followed it up with a leg sweep and then pounced on the down genin, kunai held at her throat. "Do you yield?" The kunoichi hastily yielded, and just like that the second match was over. Sakura walked back to where her teammates were now moving on to the middle game. Sasuke glanced at his teammate. "We'll need to leave this area once you finish the third one off." I think I've finally got an advantage for once. Try to take your time, please. Sakura resisted the urge to laugh and instead just said, "Hi." The Raikage saw the two genin playing the game but could not make out what was going on in the board. It looks like we won't get to see Minato's son in action today. Darui shook his head, "No, Lord Raikage." The right hand of the Raikage looked down and asked, "What are we going to do about Namikaze?" The leader of Kumo pursed his lips and then answered, "Nothing for now. This is part of some plot by Konoha, but it doesn't make sense yet. I wonder if that snake Danzo is behind this." Darui looked a bit surprised and asked, "I'm not sure I follow." The Raikage looked at his aide and explained. Danzo has desired to be the Hokage. It may even be plausible that he helped arrange the assassination of Hiruzen. If the son of the Yellow Flash were to die in a foreign country, killed by his enemies, he could discredit Jiraiya and take him down. Darui considered the possibility but remained silent. The Raikage added, "I could be wrong. It is just a thought, but whatever is going on, I know this wasn't done a whim." The Raikage and his aides turned back to watch the probable final match. For a third time, Sakura entered the arena. Her final opponent was a shinobi who looked around her age. On his back he had two cylinder containers and tubes could be seen underneath his dark clothing. His face was bare to the world and he looked upset about the apparent ease it took to defeat his teammates. "I will not go down so easy." Sakura bowed and readied herself. The genin sprang forward. Once he was within 3 paces from Sakura, he extended his arms and a jet of superheated gas pushed out from his arms. Sakura leapt backward, avoiding the heat. Her opponent gave chase, and this time Sakura used Kawarimi to get behind him about 20 feet away and threw a pair of kunai at the gas tanks on his back. The genin dodged to the side and whirled back toward Sakura. She backed away from the boy, allowing Naruto and Sasuke time to finish their intense shogi match. The genin pumped out more and more gas, desperately trying to tag her with it, but Sakura was too quick on her feet to get caught. Finally, the boy's gas tanks were empty. Sakura waited for the boy's next move. He flashed through familiar hand seals, those of the first Kapton Jutsu Sakura learned. Sakura realized in an instant that the gas was still in the air. It had dispersed some, but she was willing to bet that it was flammable. Sakura put on a burst of speed, and as her opponent made the final hand sign, she flashed behind him. The fireball ignited the gas on where she just was, creating a spectacular firestorm. Sakura lashed out with a bone-snapping kick to her opponent's back and knocked him into the still burning air. He cried out in agony for a brief second, and then the last vestiges of gas that still lingered in the tubing ignited, turning him into a miniature fireball. Sakura frowned a bit. She hadn't meant to kill him. She didn't feel particularly bad about it, however. His attack was definitely going to kill her if she hadn't moved. Sakura walked back to the waiting area where Naruto had taken the advantage in the game. The game wasn't done, but Naruto had just pulled off a seemingly brilliant move. Sasuke grunted, "HNN, I was going to lose in the next 15 moves anyway, let's go." Naruto rose gracefully and walked back to the viewing area so the next team could fight. The next match was the second IWA team against the second Kumo team. This time the IWA team did much better. The first round went to an IWA Doton user who easily defeated his opponent. The next match his teammate lost, but they put the Doton user again for the next 2 and they took the match. Their teammate was moderately wounded but could be patched up to fight the next day. The Raikage saw Darui's eyes widen a fraction as he received a report from a Chunin. The Raikage looked questioning over at his right-hand shinobi. The shinobi assigned to tail Kakashi's team were watching the game and wrote down the moves. They had it examined by a shogi master. The game was near flawless. The Raikage had a thoughtful look on his face. Being skilled at shogi was considered a sign of one's genius in strategic planning. The idea that 2 young genin were masters of the art was astonishing. Intelligence reports that the Uchiha boy is a genius. Those same reports pegged Naruto as the dead last in class. It was an obvious cover, but the idea of genius like this striking twice in one generation is troubling. How does Konoha keep developing shinobi like Minato, Kakashi, the Sannin, Itachi, and now these 3? His musings were interrupted by the start of the team from Frost fighting off against the final IWA team. As much as the genin deserved to be watched, it was hard for the Reikage as well as the rest of the spectators to stop thinking about the powerful team from Konoha. She was a kunoichi with short cropped hair and a black bodysuit. The crowd waited anxiously for who Konoha would pick for the match. Some of the crowd were anxious to see the Namikaze while others were curious about the last Uchiha. Instead, Sakura went back into the arena while Naruto and Sasuke continued their shogi match. Sakura gave a bow to her opponent and once again stepped into a ready stance. The enemy kunoichi immediately began a jinjutsu when the round started. Sakura didn't even need to flush the foreign chakra out of her system, she simply parsed it away from her senses. The kunoichi thought her opponent was under it and quickly threw a pair of senbon coated with poison. The senbon struck home only for Sakura to be replaced with one of the kunai used in the prior match. The Haze-nin gasped in surprise and turned to look where Sakura had gone to. She received a vicious barrage of punches to the midsection that knocked the wind about her. Sakura followed it up with a leg sweep and then pounced on the down genin, kunai held at her throat. "Do you yield?" The kunoichi hastily yielded, and just like that the second match was over. Sakura walked back to where her teammates were now moving on to the middle game. Sasuke glanced at his teammate. "We'll need to leave this area once you finish the third one off. I think I've finally got an advantage for once. Try to take your time, please." Sakura resisted the urge to laugh and instead just said, "Hi." The Reikage saw the two genin playing the game but could not make out what was going on in the board. "It looks like we won't get to see Minato's son in action today." Darui shook his head. "No, Lord Reikage." The right hand of the Reikage looked down and asked, "What are we going to do about Namikaze?" The leader of Kumo pursed his lips and then answered, "Nothing for now. This is part of some plot by Konoha, but it doesn't make sense yet. I wonder if that snake Danzo is behind this." Darui looked a bit surprised and asked, "I'm not sure I follow." The Reikage looked at his aide and explained. "Danzo has desired to be the Hokage. It may even be plausible that he helped arrange the assassination of Hiruzen. If the son of the Yellow Flash were to die in a foreign country, killed by his enemies, he could discredit Jiraiya and take him down." Darui considered the possibility but remained silent. The Reikage added, "I could be wrong. It is just a thought, but whatever is going on, I know this wasn't done on a whim." The Reikage and his aides turned back to watch the probable final match. For a third time, Sakura entered the arena. Her final opponent was a shinobi who looked around her age. On his back he had two cylinder containers and tubes could be seen underneath his dark clothing. His face was bare to the world and he looked upset about the apparent ease it took to defeat his teammates. "I will not go down so easy." Sakura bowed and readied herself. The Haze-nin sprang forward. Once he was within 3 paces from Sakura, he extended his arms and a jet of superheated gas pushed out from his arms. Sakura leapt backward, avoiding the heat. Her opponent gave chase, and this time Sakura used Kawarimi to get behind him about 20 feet away and threw a pair of kunai at the gas tanks on his back. The genin dodged to the side and whirled back toward Sakura. She backed away from the boy, allowing Naruto and Sasuke time to finish their intense shogi match. The Haze-nin pumped out more and more gas, desperately trying to tag her with it, but Sakura was too quick on her feet to get caught. Finally, the boy's gas tanks were empty. Sakura waited for the boy's next move. He flashed through familiar hand seals, those of the first Katon Jutsu Sakura learned. Sakura realized in an instant that the gas was still in the air. It had dispersed some, but she was willing to bet that it was flammable. Sakura put on a burst of speed, and as her opponent made the final hand sign, she flashed behind him. The fireball ignited the gas on where she just was, creating a spectacular firestorm. Sakura lashed out with a bone-snapping kick to her opponent's back and knocked him into the still burning air. He cried out in agony for a brief second, and then the last vestiges of gas that still lingered in the tubing ignited, turning him into a miniature fireball. Sakura frowned a bit. She hadn't meant to kill him. She didn't feel particularly bad about it, however. His attack was definitely going to kill her if she hadn't moved. Sakura walked back to the waiting area where Naruto had taken the advantage in the game. The game wasn't done, but Naruto had just pulled off a seemingly brilliant move. Sasuke grunted, "HNN, I was going to lose in the next 15 moves anyway, let's go." Naruto rose gracefully and walked back to the viewing area so the next team could fight. The next match was the second IWA team against the second Kumo team. This time the IWA team did much better. The first round went to an IWA Doton user who easily defeated his opponent. The next match his teammate lost, but they put the Doton user again for the next two and they took the match. Their teammate was moderately wounded but could be patched up to fight the next day. The Raikage saw Darui's eyes widen a fraction as he received a report from a Chunin. The Raikage looked questioning over at his right-hand shinobi. The shinobi assigned to tail Kakashi's team were watching the game and wrote down the moves. They had it examined by a shogi master. The game was near flawless. The Raikage had a thoughtful look on his face. Being skilled at shogi was considered a sign of one's genius in strategic planning. The idea that two young genin were masters of the art was astonishing. Intelligence reports that the Uchiha boy is a genius. Those same reports peg Naruto as the dead last in class. It was an obvious cover, but the idea of genius like this striking twice in one generation is troubling. How does Konoha keep developing shinobi like Minato, Kakashi, the Sannin, Itachi, and now these three? His musings were interrupted by the start of the team from Frost fighting off against the final IWA team. As much as the genin deserved to be watched, it was hard for the Raikage as well as the rest of the spectators to stop thinking about the powerful team from Konoha. Chapter 27, Chunin Finale. The final team match of the day was coming up. The team from Kumogakure would face the third IWA team. The winner of the match would be the one to face the team from Konoha. Team 7 was ready to begin their humiliation of IWA, so they were actually rooting for the IWA team to win. If it wasn't for their mission, they would have supported the team from Frost simply because they were one of the few teams not to try to harass them. Despite a valiant effort by the Frost team, they were outmatched by the team from IWA. The environment did not suit a Suetun user, and Doton was the natural counter to Suetun. Still, the Frost team managed to force one IWA member to concede. It was a respectable showing and would probably be enough to have at least one of them promoted to Chunin. It was a rarity in the first place to have minor villages make it to the third part of the exam. Yakata collected her genin and brushed past Kakashi. "Good luck, Kakashi-san. I'm going to be leaving now before the fireworks begin." Kakashi gave her a nice smile. "Your loss, you are going to miss a great show." Yakata walked away and Kakashi listened into the proctor announcing the next matches. It would be Konoha against IWA and the second IWA team against the last Kumo team. Immediately after those two matches, the last battle will take place. Kakashi's team nonchalantly strolled back to their home away from home while half a dozen Kumo shinobi escorted them to avoid any battle in the street. That night, thousands of messages were sent across the elemental nations. Spies of all the nations sent word, of course, some through jutsu, others through bird, and others pushed themselves to travel in person. This was momentous news. Outside of another village being invaded, there was nothing that could top this kind of information. Break! That very night, news arrived in Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage immediately called for his advisors despite the late hour. His bleary-eyed granddaughter had been attending the discussions ever since she began pining after the old man's job, so despite her tiredness she was also present. Anoki threw the letter on the table and said, "The Yellow Flash had a son and no one knew of this? How could you be so incompetent? Forgive us, Tsuchikage-sama. No one knew Namikaze still lived." Anoki resisted the urge to scatter his spy master's particles to the wind. One of the clan leaders spoke up, "Failure aside, we must act now. The brazen arrogance of the demon spawn must be answered. This is an outright provocation." Anoki considered the facts. Konoha had deliberately provoked them. They had to know that they would try to kill the son of their most hated enemy. So why put him at risk this way? They could be trying to assassinate my son. Kitsuchi is one of our most powerful jonin. Is Konoha trying to lure him into a trap to murder him? Anoki had been silent, so another clan leader started to speak. Anoki shut him up quickly. "I'm thinking, quiet. They must think they can kill him. Kakashi is a deadly assassin, but my son is also quite powerful and he will have several jonin with him. Do they have additional forces lying in wait? The silence stretched on. I know this is a trap. Konoha would never risk their greatest hero's offspring without good cause. But even if I could tolerate his existence in this world, I would have hundreds of shinobi abandoning their post attempting to hunt him down. Even knowing it's a trap, I must fall for it. Inoki was the oldest Kage living. He was feared for his dust release but also for his vast experience on the battlefield. They want to murder my son? They want to kill my jonin? If I can't avoid the trap, I must make them choke on their morsel. In the next 2 hours I want 100 shinobi squads ready to march. All must be at least Chunin in rank. Send word to my son that after the Chunin exams he is to delay the Konoha team but don't fully engage. 100 squads meant 400 shinobi. While the shinobi forces of each village numbered in the thousands, a large chunk of the shinobi arsenal were not designed for direct combat. There was a large group of genin many whom took on non-combat roles within the village. There were also specialists who worked in interrogation that never left the village. There were others who taught potential shinobi. Some served as medical specialists and others were scholars attempting to record jutsu and even create new ones. Even in times of war outside of the most catastrophic occurrence, a shinobi village was loath to send any more than half of their combat specialists away from the home they were sworn to protect. 400 shinobi, most of whom would be combat specialists, was an army. It could realistically destroy any of the minor villages with ease. Surely the boy isn't that dangerous, one of the advisors argued. It's an obvious trap. They want us to send Kitsuchi in and then their additional forces will attack. Instead we will spring the trap on them, that Tsuchikage declared. Everyone at the table was silent and they bowed to the will of the absolute ruler of Iwagakure. And Han is going with them. Break. Team 7 had celebrated the successful completion of the first part of their mission. They knew Kumo was watching closer than ever, so they had remained mum about the next stage. In the morning they were escorted to the arena by a large block of Kumo shinobi. Sasuke smirked at them while the rest of Team 7 just fell in line. When they arrived at the arena they realized that more seats had been hastily constructed. The arena as it had been built would not have been able to handle the influx of observers. It seemed like all of Kumo had turned out for the Chunin exams and Team 7 knew they were the reason. More specifically, Naruto Namikaze was the reason. Their match would be against one of the two remaining IWA teams. This time it would be Sasuke's turn to defeat their three opponents. The other team, however, had to make the selection first. The tall leader of the team shouted out, "Are you going to cower behind a woman, Namikaze? Come out and fight me!" Naruto calmly ignored the taunt. Sasuke stepped into the arena. "If you want to get to him you have to go through me." The IWA shinobi glared with hatred at the Uchiha. He then stepped into the arena. "Fine, you get to die first." Sasuke didn't even bother to get into a fighting stance, he just kept his hands loose at his side. The match began and the IWA shinobi started off with Doton, Doskiryu, Earth Style, Earth Dragon. The jutsu was a dangerous one and a bit surprising for a genin to know. However, Sasuke had the Sharingan and had already encountered this particular jutsu. He knew how it would behave and knew exactly how long it would take for his opponent to finish the hand signs. Sasuke's hand blurred and he threw a pair of shuriken. The IWA nin had just finished the jutsu as the shuriken pierced his throat. The Earth Dragon rose with a roar only to end abruptly as the chakra used to form it suddenly ceased to be. Pathetic, he was so focused on his jutsu he didn't even notice the shuriken coming in until they were almost there. The IWA spectators screamed out their rage. The IWA genin who were up next against Sasuke were angry, but they were also scared. The tall genin was the best ninjutsu user on the team and he was killed within the opening seconds of a fight. Sasuke smirked at them. Scared? That of course got their blood boiling as they denied it. The proctor told Sasuke, "You may return to the waiting area while the Iwagakure team selects their next participant." Sasuke responded, "Regardless of who they pick, I'm fighting, so I'll stay right here." The proctor shrugged and Sasuke's next opponent stepped into the arena. The teenager was a kenjutsu specialist and had two katanas held in his hands. "I won't be caught off guard, Uchiha." Sasuke said nothing and the match began. The Kenjutsu specialist charged into close combat blades, striking out with some skill. Sasuke considered his options and launched a Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Of course the shinobi dodged the attack, but in the instant where his vision was blocked by the fiery jutsu, Sasuke sent shuriken whirling toward where the Iwa Nin had dodged to. At the last moment Sasuke's opponent deflected the shuriken with his blades. Sasuke smirked, "Not bad, if you weren't up against me you'd probably be promoted to Chunin." Kakashi had allowed Sasuke some leeway in taunting, but he feared the boy reveled in it a bit too much. The rock Nin charged in again, and this time Sasuke sped toward him. Sasuke dodged the first blade and then parried the second with his kunai. Using his superior strength he forced the blade away from his opponent's body and then brought down the kunai into the genin's chest. The genin gave a cry of pain and dropped his blade. Sasuke twisted the kunai and ripped it out, allowing the blade to pass sideways through his opponent's torso. The dead genin gurgled, shuddered once and then lay still. The Raikage saw the two quick battles and the boy's evident skill. And the boy has yet to unlock his Sharingan. When he does he will be a force to be reckoned with. Darui looked up at his leader. Our censor shinobi believe he has unlocked the Sharingan and is using it during the battle. He must have some sort of covering over his eyes. The Raikage acknowledged his subordinate's words and looked on as the last Iwa shinobi entered the arena. Sasuke's last opponent entered into the arena. He had on winter clothing, heavily furred and bulky. Sasuke's Sharingan saw the reason for it. The little fool is looking to go out in a blaze of glory for his village. The raven-haired genin had detected the dozen explosive tags under the heavy clothing. His opponent was going to try to get close and detonate himself. Sasuke used Kage Bunshin as soon as the match started. The Iwa opponent was now faced with two targets. One was hanging back while the second charged him. He would have to get past the clone before he could get near the real Sasuke. He shouted out, "Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu." The genin popped up behind the real Sasuke and detonated all of the seals, taking Sasuke and himself out. His dying thoughts were that now his fellow Iwa team would have to deal with one less bodyguard before dealing with the Namikaze. Of course the real Sasuke had been the one to charge, so the now dead genin never realized he had killed himself to destroy a shadow clone. Sasuke chuckled as he walked back to his team. He had killed all three of his opponents just like Kakashi had asked him to. The crowds may have been there for Naruto, but they would remember that the last loyal Uchiha had also fought today. Break. The other semi-final match was Iwa against Kumo. Despite the Iwa team's focus and desire to face Team 7 in the finals, they lost one of their genin. He would live, but he would not be able to participate in the next match. The Iwa team had a skilled Doton user who was able to coat his entire body in rock that proved to be a formidable defense against the rest of the Cloud genin. It was a battered but triumphant Iwa team that made it to the finals. There was an intermission of 1 hour for the various nobles and important individuals to eat and make wagers on the outcome. After seeing Sakura and Sasuke in action, the betting was not so much who would win but on other things. Would the Namikaze fight? Would he kill his opponents? How long would the bout take? After the hour of waiting, the two Iwa genin who were left knew they were at a disadvantage, but that was fine as long as they got to fight the son of Iwa's greatest enemy. Naruto was a bit surprised to see how much hate was reflected in their eyes. He knew the history on how Minato single-handedly turned an almost certain victory for Iwa in the war into a humiliating defeat. But this was a bit much. Hating me because my father beat them in a war they started is even stupider than hating me because Kyuubi was locked inside of me. He had his orders from Kakashi sensei and he readied himself to carry them out. The genin who could encase his body with Iwa no Yoroi, rock armor, would be his opponent. Naruto entered into the arena and the crowd's roar reverberated throughout the valley. Some were cheering because the Namikaze was finally going to fight. Others were yelling jeers and taunts. Eventually both types quieted down as the proctor refused to start the match until he could be heard over the crowd. The Iwa Nin had no words for Naruto and Naruto had none for him. The proctor began the match and the Jinchuriki's opponent encased himself with rock armor. Naruto used Kage Bunshin to create half-dozen copies of himself. The Iwa shinobi charged in for close combat. The clone he attacked easily dodged the blow. In an instant 6 Narutos surrounded him and all of them shouted clearly, Rasengan. The swirling balls of condensed chakra then smashed into the Iwa genin. The rotating ball of pure chakra easily pulverized his rock armor. If he had just been hit by one, the force would have powered through some of his armor and then sent him flying away. He probably could have survived. However, since he was hit at multiple sides, he could not be thrown back. Instead, the Rasengans tore through the rock armor and into the soft flesh and bone beneath. Blood splattered the clones and 2 of them dissipated from bone shards that had ricocheted out of the dead genin's corpse. Once more Naruto had silenced the massive crowd. The Rasengan was further proof of Naruto's parentage. Naruto thought that was a bit silly because other people could use the Rasengan, but if it helped cement the image they were trying to convey, that was fine. The final Iwa genin stared daggers at Naruto and then raised his hand. I yield. His Jonin sensei and the rest of the Iwa contingent were furious. He barked back at them, I'm not a fool, if I try to fight him he will kill me. I can serve my village better alive than dead. Kakashi eyed the genin and made a note to himself to watch for him in bingo books in the years to come. Or if they do bring him along when they attack us, I'll make sure he dies. Smart enemy shinobi need to be cut down before they grow into their strength. The proctor shouted, the Chunin exams are over. Your village leaders will decide who is deserving of a promotion. The proctor said a bit more about exiting the arena and advised the Kumo citizens that the Raikage will make the Chunin selections within the coming days. Kakashi smiled at his team, let's celebrate tonight and leave in the morning. Team 7 could have left that day as there was still daylight, but they wanted to give Iwagakure time. If Kakashi had a crystal ball that could see into Iwagakure, he would have left immediately, but without that actionable intelligence they were sticking with the plan as designed. Break! The Iwagakure army made quick time as they raced to intercept their prey. Chunin and Jonin had been hastily assembled and were now determined to get to the Namikaze before he returned to his own land. The leader of the group was Juro Suzumori of the Suzumori clan. He was an elite Jonin who had honed his clan's bloodline to a razor edge. The Suzumori clan had a bloodline that was Iwa's version of tracking clans like Inuzuka and Hyuga. As long as they touched the earth, they could feel the slightest vibrations from miles away. This made them almost impossible to ambush and allowed them to hunt down their targets easily. Even if the enemy jumped from tree to tree, they could feel the vibration of the contact the tree had with the earth. In May, then excellent hunter Nin, and Juro was no exception. He had a long career of hunting down missing Nin. The only black mark on his record was the failure to catch the mad bomber, Deidre. And that had much to do with the S-ranked shinobi being able to create a flying construct. Hunting down and killing the last Namikaze would more than erase that failure. Almost his entire clan had volunteered for the mission. However, as the Suzumori clan head, he had to think about the future and had only allowed half a dozen of its members to join in the hunt. Han the Jinchuriki of Kokuo was in the squad behind him. Juro was confident they could rely on Han in the coming battle. Despite being a Jinchuriki and having hate-filled eyes, Han was obedient to the will of the Tsuchikage and fought with cold precision. He was their trump card in case the Leaf had somehow hidden an army ready to spring an ambush. Juro didn't think this was likely unless Konoha had made an alliance with Kumo. If that happened, they were probably doomed anyway. That was highly improbable as the enmity between Kumo and Konoha had grown over the years. While Han was the most powerful individual, he was far from the only dangerous shinobi. Among the Jonin there were skilled Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, specialists. And since Sharingan no Kakashi specializing in right ton jutsu, they had brought Iwa's most skilled futon specialist, Sanami. She had no bloodline or clan affiliation. However, she was famous for her chakra control and skill with futon manipulation that allowed her alter existing wind jutsu on the fly. The Iwa shinobi had already sped through the lands near Takigakure. They had made only a slight detour to show the Takigakure forces they had no plans on invading. It wasn't so much of a fear of being defeated but more of being slowed down. On they raced and soon they entered into the newly re-established Tanokuni, land of rice fields. There they would rest and replenish their chakra and then continue on to their destination. The goal was to ambush them in the land of frost, but if necessary they could strike in the land of hot water. Under no circumstances could they allow their target to enter into Hai no Kuni, land of fire. Break. In the morning Team 7 left Kumogakure. Their Kumo tails clung to them as they reached the gates of Kumo. There were 4 IWA shinobi waiting for them. The 3 Jonin sensei of the IWA teams and Kitsuchi blocked Team 7's path. The Kumo shinobi tensed and prepared to deal with fighting within their village. Kakashi halted and asked in a mild voice, "What can I do for you, Kitsuchi-san?" The son of the Tsuchikage waited a few seconds to answer before finally responding, "Do you want to prevent a war, Hataki? Hokage-sama hates war, so please do go on." Kitsuchi looked around and said, "Too many eyes here, let's go to the restaurant over there and discuss this over a meal like civilized people." So they are trying to stall. We've already stayed here an extra day, I'm not going to make it easy on them. You can discuss this with my shadow clone, but my team and I need to get moving. Kakashi made a single Kage Bunshin who gestured toward the restaurant. Kitsuchi grimaced, "That is not possible. I will state my claim here and now then. Leave the Namikaze with us or you and your squad will die." The 3 junior members of Team 7 didn't even blink. Kakashi gave Kitsuchi an eye smile. "Oh really? I should leave my sensei's son with his most hated enemy? I should leave the child of the most celebrated hero of my village with you? I should leave my student with you? We are done here. If you want him, come and take him." A dozen Kumo shinobi descended around the opposing shinobi. The highest ranked one said, "There will be no fighting in our streets and there will be no fighting in Kaminari no Kuni, land of lighting. The Raikage will take it as a personal insult if battle occurs in the lands he has sworn to protect." Kakashi bowed, "Thank you for your timely arrival. My team will not attack, however we will defend ourselves if threatened. Perhaps if you were to entertain these fine individuals at the diner they had suggested, we'd be happy to be on our way without any further trouble." Kitsuchi growled out, "I'm not hungry anymore and we are leaving now." The Cloud Shinobi ominously responded, "You have both been warned." They then all leapt away or used the Shunshin to remove themselves from the area. Both IWA and Konoha shinobi left Kumogakure proper at the same time. The IWA shinobi bristled with killing intent while the 4 Konoha shinobi ignored them completely. Kakashi gave off an ease of bored indifference to the IWA shinobi who were next to them, but he kept a sharp eye on Kitsuchi. The man's skill with Doton Jutsu made him a dangerous opponent. "My team is outwardly calm, but I know they are anxious to get started. When will you strike, I wonder? Will you take Kumo's warning seriously and wait to attack until we have left Lightning Country?" Kakashi saw advantages both situations, but for now the ball was in Iwa's court. Regardless of when they chose to strike, Team 7 would be ready. Chapter 28, Clash. Shortly after they left the gates of Kumogakure, Kakashi gave the signal to Naruto and Sakura. 5 minutes later Naruto used Kage Bunshin to create 40 clones. 30 of them immediately used a henge to appear like his comrades. Now there were a total of 1 original and 10 copies of each member of Team 7. The IWA shinobi tensed, ready to fight if necessary. The groups of Team 7 clones weren't interested in fighting, instead they dispersed in every direction except towards the village they had just left. Kitsuchi and the other IWA Jonin kept a firm eye on the original group. One of the Jonin with him said, "You think you can fool us like that, Konoha scum? All of you move differently and your chakra is different. This might fool genin or chunin, but it would never fool us." Kitsuchi narrowed his eyes and then popped them open. Kai! The subtle genjutsu Sakura had weaved had dissolved, and Kitsuchi realized they were with clones, not the real Team 7. The Jonin who had spoken cursed at having been tricked. None of the IWA shinobi were sensory types, however they were Jonin, which meant they were very observant. The idea of all of them falling prey to even a very subtle genjutsu that only changed things slightly was dangerous. Kitsuchi then realized exactly when the genjutsu had struck. The genjutsu was used when the Namikaze made his shadow clones. The influx of chakra all around us helped hide the presence of the genjutsu chakra within our own network. Kitsuchi admired the level of coordination that had taken. Kitsuchi made a pair of mud clones and shouted to his comrades, "Spread out and find them. They aren't going to fight us in Lighting Country, but we need to find the real ones." One of the Jonin sent a specific series of pulses of chakra into the ground that Kitsuchi's Chunin aide still in Kumo would sense and then relay information by hawk back to Iwagakure with an update. Team 7 had successfully evaded their immediate tails. They moved at moderate speed toward the Land of Frost. The IWA contingent was more than just the 4 Jonin they had encountered, and they weren't sure exactly where they were. The dignitaries from the Land of Earth had bodyguards that would be predominantly made up of Chunin. While the nobles may be loath to give up their hired guards if it meant helping their nation end the Namikaze line, most would be willing. And even if not, Kakashi knew there would be IWA observers at the border. Once they were in the Land of Frost, the Rakich's demands would be null. And once outside of the Land of Lightning, Team 7 could proceed in thinning out the IWA forces. Break! Tsunade's squad had received word a massive army was on the move from Iwagakure. Tsunade relayed the information Guy, Shibi, and Tenzo. Shibi processed the information and frowned. The number of shinobi being sent is concerning. Shikaku believed they would send their hunter Nin, perhaps a few of their more powerful elite Jonin, not an army. Tsunade pursed her lips. That's why we are here, to act as backup. We don't have any intelligence on who they are sending. For all we knew, that Tsuchikage himself could be going with them. Tsunade didn't think that was likely. It was rare for a Kage to personally involve themselves in battle. Too many had fallen on the field, and it was very disruptive to the village. Typically it was only done in the most extreme situations, either on the defensive or to fully complete one village's victory over another. Tsunade asked, "Unlikely, but what is your point?" "We should call off the mission. Tell Team 7 to go to ground and hide. Avoid engaging the enemy and send for reinforcements." Tsunade shook her head. "Konoha has yet to recover, and we cannot escalate. If Team 7 hides and we bring an army, IWA will bring even more forces, and we will turn this land into a battleground of ever-increasing size. No, we will stick to the plan. Kakashi's team fought against Orochimaru. They are stronger than you think." The Aburame disagreed with the tactical analysis, but he wasn't in charge. "As you say, Lady Tsunade, what should we do then?" "We wait until Kakashi signals that he needs us. Until then we stay hidden and avoid exposure." Guy gave a thumbs up. "We will be ready to showcase our youth when they call." Tenzo silently agreed with his boisterous comrade. Kakashi-senpai had saved his life numerous times. He would return the favor if at all possible. Break! The weather was growing colder as Team 7 neared the border. Kakashi turned to his 3 pupils. "Are you ready?" "Hi, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi smiled underneath his mask as his team officially crossed over into the Land of Frost. Naruto created another 40 clones that scattered along the edges of the border. Team 7 quickly set up several shinobi traps. Relatively simple items, buried explosive tags that would be activated by pressure, a few tripwires, and even something as mundane as a snare. Genjutsu was added to make them harder to detect. And then Team 7 hunkered down to wait. Naruto received memories of some popped clones. He grinned. First blood had gone to Naruto. The IWA shinobi that had been in Kumogakure had attacked a group of his clones. It was a group of 5 foolish Chunin, and they had been massacred by his clones. Only 2 clones had been defeated by Doton Jutsu that disrupted the earth to an extent that the crashing rocks had grazed the 2 clones. Shadow clones are great, but they sure are fragile, Naruto thought to himself. He relayed the information to his team. His clones had less luck against the group of Jonin from IWA. Kitsuchi had attacked the group first using Doton, Dachubaku, Earth Release, Underground Explosion. The earth between Kitsuchi and the clones exploded in a line. All of the clones avoided serious injury, however, taking even a minor injury dissipated them. 2 clones were down, and Kitsuchi followed up with Doton, Kingon no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock Technique. His entire arm was covered in rock, and it raced toward one of the clones at top speed. The Naruto clone ducked the blow and slashed out with his katana, slicing deep into Kitsuchi. Unfortunately for the Naruto clone, his opponent was actually a rock clone that shattered into pieces when the blade struck, and he was not able to avoid the debris. The last Naruto clone used futon, shinkajouku, wind release vacuum bullets, but had it blocked by a hastily constructed mud wall. The Naruto clone raced forward and used kawarimi to get behind the wall and fired another futon, shinkajouku, wind release vacuum bullets, but again the mud wall came up and the clone ran out of chakra. Naruto informed his team, Kitsuchi and the Iwa Jonin are about half a mile away. They might be rock and mud clones though. Kitsuchi is really fast with his Doton Jutsu, be cautious. The team readied themselves while Naruto made some additional clones. However, the Iwa shinobi did not attack. A few hours stretched by and Kakashi said, looks like they aren't that eager. They must be waiting for reinforcements. Head for the second position, Naruto leaves some clones here. Sasuke grimaced. His senses were on the razor edge and he was dying to actually fight something. The waiting was killing him. Team 7 moved on to the next position and settled into wait. Kakashi had Sakura and himself take a quick power nap with firm instructions to wake them in 2 hours if someone happened by. In those 2 hours nothing happened. As the team prepared to continue on, Sasuke said, let's go on the offense then. Fight when we want to and not when they get around to doing it. Kakashi shook his head, that could be what they want. Their actions imply that they are waiting for reinforcements will want to be fresh for when the Iwa kill teams arrive. They began traveling to their next suitable location when Naruto suddenly cursed. About an hour away we have about 50 Iwa shinobi heading our way. One matches the description of Han the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Kakashi's eye widened, dangerous, be very careful if we engage him. He can at the minimum do a partial transformation. Sasuke grinned, finally some real action. Kakashi called a halt. Alright, we'll set up a defensive position here. We'll set up a normal trap and Jinjutsu formation. Sakura distribute the scrolls to Naruto's clones. Sasuke and I will each make a pair of Kage Bunshin to go with 30 Naruto clones. We'll hit the enemy using the few Injutsu scrolls you've prepared, Sakura. That should thin them out some. You three better give me a good account on which scrolls work best. I've spent hours and hours on these things, so you better use them right, Sakura warned. Naruto created his 30 clones and they were each given a scroll by Sakura. She had a pair for the 2 Kakashi and 2 Sasuke clones as well. Kakashi gave final instructions, remember you are just clones, do as much damage as you can, don't worry about survival. The clones headed out and Team 7 settled into wait. Break! Jiro Suzumori had split his forces. With him were 15 squads, the tip of the spear. He had sent another 15 squads toward the land of hot water. The rest of his army was nearby when he felt the tremors in the ground. I sensed a shinobi and then it disappeared. A shadow clone and then I heard 4 pairs of footsteps turn into 34. I've pinpointed them and it looks like they have found us too. He quickly gave orders and readied his squads for battle. Signals were sent to the main bulk of his forces. He sent orders to the group who had gone toward the land of hot water to hold position to cut off any retreat. A third group of 15 squads would head north and encircle where the enemy truly was, and the rest of the 200 shinobi would reinforce his spear tip. Jiro didn't have long to wait as the enemy was heading for his 50 shinobi with good haste. His forces didn't have much rest, but soldier pills meant all of them were at peak efficiency after their run. The first clone stopped at a ridge and Jiro signaled the Iwa shinobi to blow it apart with Doton Jutsu. Half a dozen clones were dissipated when the ridge disappeared with earth and stones scattering all different directions. A few of the clones shielded themselves with futon, repusho, wind release, gale palm. The first squad that engaged after the Doton barrage threw kunai with explosive tags attached. In response, prior to immediately striking, a clone unfurled a scroll that thrust an extremely potent wind that blew away the incoming kunai. From within the scroll, scores of kunai flashed back toward the first squad's position. A hastily used Doton, Doria Hiki, Earth Release, Mud Wall, was a fraction of a second too slow to stop the lead set of kunai. As a result, one of the Chunin took a kunai that pierced straight through his flak vest and into his shoulder. Other squads began to engage while Juro analyzed the opponent's attacks. Han was about to go in, but Juro held up his hand to hold him back. A Naruto clone used Shunshin to appear next to a squad. The squad had 2 jonin and the clone was struck down in quick order. The clone had a katana in one hand that had been parried, and in the other it was holding a scroll. As soon as the clone dissipated, the scroll that was being held shot open and exploded with tremendous force. The blast was 20 times the size of a normal exploding tag and had metallic shrapnel included that severely injured one of the jonin. This repeated itself once more with an explosion against another squad. And then a third kamikaze clone had a scroll that sprayed out acid that even ate through rock, to say nothing of what it did to flesh. Juro scowled and sent in the Jinchuriki. The scrolls were dangerous to his shinobi, but not to someone like Han. He called out orders: use clones and long-range attacks to deal with them, avoid close combat. Steam flowed out of Han's armor as he charged in. A clone of the last Uchiha charged at the Jinchuriki of Iwa. The Sasuke clone flipped through hand signs and used right ton, Shurchu Shirbari, lighting release, 4-pillar bind. Han, however, felt the chakra building up and put on an additional burst of speed, and the attack missed. The Sasuke clone with its Sharingan enhanced vision was able to avoid the first 2 blows from his red armored opponent. Juro called out a warning to the left flank of his shinobi. The warning came just in time as a Kakashi clone burst out of the ground flinging kunai in all directions. The warning saved his comrades but didn't stop Kakashi from following up the surprise attack with a rush at the weakest opponent his Sharingan could perceive. A Chunin medical shinobi was quickly cut down as the Kakashi clone annihilated him in close combat before leaping away from a Doton, Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow spears. More Naruto clones unleashed hails of kunai on the Iwa shinobi, though they failed to do much damage now that they expected those types of attacks. Juro felt 3 clones go wide around to the right flank and he signaled them. A Naruto clone rushed in, avoiding an Earth Dragon and several kunai. 10 feet away from the Iwa shinobi, the clone unfurled his scroll and toxic gas flowed out toward his targets. The 2 extra Naruto clones both launched Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, pushing the toxic gas into the middle of the formation. Meanwhile, Han had just finished off the Sasuke clone, whose only consolation prize was hitting the Jinchuriki with Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball technique, that had done little to no damage. The Kakashi clone was eventually taken down by sheer numbers, but not before fatally wounding another Chunin. A second Kakashi clone dissipated itself after using Right Ton, Jibashi Deno, Lightning Release, Massive Electromagnetic Murder, that let loose with a large area burst of lightning that severely wounded a dozen shinobi and outright killed 3. To compound matters, those severely wounded could not get out of the way of the toxic gas, and a few more ended up falling prey to it. The Suzumori clan leader looked around in disgust. Nothing but clones, and I've taken 30 casualties, a dozen of which are dead or too wounded to be of further service. To add to his annoyance, he felt another 30 clones be created and were heading for their position. The bulk of his army was arriving, and as of yet his targets had not left their current location. More clones are coming, this time be prepared for their tricks. Fresh squads are coming, they will move past us and engage with our real enemies. Break! Kakashi looked at his team. We've got a bit of a problem. Juro Suzumori is the one hunting us. Naruto knew the name as he had memorized all the bingo books. He's the guy that can sense footsteps, right? Kakashi nodded. He'll be hard to fool. Based on what my clone observed, I believe there are a lot more enemies than we expected. I'm going to send the signal up for Tsunade's squad to be ready to intervene. Kakashi threw a modified Katan Jutsu into the air that burned with red light. We're going to engage them here, but be ready to retreat if I give the signal. Naruto prepared another 40 clones for battle and then made ready to use his summoning jutsu once the enemy was close by. Sakura went over the Jinjutsu she was planning on using in her head. Sasuke was ready to push himself. His clone had been defeated rather easily by the Jinchuriki. He wasn't going to allow for a repeat occurrence. The enemy was closing in and they had learned from the previous clash. They led the way with Han, who could shrug off all but the most dangerous attacks and a variety of mud and rock clones. Naruto looked unnerved toward Kakashi. They will be here in minutes, and it's way more than 50. They have over 200 shinobi incoming. Kakashi was caught off guard by the sheer number. They must have really hated you, sensei. Kakashi ordered a dozen of Naruto's clones to retreat south and make sure they had a clear path toward where their backup squad should be. And then the first wave of Iwa shinobi was upon them. The first wave was made up of clones, and they triggered most of the traps. Naruto bit his thumb and accessed the Kyuubi chakra. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique. A massive chakra cloud rose, and as it cleared, Gamabunta appeared. Naruto waved hello quickly before creating some distance to repeat his summoning twice more to summon the full complement of Battletoads. Gamabunta asked, "Who are we going to be fighting now, kid?" Naruto smiled. "Oh, about 200 Iwa shinobi." Opposite the battlefield, the Iwa shinobi saw the three massive toads appear. Juro signaled the Kuchios, summoning specialists, to take action. Massive summons required enormous chakra reserves. Only rare shinobi could summon the likes of Manda or Gamabunta by themselves. For the Iwa shinobi, they had a team of 3 who had signed the bear contract, and they each contributed their chakra to the summoning. Juro watched with satisfaction as Maru the Bear King was summoned. The growl from his throat reverberated across the battlefield. This had better be good. The head summoner bowed. "Maru-sama, our foe, is the heir of our greatest enemy. He has summoned the chief of Mount Maiboku." The great bear growled again. He stood on his hind legs the way the great toads did. Strapped across his back was a massive club almost as large as he was. His fur was black and coarse except on his right shoulder, where a large burn scar prevented it from growing. In a bestial but commanding voice he agreed, "A worthy foe." The second group had 4 shinobi in it, and they pooled their chakra together to summon Atreides the Dark Vulture. The creature was about half the size of Maru and the toads, but it was also airborne, which gave the 4 Iwa shinobi a platform to rain down attacks from above. The vulture was also a master of Jinjutsu and could trap its targets in a nightmare world of death and entropy. Gamabunta went to face off against Maru. The Iwa shinobi ripped apart the ground from beneath the 3 great toads with their Doton Jutsu. Off-balance, Gamabunta was barely able to catch the massive club in his hands before it smashed into his torso. Gamakin fell over and groaned, "I told you I was clumsy." Gamahiro, on the other hand, pushed away from the Doton cracked ground and charged into the Iwa lines. Naruto clones raced over to Gamakin to protect him while he was off his feet. Other clones opened their scrolls and let loose barrages of high-speed kunai. The Iwa shinobi charged forward, eager to kill the Namikes. The real Naruto drew his specially made katana and charged a trio of Iwa shinobi near him. The first attempted to dodge his strike but misjudged Naruto's full speed and was sliced in 2. One of the 2 drew their own katana and lashed out while the other threw shuriken. Naruto deflected the shuriken, parried the first 2 attacks, and then launched his own. The Iwa shinobi had his blade in a perfect block stance. Naruto pushed chakra into his blade as he struck, instantly slicing through steel and dealing a mortal blow to his opponent. A samurai would have cried foul at the rather underhanded method of winning the Kenjutsu duel, but to a shinobi, winning through trickery was always appropriate. Before Naruto could deal with the third opponent, a massive Doton, Doskiryu, Earth Release, Stone Dragon, slammed into his position and required a quick retreat. Another followed in its wake, and Naruto was hard-pressed to get away. Suddenly the attack stopped as the Iwa shinobi cheered. Naruto saw an image of his own bloodied and dead body on the ground and silently thanked Sakura for her Jinjutsu. It didn't fool the Iwa shinobi long, and after a couple of seconds the Jinjutsu was broken. Sakura, however, had 2 purposes for the Jinjutsu. Primarily it was to save Naruto, however secondly it was to see who was resistant to Jinjutsu and who was vulnerable. Sakura signaled Sasuke, who blurred toward the Iwa shinobi Sakura had pointed out. Sakura used an enhanced version of called Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, to trap 4 Iwa shinobi in an image of their worst nightmare. They died still trapped in that nightmare as Sasuke cut their throats. A dozen Iwa shinobi went after Sasuke. All of them were at least Chunin rank and several were jonin. Sasuke blocked a taijutsu strike to his face, broke his opponent's wrist and then threw him in the direction kunai and more Iwa shinobi were charging in. Their view partially obscured by the flying shinobi, Sasuke sped through the hand seals for Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and launched it at the charging Iwa shinobi. If those had been his only opponents it would have worked, however a mud wall stopped the fireball in its tracks. Another Doton user raised earth spears from the ground and Sasuke had to leap away. Mid-air he was the target of thrown kunai, several of which had exploding tags attached. Sasuke quickly used Kawarimi but not before one of the exploding tags detonated, burning his left arm. Unsteady from the hit while in the midst of the substitution jutsu, Sasuke stumbled and rolled to the ground. Standing up, his Sharingan enhanced vision allowed a narrow dodge of a Retsudo Tenshin, Mud Needle. A pair of Naruto clones took the heat off of him and allowed him to recover from the barrage of non-stop attacks. HNN, I'm better than them, but they are hitting me from too many directions. I can't finish one off without leaving myself open. Kakashi saw everything going on with his Sharingan and was using the chaos to his advantage. Through skilled application of Shunshin, Kawarimi, and his preternatural levels of stealth, he was showing Iwa just why he was one of the legends of the Third Shinobi War. He had even fooled the Suzumori clan by taking a running leap in one direction, creating a mid-air Kage Bunshin, leaping off of said Bunshin and letting the Bunshin step where he would have. If it was just me and him he probably could have sensed it, but even he must be tasked with the hundreds of clones, jutsu and shinobi everywhere. Kakashi had executed a dozen Iwa shinobi with practiced efficiency. Naruto's clones, however, were dying swiftly. Han was actively seeking out the real Naruto and the clones could do little to slow him down. Kakashi felt the beginnings of a Jinjutsu taking hold of him and was surprised by the sheer power of it. It was very likely that absent his Sharingan he would have succumbed to the momentary vision of his fleshing rotting away. Stupid bird, I guess summons don't read bingo books. The other unfortunate part of their situation was that they weren't killing their Iwa foes very fast. Gamaken had finally stood up but was battling multiple Jonin who were slowly wearing him down. Gamabunta wasn't losing his battle with Maru, but he wasn't winning either. Gamahiro was dealing with a pair of massive golems created with Doton, Gorimu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Golem Technique. Kakashi knew the battle was not going in their favor. Naruto summoned another batch of clones that were trying to hold back the tide, but they didn't have time to pick up the few Injutsu scrolls that made them so much deadlier. Kakashi put on a burst of speed and knocked an Iwa Jonin away while dodging earth spears and mud bullets. He ended his sprint behind Maru and gathered chakra around his eye. The massive king of bears may have felt the chakra build up, but he was too focused on his battle with the Toad Chief. Kamui was unleashed on the back of the gigantic summon. It began to twist him out of this world when he fought back with a snarl. This proved to be quite painful for Maru. Kamui exerted a force that was nearly impossible to hold back. The bear planted his feet in order to push off and away from the sudden force pulling him, and that second was costly. Maru roared and with a triumphant surge leapt away from the pull, leaving behind huge chunks of his spine and flesh. The massive bear fell and moaned once before lying still. The scene shocked the Iwa shinobi. Once a summoned creature became wounded enough, they returned to their own land. But if one died outright, there was no return, their corpse remained where it had fallen. Sharingan no Kakashi had just executed Iwa's greatest summon. The demoralizing impact was immediate. Kakashi signaled his team to retreat during the confusion. Not all of Iwa had stopped in its tracks at the sight, but enough had that Team 7 was able to disengage from their immediate opponents. Juro began giving orders as he charged toward Kakashi. He drew his Tanto and rushed Kakashi. After killing Maru, Kakashi had let out a burst of killing intent designed to further frighten and intimidate Juro's army. Juro knew he had to do something. Juro's ability to sense other shinobi through vibrations wasn't the only reason he was feared. Without weaving a single hand sign, earth rose up around Kakashi, who dodged away from it. Juro clashed Tanto against kunai with Kakashi. The surrounding shinobi watched in awe as their duel began. A couple of shinobi tried to assist, but Kakashi manipulated the battlefield in a way that they caused more harm than good. Kakashi held the edge in taijutsu due to the Sharingan, however Juro's use of the earth around to shield and attack almost rivaled the late Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. Nearby Gamabunta stomped a pair of Iwa shinobi too slow in escaping the massive toad. Explosive tags rained around his eyes, blinding him. Sharp earth spears thrust into his feet, pricking them badly. Still slightly blind, he lashed out with several Suiton, Teppadama, water release, gunshot, one right after another. Kakashi's students withdrew. Naruto threw out clones who were using futon, detappa, wind release, great breakthrough, to slow down pursuit. For the most part it was effective. A few dogged Iwa shinobi were able to go underground with their Doton abilities, but most couldn't handle gale force winds and match the speed of Team 7. The exception of course was Han, who shot steam out of his armor and ignored the futon jutsu like it wasn't even there. Sakura attempted a Jinjutsu, but Han shrugged it off. Naruto threw one of his chakra-enhanced kunai, but Han chose to dodge that one even though he ignored all the other thrown projectiles he had been subject to. Naruto looked worriedly at his companions. This wasn't good. Their opponent seemed indomitable and intelligent. Naruto's worries were disrupted by his body suddenly stumbling. As he looked on with horror, he saw his skin turning dark and flaking away. Sakura and Sasuke had seen Naruto fall, and Sakura shouted, "Jinjutsu! It's the bird!" Sakura and Sasuke skidded to a halt and raced back the other way. The Iwa shinobi in the air rained down projectiles at their paralyzed foe. Sasuke was too far away to intercept them, so he threw kunai and shuriken to deflect them. Even with his advanced sight, he couldn't stop every single one, and Sakura cried out as a kunai buried itself into Naruto's calf. Sakura slid next to Naruto and forcefully disrupted the Jinjutsu with her own chakra. The illusion broke and Naruto felt the pain in his calf. Naruto tried to stand and the leg buckled under him. Han had cleared the clones and was now right on top of them. Sakura helped Naruto get to his feet. Sasuke saw Han approach and cursed. The Uchiha gathered chakra into his hand and the sound of birds filled the air. Han was unimpressed and charged forward. Sasuke ran towards him, and when he was within 10 feet he pushed the chakra forward using Chidori Iso, Chidori Sharp Spear. The lance of pure lightning chakra caught the Jinchuriki off guard and he wasn't fully able to get out of the way. The lightning pierced his armor along the shoulder, eliciting a grunt of pain, the first vocal sounds he had made during the battle. The jutsu was spent and Sasuke wasted no time in pressing his advantage. Sasuke attacked Han in close quarters with a kunai. Han was injured and only had one arm available to him. This meant the fight was more or less equal, as the more experienced and stronger shinobi was pushed back by the Sharingan and his injuries. Sasuke attempted a killing blow, but his opponent was quite resilient despite getting cut and stabbed the Sasuke kunai. Naruto made some more clones to try to deal with the other Iwa pursuers on the ground, however they would all also have his wounded leg. They would be hampered, but they were better than nothing. Sakura hastily handed out more sealed scrolls. A few clones aimed their mass kunai scrolls upwards toward the Dark Vulture, however the creature flapped its wings and the kunai were swept away. Sasuke's battle took a turn for the worse when he got in too close to Han, who did something with his armor that blasted superheated steam out. Sasuke's Sharingan saw the steam erupt and tried to flinch back, but he wasn't fast enough and was scalded badly. Han exploited his advantage to go in for the kill, only for Naruto to lash out with a futon, detappa, wind release, great breakthrough. Han was unmovable as ever, however Sasuke was not, and he flew away from the potentially lethal steam-enhanced punch. Naruto saw Sasuke recover in mid-air and land safely and looked at Sakura. Time to let the cat, or in this case the fox, out of the bag. Sakura rolled her eyes at the bad joke but nodded in agreement. By accessing the Kyuubi chakra, it would heal his leg and give them a fighting chance. Naruto wasted no time in pulling the nine-tailed chakra into his body, and soon his body was surrounded by tainted chakra. His birthmarks grew thicker and his eyes slowly turned red. In an instant, every shinobi worth their salt in a 10-mile radius felt the chakra of a tailed beast. Han's eyes widened in surprise. He had not been aware he was fighting another of his kind. The Iwa shinobi including Juro were shocked. Was this the reason that the Konoha shinobi were so confident? That the Namikaze had a Jinchuriki bodyguard? Juro was trying to process the weight of the Konoha Jinchuriki through the earth when Kakashi released a scroll that nearly killed him when it exploded with devastating power. Quick reflexes and a chakra-hardened earth dome saved his life, and he sensed Kakashi rush toward the demonic chakra. Juro got back to his feet slowly, his muscles and chakra were drained. For all his skill, he knew he wasn't as powerful as Kakashi. He had managed to draw for a short period of time against the legendary Konoha shinobi, however if it had gone on longer he would have lost. Naturally Juro had known this and had been prepared to withdraw while multiple jonin covered his retreat. In the meantime it would further deplete Kakashi's chakra and stamina. Juro watched Kakashi speed through his allies using the great battle toads as cover. Some had tried to stop him but were unsuccessful, only Kakashi's single-minded purpose had prevented some of them from suffering death. Juro received reports from his squads. The shinobi he had sent north had rendezvoused with Kitsuchi and would arrive soon. The shinobi in the south under the command of Sanami were moving to cut off the retreat of Team 7. However, Team 7 had now been tied up by Han and the leading elements of the pursuit teams. Even though they had suffered a devastating blow with the loss of Maru, they were in a good position to win the battle. Kakashi did not have infinite reserves, and whatever the jutsu was that allowed him to kill the Great Bear had taken enormous amounts of chakra. The three battle toads were also all wounded to one degree or another, and the large toad wielding the Susumina had already returned back to his home. Gamabunta was a problem, but blood covered his lower legs and feet as Doton Jutsu after Doton Jutsu ripped up from the ground to assault him. It would not be long before he fell too. Gamahiro had dispatched the rock golems but was having difficulty peeling off a trio of jonin who had leapt atop him and started stabbing into his body. Juro was glad he had planned for the possibility of the toads being summoned. Kitsuchi and the northern contingent would arrive soon as well. With fresh troops they would surround and eliminate the 4 shinobi they were hunting. Kakashi, you are the mighty dragon that will be brought down by the swarm of ants. You will not be able to protect the Namikaze. This is where your legend ends. Tsunade's squad had seen the red flare-like jutsu fired by Kakashi and had started to move stealthily and silently toward the predetermined retreat point for Team 7. When they suddenly sensed the Kyuubi's chakra flare up, they abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran at top speed toward the chakra. Shibi quickly launched a messenger hawk to the secondary support squad in the land of hot water. It would take them at least half a day to arrive. Shibi didn't know of the disposition of Team 7, however if they could pull off a fighting retreat the additional Konoha shinobi could swing the tide. The Aburame was deeply worried about what had transpired. Naruto using the Kyuubi chakra was a signal something had gone wrong. After using a significant amount of Kyuubi chakra, Naruto was almost always completely drained of his normal chakra. It was not something that was to be used if there was another choice. Naruto's stamina and ability to keep creating clones had been key to a number of strategies Kakashi and Shikaku had devised. The others were also worried. Guy's eternal rival was fighting for his life, as were a number of his most youthful genin. He had the urge to rush ahead of the rest of the squad, but Tsunade had been clear that wasn't going to be in the cards. As it was, he was pushing at a pace that only Tsunade could keep up for any length of time. Tsunade was over her fear of blood, but this would be a true test of her abilities. The few missions she had gone on had not been anywhere close to being able to test the skills of a Sannin. She knew that Kakashi's scheme had been allowed to go through partially because of the trust Jiraiya and the village had in her abilities. She hoped that trust had not been misplaced. Tenzo didn't have the doubt Tsunade had about her abilities. This was an opportunity to use Mokuton, would release, on a grand scale. The Shodai's legacy was going to be put on display. He was going to make Kakashi-senpai proud. Chapter 29, Clash Part 2. Naruto was surrounded and filled with the toxic chakra. He could feel it like fire on his skin, and while it did hurt, he could feel power pulsing throughout his body. With a growl, he flashed forward toward the rival Jinchuriki. Naruto's blade struck with thunderous force against Han's armored forearm. The blade slashed through the armor itself but was blunted by the steam that circulated within the armor. The steam was solid chakra and it prevented Naruto's attack from slicing off Han's arm. The steam, however, did not stop momentum, and since it would not be sliced through, the momentum pushed the seemingly immovable Han off his feet. The blow sent him careening back 50 feet. The Iwa shinobi were stunned as they watched their Jinchuriki go flying. Naruto wasted no time in blazing forward and killing one with a slice through the torso and another with a bone-shattering kick. Sasuke had first and second degree burns on his face from the steam, but he also ruthlessly sprang into action, striking at the surprised Iwa shinobi. He managed to kill one before the others began to defend themselves appropriately. The sudden reversal in the battle was only a brief respite as Han returned to the scene. Naruto felt hatred well up in him and he had to force it down lest he lose control of the fox's chakra. Taking a few moments to find his center again let Han close the distance once more. Despite the seemingly bulky armor, Han was viciously fast. His first assault on Naruto was only dodged by inches. Naruto kicked out and knocked the other Jinchuriki away. Steam billowed all around Han as he clashed again with Naruto. The chakra cloak that surrounded Naruto prevented the steam from harming him as the two clashed. Sasuke waited for his opportunity to strike and jumped in on the first opportunity. Naruto had driven Han backwards with cross slash and Han tottered backward before regaining his balance. In that split second, Sasuke slammed his Chidori into Han's back. Han was hurled forward from the piercing strike, but like Naruto's wind-infused katana, it did not pierce the steam. Han's armor was starting to become shredded. The steam no longer contained within the armor was fast becoming depleted. Soon it would be completely depleted and he would be vulnerable. However, Han was a Jinchuriki, the container of a tailed beast. His power was not just his armor, his strength, stamina, or jutsu. It was the raging fury of the Gobi. Raw chakra emanated from him. Han's armor cracked and with little warning exploded outward. Pure force pushed Naruto and Sasuke away. Sasuke was blown off his feet but quickly used Kawarimi to get back safely to the ground. The ground beneath Han resembled a crater. Han emerged covered in red and black chakra, looking bestial. The only thing that still identified the creature as Han was his kasa, hat, and the 5 tails that had risen from his backside. Naruto wasted no time and immediately tried to decapitate his opponent. Han raised his hand and caught the blade despite the cutting power of the wind chakra that coated it. Han let out a roar and slashed Naruto with his other clawed hand. Naruto's eyes could barely see the quick swipe. In an instant he let go of his katana and leapt backwards. The claw missed Naruto, but the massive power behind the blow actually ripped the air around him and shoved him back even further. Immediately the chakra monster pounced toward Naruto, who shoved a Rasengan upward as his opponent descended on him. The QB-infused Rasengan met the demonic chakra and forced it back. Han let out another roar as he was slammed backwards and away from his prey. Naruto panted heavily, the chakra around him fluctuated wildly, the second tail of QB chakra was on the verge of dissipating. Another score of Iwa shinobi had now caught up and more were arriving rapidly. Doton Jutsu started being launched towards Team 7. Sakura had a flash of insight and weaved a Jinjutsu over Han. Han had been seemingly impervious to Jinjutsu previously, but now he was much more bestial and far less in control of his chakra. Sakura kept things simple. She simply changed where Naruto appeared to be. As Han rose, the Naruto he had been fighting disappeared and reappeared behind him. Han let a roar and charged at the illusionary Naruto. Sakura grimly smiled as the Iwa shinobi tasted the wrath of their own Jinchuriki. Han ripped apart an Iwa Chunin before the illusion rippled and broke. Han was filled with bloodlust and sense he had been tricked. Pushing chakra through his entire being, he roared again, sending concussive sound waves in all directions. Sakura's Jinjutsu was torn asunder and she fell to one knee as the backlash of demonic chakra shredded her own chakra-infused illusion. Han rounded on Naruto again and Sakura forced herself to stand. She quickly leapt away as the ground beneath her erupted into earth spears. "Where are you, Kakashi?" Sanami was standing by ready in case the little Namake's brat managed to get away from Juro's forces. "Come on, run, you little prick, let me have some action." Sanami was idly daydreaming about getting the killing blow off on Minato's child as well as his student when one of her sensor specialists reported in. For Konoha shinobi are heading in this direction. The man swallowed heavily. One of them is Tsunade Senju. Sanami's head snapped up in surprise. Send word to Juro now. In a louder voice she addressed her subordinates. One of the Sannin is inbound. But there is only one of her. We will bury her. She snapped out orders to a pair of Kuchios, summoning, specialists who drew blood and completed their summoning. Each had summoned a massive 10-foot-tall goat that stood on its hind legs. They wore coverings that looked similar to a Chunin vest and each had a massive battle axe in their hands. Sanami knew that one blow from those axes could kill pretty much anyone, even a Sannin. Of course, actually hitting an elite shinobi was far easier said than done, and the summons would have a hard time hitting even an average jonin, let alone the legendary Slug Princess. The censor shinobi shouted again, "They'll be on us in less than a minute." The two goat summons took their positions on the front line along with a variety of mud clones. Sanami had no weapons in her hands. Unlike the futon users in Kaze no Kuni, Land of Wind, Sanami did not use a war fan of any variety. Her hands were free to flip through hand signs needed to use any futon jutsu in her repertoire. You might not be Namikaze or Hatake, but you'll do just as well. Break! Tsunade and Guy were in the front of the formation and spotted the Iwa shinobi. With a shout, Guy put on a burst of speed and slammed into the first mud clone. The clone didn't even have time to defend itself from the thunderous kick that obliterated it. Guy dashed toward his next opponent, who was one of the summoned goats. The goat brayed and slashed horizontally. The swipe completely missed the speedy green-clad shinobi. Guy snapped the goat's kneecap before punching through another clone. Guy felt the earth rumble beneath him and neatly avoided the Doton, Doskiryu, Earth-style, Earth Dragon. The wounded goat struck out, forcing Guy to leap away. The Iwa shinobi worked together to try to box him and throwing kunai, Doton jutsu, and more clones at him. While they tried to contain Konoha's noble green beast, the rest of the backup squad arrived. Sanami had not attacked Guy, instead she had preserved her chakra for what she saw as the true theatrical. As soon as she spotted Tsunade, she cried out, "Senpu Kyohiki, Whirlwind Wall." Two tornadoes slammed down near Tsunade. Tsunade saw the winds rip up the dirt with slashing power and push chakra into her feet to leap over the jutsu. Sanami saw her jump over the tornadoes she had created and focused her chakra on the destructive wind. Her existing jutsu stopped their forward advance and rushed toward the Sannin again. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and rushed into combat with other Iwa shinobi. If the wind user wanted to chase her with it, she would have to go through her own comrades. Tenzo was the next to enter the battle. Tenzo used his Mokuton, would release, to stop projectiles headed for him and his comrades. One of the goat summons tried to tear apart the wooden wall he had created. The axe bit into the wall, damaging it. However, the experienced ANBU manipulated his Kekkei Genkai to grow wooden lances out of the wall that pierced into the large summon. The wounded creature thrashed and Tenzo closed his fist, forcing more chakra into the technique. The branches inside the creature continued to grow, but now in all directions, piercing vital organs and ultimately killing the creature. Shibi was the last to arrive and hung in the back. This did not go unnoticed, and one of Iwa Jonin used Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu, and attempted to trap him in the earth. Shibi darted to the side and avoided the man's attack. The Jonin palmed the kunai and then stabbed the Aburame in the chest. The Jonin's grin turned into horror as the body dissipated into a swarm of Kakachu. The real Shibi watched as his insects feasted on his foe's chakra. However, he was a Jonin, and so it wasn't quite as simple as that. The Jonin used a Shunshin to try to blow off the Kakachu with speed. He was partially successful as he was able to push away a large amount of the creatures. Feeling his chakra still being leached out, he did it again and again. Now most of the bugs were off of him, but they weren't dead and they continued to swarm after him. Finally, the Iwa shinobi set off an explosive tag near his body and blew the majority away while doing minor injury to himself. Shibi again sent the swarm after him, and the Jonin threw kunai with explosive tags into the heart of them to thin their numbers. After tagging several, he rushed at Shibi. This time he threw shuriken to see if it was a bug clone or not. Shibi deflected them with his kunai and the Iwa Jonin grinned as he closed in. Aburame were horrible at close combat. An explosive tag detonated right under his foot, blowing half of it off. As the Jonin tumbled to the ground, Shibi darted forward and thrust his kunai into the back of the Iwa shinobi's neck. What Shibi's opponent had not realized was that the Kakashi could do more than just become a clone or devour chakra. They could also be used to deliver small items through the disrupted earth of his Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. Shibi had known his opponent would try to get into close combat, so he had sent his allies into the ground and planted explosive seals. Unless the Jonin leapt the final 20 feet, his path would go right over the explosive notes. Shibi wiped clean his kunai and hurried to where the rest of his squad was fighting. Guy had yet to open up the gates, but his speed and taijutsu prowess made his rank a joke. Guy dodged and killed with ruthless proficiency. An Iwa taijutsu specialist fought Guy to a momentary standstill for all of 5 seconds, since Guy was forced to dodge mud rivers, kunai, and earth spears. Pivoting smoothly to avoid the latest Doton attack, Guy shattered his opponent's arm with his kick. It wasn't just his technique and speed, it was also the sheer power behind his blows that made him so dangerous. Kakashi had chosen to give his team's training weights for a reason. He had seen just how effective they could be. Sanami was tempted to keep the tornadoes going as Tsunade rushed into an Iwa squad, but without a powerful clan to protect her, it was dangerous to unleash attacks on her own side. She ended the jutsu and glanced at how the rest of the battle was going. She bit back a curse as she saw the Leaf's premier taijutsu specialist carve through her forces like a hot knife through butter. Sanami, like most elite jonin, studied bingo books, and so she knew the name Mato Guy. Their latest intelligence had in training a trio of genin not partnered with Tsunade of the Sannin. Added to that, a Mokuton would release user. Sanami saw Tsunade pulverize a Chunin too slow to get out of the way. Sanami inhaled sharply and then expelled her jutsu. Futon, Shinkachyoku, wind release vacuum bullets, raced towards Tsunade, who contorted out of their way save for one which clipped her shoulder. Sanami grinned at drawing blood and flipped though the hand signs of her next jutsu. Meanwhile, Tsunade ignored the wound and lashed out with a vicious kick to a long-haired Iwa kunoichi who desperately dodged away from the blow. Flashing through the hand seals, Sanami used Futon, Uchikubi Ratupu, wind release, wind decapitation. The razor-edged wind was aimed for Tsunade's torso. The Sannin ducked underneath it and then slammed her fist into the ground, sending a shockwave in all directions. More worrisome was the cloud of dust it kicked up that obscured the deadly S-class Nin from view. Sanami blew the dust away with Futon, Detapa, wind release, great breakthrough. As the dust was cleared, Sanami saw Tsunade use a knife hand strike to another Iwa shinobi's chest. Chakra flashed with the blow as the man's chest cavity collapsed. Sanami prepared another jutsu but saw a cloud of insects swarm for her. She allowed them to get close before using Futon, Rapusho, wind release, gale palm, to push them away. Despite using multiple jutsu in a short time span, the elite jonin was not tired. Her mastery of the Futon element allowed her to use far less chakra with her attacks than most ninjutsu specialists. Sanami took stock of the battlefield again. Guy and Tsunade were demolishing the squads assigned to her. The Mokuton, would release, user was using his Kekkei Genkai to shield himself and his squad, preventing her forces from taking full advantage of the numerical disparity. Sanami had to face the fact she was losing. She tapped the ground in a preset set number of times. The message was for Juro, who could sense it: strong opposition, failure possible. The battle paused for a moment as a second wave demonic chakra assaulted their senses. Break! Juro watched as the last battle toad returned to its home. Kitsuchi had just arrived along with the northern squads he had dispatched. Juro bowed and said, "I am glad to find you well, Kitsuchi-sama." Kitsuchi nodded his head. "How is the battle going?" Juro made his report. After the initial clash, they soon retreated. "Our superior numbers are wearing them down. It turns out that the Namikaze is also the demon container of the nine-tailed fox. Kitsuchi's eyebrows raised at news. So that is what I sensed. It felt different than Han. Juro continued. Kakashi was able to deal with Maru-sama and his loss as felt keenly. Suzumori allowed a moment of silence for one of the great symbols of Iwa's strength. Our southern forces have encountered heavy resistance. Team 7's flight has been arrested, but we must move quickly or they could still escape. A fresh wave of demonic chakra was sensed by both of the elite Jonin. Kitsuchi asked, and Kakashi? Has he been wounded? Juro shook his head. No, but he has used a lot of chakra. He has a dojutsu that killed Maru. It distorts space around someone and exerts tremendous force. If you feel chakra being gathered in his eye, move away immediately. Kitsuchi was glad of the warning. Unless Han was also able to deal with Kakashi, it would likely fall on Juro and himself to defeat Sharingan no Kakashi. Without further word, both sprang forward with a Shunshin ready to finish the Namikaze before he could escape to the south. Break! Kakashi made his presence known by slashing through the spine of an Iwa shinobi trying to attack his pink-haired student with a Doton Jutsu. He saw Han's Jinchuriki form and knew Naruto hadn't progressed far enough with using the Kyuubi chakra to match it. Kakashi wasn't sure if he could even match Gobi in this form. That certainly wouldn't stop him from trying though. Kakashi intercepted Han's charge with a vicious kick to the creature's face. Kakashi didn't have the pure power of Tsunade, but it had all the force behind it that one would expect it to have coming from an S-class nin. The Jinchuriki's charge was halted as the momentum slammed him perpendicular to his original course. Han flipped up with beast-like agility and roared at the newcomer who had gotten between him and his prey. During the roar, Kakashi used that time to employ Raitun, Shurchu Shirbari, lighting release, for Pillar Bind to capture the creature. Han roared and the waves of chakra nearly destroyed the prison by its own. Kakashi knew his jutsu wouldn't hold his opponent for long and quickly launched himself forward and pulled lightning chakra into his hand. Raikiri had even more piercing power than Chidori. The Jinchuriki broke free right as the Raikiri struck the dark chakra coating him. The lightning was an unstoppable force that was smashing into an impenetrable defense. The instant the clash occurred, Kakashi knew it would not do the job. However, the chakra cloak dimmed slightly as it worked to defend its host's body. Kakashi withdrew his hand and stabbed down with his kunai. He was always aware of his surroundings, and so after the first stab he felt the projectiles racing toward him from nearby Iwa shinobi. Dodging them gave the five-tailed beast time to right itself. While this was going on, Naruto saw an opportunity to go after easier targets while his sensei dealt with the largest threat. Naruto's speed and power were magnified with the Kyuubi chakra, allowing him to surpass all but the most elite Jonin. When he crashed into a Chunin squad, they died in moments. When Naruto normally killed, he regretted it, but it his feelings under the cool bomb of logic that said he was protecting his village and in the long run was saving more lives. Infused with the Kyuubi chakra, he instead laughed as his enemies screamed. Sakura felt sick to her stomach seeing it, but forced herself to focus on the fight. Naruto was Naruto. When he touched the demonic chakra, he changed, but once that horrible red haze left, he would still be the boy who dreamed of being Hokage. I have to believe that. Sakura for her part took advantage of the situation to bring on another Jinjutsu that tricked an Iwa shinobi into seeing her allies as more leaf shinobi. She managed to kill a comrade with an explosive tag before her squad mates tried to get close enough to disrupt the chakra of the now obvious Jinjutsu. Sasuke was battered but quickly took advantage of the situation to strike out at the distracted shinobi, securing an additional kill and then crippling another shinobi with a rib-shattering kick. Squads of Iwa shinobi had become intermingled in the battle and now were not nearly as coordinated as they had been earlier. The momentary advantage had cost the rock nin dearly, but it was disrupted as more and more Iwa shinobi flooded the area, many of which were mostly intact and began to chain Doton Jutsu, flying kunai, and other attacks at Team 7. Sasuke retreated under the barrage while covering Sakura. Naruto flew into the fresh troops with a bloodlust that shocked his allies and his foes. Kakashi was now breathing heavily as he tried to keep Han away from Naruto. If it had been a normal opponent of flesh and blood, Kakashi would have been the victor 6 times over. Despite the Jinchuriki's raw power, Kakashi moved sinuously around his opponent and never suffered a direct hit. Yet progress wasn't occurring and the bulk of the IWA forces were arriving. Kakashi knew that with them would be Suzumori. Kakashi wasn't ready to use Kamui again so quickly. Using it a second time and adding all the other jutsu he had used in quick succession would drain all of his reserves. Kakashi ducked another powerful slash and kicked off of Han just as a pair of kunais slammed into the ground. Tsunade's squad better get here fast. Break! When Tsunade felt the second wave of demonic chakra, she knew that Kakashi's group was probably facing Han of the steam armor. Tsunade ducked an attack and countered with a destructive axe kick. Things were going very well here, but they were running out of time. Guy, run ahead and assist, will finish here. Guy quickly gave her a thumbs up and activated the gates, becoming a blur as he raced across the countryside. Sanami moved to intercept, but a wall of plant growth rose up in front of her and she had to dodge the piercing branches. The futon specialist watched as Tsunade continued to wreak havoc. She cursed at the situation. One of the Sannin wouldn't fall to normal tactics. She ordered 3 of the Jonin to break off their attack and come to her side while a Chunin created a mud wall between them and any of their opponents. This isn't working. Do any of you have a Katan Jutsu? One of the Jonins indicated they did. Good, here is the plan. You two create mud clones and appear from beneath her. Wrap as many explosive tags as you have left on those clones and have them detonate as Tsunade hits them. After getting hit with the explosion, she'll be vulnerable. We'll then destroy her with my wind in your fire. Remember, she's a damn Sannin, so don't let up. The plan took a few moments to put in motion as they wrapped the mud clones with explosive tags. In the meantime, Tsunade had dealt death to another 3 shinobi. The mud clones disappeared under the earth and reappeared underneath Tsunade, who dodged out of the way and countered with a vicious kick to the clone's torso. The clone detonated, damaging Tsunade's leg and throwing her backwards. Immediately, Sanami used Futon, Detapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, while her ally used a Katan Jutsu to add fire to their combination attack aimed at where Tsunade had fallen. Despite the wounded leg, Tsunade used her chakra to push herself away from the massive inferno. An IWA Jonin attacked her in midair. Despite her injuries, it was foolish for any shinobi to willingly get close to Tsunade. Tsunade blocked the kunai-held arm with enough strength to shatter bones. As the IWA Nin gave a cry of pain, Tsunade used her other chakra-laced hand to hit him in the forehead, instantly cracking his skull and sending him falling to the ground. Earth spears lanced up to kill her as she fell, and Tsunade punched downward with her chakra strength, destroying the sharp landing zone. Trees grew all around her, shielding her from an additional attack. Tsunade took stock of her wounds and realized they would hamper her if she didn't fix them. In the moment of respite that Tenzo's wooden shelter provided, the Sannin released her Byakugo no-in, strength of 100 seal. Her violet forehead marking increased in size and now framed her face. Using Sozo Sazei, mitotic regeneration, she healed the damage done to her shredded leg and other wounds. A fiery inferno smashed into the wooden dome and pushed through it. Tsunade leapt through the flames, allowing her regeneration to heal the burn wounds, and lashed out with a devastating punch to the wind user. Sanami's eyes widened in surprise as a nearly unharmed Tsunade burst through the flames and launched a blindingly fast punch to her chest. Sanami desperately dodged but wasn't quick enough and was struck with a glancing blow to her shoulder. That glancing blow dislocated her shoulder and threw her back a fair distance. Tsunade whipped around and kicked out at the IWA Jonin, who had used the Katan Jutsu. The Jonin had more time to react than Sanami had and danced backward and swiftly used the substitution jutsu to get some distance away from the angry Kunoichi. Sanami struggled to stand and did so with the help of an IWA Chunin. Tenzo lashed out with wood grown from his own hand at the wounded enemy commander. The IWA Chunin attempted to slice through the wood, however it was coated with Tenzo's chakra, making the attempt useless. Sanami rolled to the side and sucked in air while she did so. Releasing her chakra, she exhaled out using Futon, Shinkajyoku, wind release vacuum bullets. Tenzo shielded himself with a wood barrier. The air bullets plinked into the barrier and failed to get through. A cloud of insects swarmed over the Chunin with Sanami, and she could do nothing about it. A wind jutsu would hurt her comrade, and she couldn't take her eye off of Tenzo either. 40 of her shinobi were dead or too injured to continue fighting. She hated herself for doing so, but she tapped the ground, signaling Juro that her position was critical and immediate assistance was needed or failure was imminent. Break! Guy burst onto the scene with a cry of dynamic entry. His flying kick snapped the neck of an Iwa Chunin. Just as the Iwa shinobi had been turning the tide, a new threat had emerged. Mato was currently using the Gate of Pain, making his blows multiple times stronger than before. His reddish skin caused his form to blur in a combination of red and green as he massacred the other members of the Chunin squad. A Doton, Doskiryu, Earth-style, Earth Dragon, swept down at him just as a Doton, Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow spears, ripped the ground beneath him in order to impale him. Guy jumped into the air to avoid the earthen spears and used a spinning back kick to annihilate the Earth Dragon. Guy landed and raced toward another group of Iwa shinobi. An Iwa Jonin created a pair of mud clones and intercepted the Leaf Jonin in an attempt to save the Chunin in his squad. In a matter of seconds, the mud clones were gone and Guy has given the Iwa Jonin a nasty blow to the leg. Before Guy could finish him off, another Earth Dragon careened toward him and he had to break off his attack to dodge the jutsu. Not allowing his momentum to suffer, Guy pivoted toward a new opponent who was trying to attack Sakura. Guy's knee to the side pulverized the man's ribs. Guy stopped his assault when he noticed Naruto's chakra flickering wildly. Naruto had dived into the middle of the enemy formation and despite his increased speed and power, he was being overwhelmed by the attacks against him. A Doton, Doria Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, had succeeded in covering him with mud. With his enhanced chakra, he burst free only to take a number of explosive tags to the face. Naruto's chakra level dimmed and his second tail dissipated, leaving one remaining tail. Guy sped onto the scene, pausing only to kick a Jonin attacking the Togama. The Jonin managed to block the blow with two forearms, which led to micro-fractures in those bones. Gama was quick to capitalize on the attack and used the opening to wrap his long tongue around the enemy and bashed him against another Iwa shinobi. Guy ripped through a wall of earth that attempted to slow his charge and landed next to Naruto, clearing a space and allowed him to retreat. Sasuke used the last of his explosive tags to help create some distance. Naruto thanked Guy for the assistance. Sakura shouted to Naruto, "Get some clones out, it's time for the downpour." Naruto nodded and swiftly made 30 clones. Sakura hastily unsealed a number of scrolls with a blue ribbon attached to each of them. The elite Jonin didn't know what Kakashi's youthful squad was planning, but it probably involved some preparation, so he quickly launched himself back at the Iwa forces. Despite the sudden arrival of another dangerous opponent from the Leaf, the Iwa spirits were lifted when their own reinforcements arrived. 60 fresh shinobi along with Kitsuchi and Juro were now on the battlefield. Break! Juro arrived on the scene and analyzed the battle in an instant. The Namikaze was a Jinchuriki whose chakra was quickly fading. He would not be able to maintain his chakra cloak for long. The Uchiha only had superficial, if painful wounds, however he also looked running low on stamina. The pink-haired girl that intelligence had listed as Sakura Haruno seemed to be the least injured and had stayed in the rear of her team's formation as support. Kakashi was unwounded but obviously on the edge of his reserves. Juro had not worked with Han before, so he did not know how long the Jinchuriki would be able to maintain his current form. The newcomer on the battlefield was the Green Beast of Konoha. Juro knew that after today, assuming the man survived, Iwa's bingo books would be updated to indicate Guy's S-rank status. Juro had also felt the second signal from Sanami that indicated her position was almost overrun. Allowing a potential avenue for escape was unacceptable. Juro gave his orders. 20 shinobi were to go with Atreides, Dark Vulture summon, and delay Tsunade of the Sannin as long as possible. Juro's mission parameters were direct: do whatever was necessary to kill the Namikaze. If they had to kill him and then retreat, that would be good enough. Suzumori sent another of the 5 fresh squads to flank Team 7 and complete the encirclement. Kitsuchi created clones and sent them to help Han against Kakashi. The real Kitsuchi went to confront Guy. Juro held back and watched with curiosity as the freshly created Naruto clones each opened up a scroll that sent a deluge of water gushing out. The Fuinjutsu scrolls were not the typical storage scrolls. They must have been modified as water continued pouring out of the scrolls in significant quantities. What are you planning? Jiro pondered as he watched the unfolding battle. Chapter 30, Clash Part 3. Tsunade was proving to be a nightmare to deal with. The IWA shinobi had changed tactics and were outright avoiding her as much as possible, throwing in clones, smoke bombs, earth walls and other distractions. No one wanted or even attempted to get in close to her. Sanami used her one good hand to create the necessary hand signs for her futon jutsu against Tenzo. Sanami breathed a sigh of relief as reinforcements arrived in the form of the Dark Vulture. For IWA shinobi clung to its back as it flapped onto the scene. Atreides looked at the targets carefully and dismissed Tsunade immediately. The Aberrant clan was particularly hard to ensnare in Jinjutsu due to their Kakashi allies, so he was out too. Via process of elimination, the deadly bird set its sights on Tenzo. Tenzo had a long history in ANBU and was skilled at detecting Jinjutsu. However, the strength and power of the Dark Vulture's attack was enough to drown out his normal defenses. Tenzo collapsed to his knees as he saw visions of his body decaying before his eyes. Tsunade saw Tenzo fall and rushed toward him. Unfortunately for Tenzo, she simply was too far away and was not in time to stop Sanami from unleashing Futon, Uchikubi Retupyu, Wind Release, Wind Decapitation. Tsunade was only feet away when the wind scythe ripped through the ANBU operative's neck. Tsunade could only watch in horror as her comrade's head rolled off his body. No medical jutsu could fix that wound, death had already claimed him. Tsunade had not known Tenzo long and had no particularly close feelings for him. However, seeing him die was a painful blow. Hot rage filled her and she screamed as she charged after his killer. Sanami hastily used Futon, Detapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, at the enraged Sannin. Tsunade powered through the gale force winds, hardly slowing down at all. Her allies attempted to stop the charge with a multitude of Doton jutsu that didn't faze her in the slightest. Fear gripped her heart as she rushed through another jutsu only for a kunai to blossom in the back of her throat. Her intent had been so focused on dangerous Sannin and the raw killer intent being directed at her that she never noticed Shibi Abure moving in position behind her. Shibi wrenched his kunai out of her throat and she collapsed dead. Tsunade's grief and rage were not yet spent as she charged another IWA shinobi. The 5 squads that Jiro had sent were just now arriving on the battlefield. Atreides had been able to arrive sooner due to his flight speed. The relief forces were dismayed when they arrived. Almost the entire southern contingent lay dead or dying. Only one leaf shinobi was on the ground and one of the Sannin was giving chase to the remainder. They looked at their squad leaders and swallowed thickly. They prepared to weather the storm of the world's most powerful kunoichi as best they could. Break! Kitsuchi attacked Guy with Doton, Kingdon no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock Technique. His entire arm was covered in rock-hard stone and it raced toward Guy's head. Guy had just avoided another IWA attack and saw the fist coming for him. He ducked beneath it and countered with a vicious strike of his own. Kitsuchi used his free hand to block the blow and the two fought each other with taijutsu. Kitsuchi was quickly forced back by the powerful Jonin. Guy had an edge in speed, strength, and raw talent for taijutsu. Kitsuchi only had 2 things going for him: the distracting attacks from his allies and his rock armor that allowed him to survive Guy's blows. Kitsuchi's clones had gone after Kakashi and were hoping to distract him enough to allow Han an opening. Kakashi inwardly groaned as he had to work much harder to avoid being taken down. He was better than Kitsuchi, but most of his attention had to be on the rampaging Jinchuriki. It was also time to do his part in their prepared plan. The water saturation was high enough. Sakura had done some excellent work with Fuinjutsu. Her modified sealing scroll matrix allowed her to increase the amount stored in the scroll by a factor of 200. On the other hand, the formula was longer, took more chakra to create, and did not preserve the items sealed. But she wasn't using these storage scrolls to move goods, she only used them to carry a massive amount of water. The water that now filtered throughout the battlefield ankle deep. Kakashi dodged another attack by Han and had to accept a blow to his shoulder from the Kitsuchi clone. Kakashi controlled his fall and saw his students initiated the next part of their plan. Sasuke had trained long hours with Suiton, his third chakra element he had studied. No deadly water whips or bullets were used at this point. Instead, Sasuke simply spread his chakra over the water. He manipulated the water to spray in all directions. The attack, if it could be called as such, couldn't have even hurt a civilian. However, he kept the chakra connection, meaning all of the water particles he had sprayed were still connected by his chakra. Kakashi created a shadow clone to continue the dance with the Jinchuriki and moved into position. He glanced at Juro, who had a look of concentration on his face before alarm flared over his features. The enemy commander began to shout out orders as Kakashi let loose with Raitun, Jibashi Deno, lightning release, massive electromagnetic murder, on the ankle-high water. The electric current followed the strands of water chakra Sasuke had unified to each droplet on the enemy. A few like Juro had used their chakra to disrupt the flow and weren't struck by the electricity. A few also were on the edges of the battle and were not hit with the water spray. But by and large nearly all of the Iwa shinobi had water on them, which meant they were affected by the lethal voltage that now coursed through their bodies. Kakashi had pushed a massive amount of chakra into the jutsu, ensuring those caught in it were dead. He had to move as soon as it ended as a Kitsuchi clone barreled toward him. Rolling away from the attack, he popped a soldier pill to give him a small boost to his near-empty chakra reserves. Han had suffered through the electrocution and was still going. Kakashi felt his clone pop and grimaced. Most of the Iwa shinobi were dead, but the fight wasn't over. Naruto and Sasuke fell back to where Sakura was and set themselves into a defensive formation. Naruto was on his last legs, his chakra tail was flickering wildly. Sasuke popped a soldier pill and felt partially rejuvenated. The scent of charred and electrified bodies hung heavy in the air, even the stiff breeze blowing around them couldn't clear it. Everyone could sense the battle was coming to an end. Juro shook his head in disgust. His comrades' bodies littered the field. Kitsuchi was losing to Guy and Han was near mindless in his rage. He could go after the clearly winded Kakashi, but it wasn't certain. Suzumori felt he only had one chance to salvage the situation. He used Oton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu, to travel underground and pop up behind Konoha's Jinchuriki. His Tanto was aimed at Naruto's neck. All three members of Team 7 had felt the pressure underneath them. Naruto danced back, hefting a chakra kunai, while Sakura flipped through the hand signs for her only Katan Jutsu. Sasuke's Sharingan saw Juro's Tanto miss Naruto. Sakura's fireball was blocked by a wall of earth and Naruto's chakra-laced kunai only scratched Juro's arm. Sasuke saw earth and spikes chase after Naruto, no hand signs needed. Sasuke attempted to distract their dangerous opponent with Chidori Senbon with little success. Juro sprang toward the furiously dodging Naruto and lashed out again with his Tanto even as lances of rock arced toward Naruto. Naruto blocked the Tanto strike but wasn't fast enough to stop one of the rock spikes from slamming into his back. If it had not been for his chakra cloak, he would have skewered. As it was, the final chakra tail dimmed and collapsed completely. Sakura ran forward to defend her friend, only for the earth itself to spike up through the water. With her chakra control, she was able to feel their arrival and she was able to dodge. Suddenly Juro was there attacking her and she had to block, causing her to miss a step. She gave an involuntary scream as a spike of earth slammed through the back of her thigh. Naruto used the last of the Kyuubi chakra he could access to empower and fling another chakra-laced kunai. As he felt the chakra cloak collapse, he swiftly swallowed his soldier pill. Using a soldier pill had no effect on the Kyuubi chakra, but it would allow him to use some of his own chakra again during the fight. Had he not taken the pill, he would likely have fallen unconscious. With fresh chakra, he quickly made a swarm of clones to distract Juro and protect Sakura. Sasuke kicked away another earth spear that threatened to pierce Sakura's torso and grabbed his teammate and used Shunshin to get away from the perilous earth around Juro. Juro annihilated the clones around him. Guy saw this happening and knew he had to do something or Kakashi's students would fall. He opened the gates up to the Gate of View. He kicked Kitsuchi away with his now superior strength and then appeared in front of Naruto and used Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, on Juro. Juro hastily put up an earth wall that was pounded to shreds by the sheer fiery power of Guy's attack. The clan head dived into the earth to escape the rest of the deadly attack that burst through rock and mud. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as Guy forced Suzumori away from his team. He couldn't afford to be distracted as the furious Jinchuriki continued his relentless assault. Kakashi dodged to the right and then flipped over the Jinchuriki, tossing a few explosive note-laden kunai on Han. The explosions for the umpteenth time failed to stop him. Kakashi knew that even a tailed beast didn't have unlimited chakra, and each attack, no mattering how seemingly minor, was progress. Kitsuchi painfully got up from the last kick Guy had sent him. When Guy had advanced to a higher gate, the difference between the two had become even more telling. He couldn't defeat the Leaf Taijutsu master. Kitsuchi shouted out, "Iwa forces retreat." Juro came up next. Kitsuchi-sama, they are on their last legs. Victory is still within our grasp. Kitsuchi shook his head. No, it's not. I can survive another minute at best against that green monster. Your chakra levels are too low, and based on the messages we've received, Tsunade will be here soon. We need to leave now. Juro bowed his head in obedience and shame. He had failed. Han fought against the bloodlust within his system when he heard the order to retreat. He had been a Jinchuriki for a number of years. There was a reason he was trusted to go on this mission. He backed away from Kakashi and forced the demonic chakra down and reappeared in his human form sans armor. He nearly collapsed but was quickly held up by a pair of Iwa shinobi. The remnants of the Iwa forces quickly grabbed the bodies of any bloodline users and left the remaining behind on the field of battle. Juro clenched his jaw. Of 400 Chunin and Jonin, there were only 50 survivors, and most of them had severe wounds that could spell the end of their shinobi careers. Their greatest summon ally was dead. Sanami had not reported in and was presumed dead. Suzumori wondered if the Tsuchikage would demand his head for this. Kakashi regrouped with his team and watched as the Iwa shinobi left the battlefield. Guy looked at his rival. Do we pursue? Kakashi shook his head. Too risky. He looked around, and I think we've done enough. Guy nodded. He kept the gate unlocked until an angry Tsunade arrived on the scene. Now that she was here, he gratefully collapsed, his muscles torn and straining. Kakashi saw Tsunade and Shibi and felt a sudden lurch in his gut. Where is Tenzo? Everyone was silent for a moment. Tsunade finally said, he didn't make it. The news hit Kakashi like a hammer blow. He had mentored Tenzo when he had first joined the ANBU. The battlefield was no place for regrets, and so he forced himself to ignore his friend's death for the time being. Tsunade healed the injuries and then let's depart and regroup with the relief force. Tsunade nodded and got to work. Kakashi's shoulder was heavily bruised, but outside of that wound he was fine. Sasuke had some second-degree burns on his face as well as a few other minor wounds, but nothing too dramatic. Tsunade eyed his face. Won't even be a scar. Naruto's body overall was hurting. The Kyuubi chakra was not healthy to wield for very long, and he felt the after-effects keenly. Sakura had messy wound on her leg that could have caused permanent injury, but for someone of Tsunade's caliber there would only be a small scar. The most wounded individual was oddly enough Guy, who had taken no real damage from his opponents. But he had opened the sixth gate, which subjected his body to a number of muscle tears. Tsunade was able to heal those injuries, however Guy was nearly dead on his feet from exhaustion. The Konoha shinobi were victorious but battered. They took a slow pace until they met up with the secondary relief force. At which point Guy, Kakashi, and Naruto collapsed into unconsciousness. Break! The Raikage looked over the report regarding the Iwa/Konoha battle in the Land of Frost. One of the elders of the council spoke up. The Namikaze and his team are powerful. Perhaps it would have been wiser to aid Iwa in crushing this threat. Mabui tensed, waiting for yet another table to be broken. However, the Raikage did not react with anger. It's done, and I'll hear no more of it. Darui was the next to speak. Lord Raikage, with this new information about the Namikaze being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, will we change our current position towards Konoha? The Raikage didn't answer. He seemed lost in thought. The council murmured uncertainly. The Raikage was in fact lost in thought. He was thinking about the time he squared off against Konoha's Yellow Flash. He had nearly lost his life that day. The Yondaime Hokage was the only shinobi who had ever made a mockery of his speed. And now his son wielded the power of most powerful of the Bijou. Taking their leader's silence as leave to discuss amongst themselves, the council debated on what should be done. Some favored immediately allying themselves with Iwa and crushing Konoha between the two of them. Others preferred a wait-and-see approach. Some even called on making an alliance with Konoha and offering to go to war with Iwa while they were weakened. The Raikage finally cleared his throat. "We will do nothing. We will continue building our shinobi forces. I will not prematurely enter us into any war without the certainty that we cannot be stopped. The standing order to capture any Konoha targets of opportunity is rescinded. Now leave." The standing order the Raikage referred to was if a Kumo team was on a mission and had an opportunity to capture a bloodline with little risk, they were to take it. Unlike in Konoha under the third Hokage, the council in Kumogakure had little power. The Raikage was a man prone to violent outbursts and used that judiciously to ensure compliance. For the most part, interests were nearly perfectly aligned. The Raikage wished to strengthen the village and become the dominant force in the elemental nations. National pride was a unifying factor, and only in the details and methods was there disagreement. And in those cases the will of the Raikage was always successful. The Raikage aide remained behind and asked, "You seem different today, is everyone all right?" The Raikage ignored her as he stared out one of the windows. After a long silence, Mabui turned and left the Raikage alone with his thoughts. Break. Even before the Konoha team arrived in Konoha, the Tsuchikage received the news of the massacre. To say that Inoki was upset would be a colossal understatement. His office was pulverized to the atomic level. None dared go near him save his granddaughter. After some time, Inoki had new orders. Get in contact with the Akatsuki. Offer them whatever amount they want. Inoki had failed with his own shinobi but knew that the mercenary organization he had begun to use had a mission success rate second to none. Plus he wouldn't have to pay them if they failed, so there was only upside for him. Kuratsuchi asked him, "You're being stupid, old man. This vendetta nearly killed my father and cost us hundreds of shinobi. Why not let it go?" Inoki glared at his descendant. "If you weren't my blood, I'd kill you for saying that. Allow that little monster to grow stronger and he'll be a boot on our neck for decades. You youngsters don't know what it was like back then, so keep your mouth shut." Kuratsuchi mumbled a few things under her breath, but even she was wary around her grandfather. His eyes had taken on a crazed look that made her feel uneasy. Kuratsuchi decided it would be wise to step a bit more lightly around him for the next few days. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.